Williams fan.
Are you
Oh,
not now?
Huh?
Are you not now a Robin
No,
Williams
he's
fan?
dead.
Well, I mean, like the older movies, like Fern Gully and Bicentennial Man and Patch Adams. I met Patch Adams, the real one.
I like movies once.
What about did you like Dead Poet Society?
Yeah, the one time I watched it.
oh, you don't watch movie? You don't rewatch movies ever?
I don't reread books or rewatch movies. The only books
Oh,
I've reread are the Dune novels, the Foundation series.
You
that's
gotta
I might
say
have
that.
read
interesting.
The Lord of the Rings twice. Might have.
That's very interesting because I
What about
love,
the
for
Fountain?
example, I've watched the series Archer like 7 times already, and I love it. And every
Mm.
time a new season comes in, I rewatch it because I just love it that much. I can quote entire episodes. I don't know. I
Dude,
just love rewatching, but it's an interesting thing how people are
what's the
that
chat
different.
say?
Oh yeah, I
What
should
about
do
Ayn
that.
Rand? You don't read The Fountain over and over again? The Fountainhead,
The
No,
Fountain.
she's not.
Fountainhead,
She's not a good.
Oh no.
She's a.
Atlas Shrugged.
She's an objectivist, dude. She's not a libertarian.
Have you
Well,
seen a movie called The Fountain with Hugh
sure.
Jackman?
Yeah, it's three. It's where you see it through different kinds of this kind of star-crossed lovers through different kinds of
Of
worlds.
time,
Like
yeah.
it's the same people, different time, places. It's pretty cool. It's meta. The Fountainhead is you. I get you call her an objectivist, but a lot of people see her as like the patron saint of libertarianism. Like Ron Paul named his son Rand Paul after her. So you know,
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of his either. So
who Rand Paul or Ron
yeah,
Paul or
Ron
both.
Paul, Rand Paul more so, Ron Paul less so.
All
So there we
right,
go.
here we go.
Oh, so we're streaming it. This is awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute it until they get to the.
Don't want to get that
Our rock
strike.
star's coming on. Flat Earth rock star.
So it's gonna be Ryan.
I like that Ryan promotes his music. It's kind of cool. He's a pretty good musician, I think. I like his music. I'd listen to it.
I don't like that he mutes me. And then I tried to message him after the debate to say I understand what was going on. I wasn't upset or anything, even though I was given a hard time during the debate. And his response was to leave me on red.
Wow. Sorry.
He talks behind my back and shit to other people, like he does about Matt Dillahunty. So hey, I'm on a good pedestal, I guess.
I have to talk to Matt. I wonder how he's doing.
Ryan Thy Mod and Ryan Thy Mod is his channel, and he has another one, I think.
I haven't talked to Matt Dillahunty in a while. I used to go on that show. I really just was not a fan of Jimmy Snow, though. I just didn't like. I don't like his personality. I
Yeah,
find him
he's
to be very
weird.
abrasive, and it's not fun to talk to him.
I
There's
should
no
have been
need.
muted. That was bullshit.
There's no need to insult people. I don't like that kind of. You can
I think that,
disagree. Things can get heated up for a second, but just flat out insulting people, that's just one step too far.
I think that was an issue I had on that show. Is like, dude, like they have a different point of view. Like you don't have to keep saying they're stupid. Like they have a different
Hmm.
view. It's okay. Theists and atheists can have different points of view, and you can respect people even if you don't agree with them. You don't have to call
And
them stupid.
people will tend to shut down and retreat into themselves even harder if you're that aggressive and
Correct. I
insulting
agree with you.
towards them. if
I
if
agree.
you're if you're kinder, if you can get them to open up and be more receptive to the message that you're trying to convey.
Yeah, it was the dog whistles. It was being called a demon. It was being called constantly a liar. Anyways,
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Modern Day Debate. Tonight, we're going to be debating the globe phase, flat versus globe versus Austin. Geez, I'm reading this all out of order. My bad. Flat versus globe. It's because your name. Globey McGlobe phase versus Austin Whitsett. And 10 minutes on the floor for you, Austin.
Nice.
Nice. Gets it all messed up.
All right. I hear
a
some
religion.
audio, but
Poisoning the well out of the gate.
I don't know where it's coming from. So heliocentrism has never been proven, and it's a religion, and so
Poisoning the well right out of the gate. Good job, Whitsett.
It's a religion, brothers. This is a religion. Heliocentrism.
Yeah.
It's another religion right next to Buddhism and Jainism.
Fallacy number 1.
I guess I just saw in the email it says like keep Austin on subject or something, and I just heard it's globe versus flat, and it should have been assumed. I don't know what the echo's from. I think it's from someone else though, but I hear me echoing.
Okay,
I
this
don't
is a
hear
good
an
part
echo,
of the
and I
debate.
don't have any
We're going to talk
speaker
about
on.
echoing. Really good. Good start.
Okay. I don't know. I do, but it's all good. Okay. I have no idea. All right. Anyway, so that's so annoying. All right. So, but obviously the actual subject is that the Earth is supposedly a specific thing and it's a model, right? There's a mainstream globe model. What is that, dude? And that's what we're going to talk about. So, heliocentrism is part of it, that the Earth is moving. Obviously, here they'll tell you that.
Okay, I can construct for you a spherical symmetrical universe with Earth at the center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. Physicist George F.R. Ellis. Let's look this up. Sorry, guys, I'm going to look this shit up.
When did he make that quote? Because people's thought on this subject has evolved massively since the theory of relativity. Remember, this is almost 120 years ago, people.
Yeah. So, Philosophy of Cosmology was written Cambridge.
John,
2017.
I don't know if this would be quote mining. I mean, the quote is there, but it's the understanding of people 100 years ago. That's the problem.
This is 2017.
Oh, okay.
So he's not wrong in that regard. So what he's saying is like you can like do the math using other models to explain stuff, but the problem is that relativity, dark energy, dark matter, and expansion is the most parsimonious model. The lambda, is it the lambda B model or whatever it is that we're calling it now? Is just the most parsimonious model that we have to explain the nature of reality right now. So in some regards, he's correct, but science is a preferred methodology that we use to understand empiricism. So deal with it, George F.R. Ellis. And he's a physicist, not a philosopher. So he's not an expert in the field of philosophy anyways. So I'm going to do 1.5 times speed so we don't get too. I'll do 1 1/4.
Oh, don't worry about it because Whitsett had to reset his computer or something. So right now it's just Globey and Ryan. I have the debate live on my other screen muted.
What is going on? That is just philosophical models?
He had some sort of echo or something.
I'm so confused. I hear me talking delayed.
Your talking is coming back to you delayed. Okay.
Okay. Maybe. I don't know what's going on, but
maybe reconnect.
If you want to try dropping out for just a second here, we'll end the screen share. If you want to try rejoining, just because it seems to be happening just on your end. So if you want to just pop out for a second and then pop back in, we'll try to get you going again because it seems like if you're having a delay issue, it's only going to probably trip you up going forward. So
Okay.
yeah, just just click back on this the link I sent you, and we'll try rolling it again. We'll reset the timer.
All right, sounds good.
All right, we'll
I'll
see
be
you in a
right
second.
back. Sorry.
No problem, buddy.
Yeah, I can't. If I'm hearing an echo, I can't get 3 words out. It
No.
just short circuits.
Delay. We're Austin's hearing that. We have a live chat right here. That way we can which so don't mind if you haven't already, hit the like button. This is your chance. Share this out into
So
contentious
the problem
spaces
with
that you
this,
like
he's just
having
trying
these
to argue
discussions.
against
You know, if you're running in
theory of
circles that
relativity
have,
again.
similar discussions,
You know what
let
I'm
them know that they're
saying?
happening here.
So he's not going to let me know when it's. I'll watch here. So he's going to make an argument against relativity again. He's not going to argue for the flat Earth.
Yeah, he never argues for the flat Earth. He knows that's a losing battle.
Yeah. So he's not going to make a claim once again.
Working. Hey, Austin. You working?
Yeah, I guess I have no idea. Everything just went crazy. All right.
Okay. Well, if you're working now, let's restart your timer. And welcome to Modern Day Debate, everybody. Tonight, we're going to be debating globe versus flat Earth. First 10 minutes is on the floor for you, Austin Whitsitt.
Well, yeah. So, I saw. Make sure Austin doesn't go off subject. My experience is that normally that happens the other way around. But anyway, the subject is the Earth actually what we've been told, and that is the globe model. What always happens is people want to focus specifically on sphericity because they can't defend the vast majority of the model, but it's a model, it's a package deal. It says it's tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving around the sun as a sphere, and that it's also curving. So here's a quick deception timeline of how this kind of was born. The idea was born. And then here's the government's involvement with a bunch of stuff. Purely coincidental.
So, but the early part, if you noticed, it wasn't what's the government involvement with globe, Earth, inception, distance to sun, Eratosthenes, globe, first globe model in 1492. That's false. Where'd he get that shit from? First globe model was not Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus was wrong about the size of the globe. Like, he was wrong. What's he talking about? When was the first globe model?
Globe model.
Oh, the first globe was made in. Oh, so he means like the first physical globe. Oh, whatever, dude. He's
Deception
such a
timeline of
con
how
artist.
this kind of bunch of stuff purely coincidental.
So did I hear y'all right?
Goodness.
He's not actually
What's going
arguing
on?
for flat
so-
Earth,
so-
but against
okay.
relativity.
Please.
As
Anyway, so
usual,
we're so
yeah.
it's a package deal basically is the point. So here's a deception timeline.
think
We don't have to go
so.
through this, but you can take a screenshot. Pretty telling. All the intel agencies being founded right after we went and took a little trip to Antarctica. But it's just a coincidence, all of it's a coincidence. So heliocentricity has never been proven, and it is a religion. And I know that's like a triggering word, but it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men. that requires
Heliocentrism.
faith.
Globes,
And,
what kind
belief.
of ropes do you wear
And
for the
that's what
religion?
this is, right? It doesn't require
You
it to be
have
about a
a
deity. So
leader.
here is physical.
What's that?
I'm curious. I'm just like, for the religious garb of the heliocentricists, do you like have like a rosary? Do you have like a robe that you wear? And you have like a cool kind of cap and and you go and say, "Oh Helio, oh Helio." Like I think that'd be pretty cool. That's the religion, right? So that we got to see the rituals that are a part of it.
And it was Martin Behaim that produced the first globe, that made the first actual physical globe in 1492. Anyways.
Sir George Ellis, one of the people that told the truth about this, which is I could create a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at the center, and it would answer all cosmological data, right? But we choose
He's not the
one that we
first
believe in
person
based
to
on
tell the
philosophy, but a lot of people
truth
try to hide
about
that,
that.
right? And so that kind of brings us into the first part, which is the Earth actually moving. The claim that the Earth is spinning at 1,037 miles per hour east of the equator. That's a tangential speed. You have the angular speed of 15 degrees per hour. And so it's a very specific motion claim. And that
These are both lies too. Axial
Ah.
tilt is not 66.6 degrees,
Can
and
you
it's
lower
not
the speed?
66,600 miles.
Can
What?
you lower the speed one tick? It's going a bit too fast, and with Whitsitt, the way he
Yeah,
speaks,
Whitsitt speaks so fast.
it's
Yeah.
insane.
I understand, but it's also a rotational speed. It's not 1,000 miles per hour. It's not rotating around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour with rotation of Earth around the sun. It
I thought it was like
is
68,000. Like if you're
Uh,
going like velocity wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's being facetious just so he can put the 666s over there.
Yeah,
And how
he's
do you
lying
get
intentionally.
666 degrees? What is that?
Yeah, so it's not even that either. It's like
It's actually
23.2 to
23.5
23.5
or something.
degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
if
on a
you're
very,
going-
very slight wobble. So like
Yeah.
it changed just a very little bit. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and he's choosing to do it from the equator from 90 degrees to determine what it is from the equator, but it's really from the north to south axis what the tilt is, which is 23 degrees. He's lying again on both claims. So I really wanted to keep
They
the
do it
speed.
based on like geographic north and geographic south. That's 180 degrees is what they're like. What?
Yes.
That's why
yeah,
you
yeah.
have 0 to 180 and then negative to 0 again. Like
I said, yeah, keep it at speed, but lower it one tick. I don't know what speed. If you have it at 2, lower it to the
Well, I
next
just
one.
want to get caught up too. So.
yeah.
Sure. Thanks.
And it's actually wobbling 3 to 4 different wobbles, depending on the source you look at. And we can't even replicate something actually simultaneously moving 4 different wobbles, but whatever. So these are the supposed.
Yes, you can replicate something having 4 different wobbles.
No,
That's just
Austin said it, so it must be true. I mean, so.
And
It's
the
called
precision of the equinoxes is because of that angular wobble that it has. That's why we get the precession of the equinoxes. This is basic astronomy.
it's called angular math. Just take 1 degree at this magnitude, 1 degree at 2 degrees at this magnitude, 3 degrees at this magnitude. Add them together, you'll get the wobble. Like it's not hard.
I like the
it's-
dishonesty in spinning over 1,000 miles per hour. Like, there's a lot of numbers over 1,000 miles per hour. They couldn't just go ahead and add in those 2 other numbers because linear tangential
Right.
velocity at the equator is like 1,083.
Yeah, and this
So
is
yeah,
at
it's
the
over 1,000, but like that's an intentionally deceitful number. Like, way to
and
say
this
it.
is and this is just at the equator.
Yeah,
So he's
it's
lying, and it's
far slower up.
1,083.
yeah.
So these are both lies. So Austin is lying intentionally because he knows the correct answer. So thank you, Austin, for lying. Poisoning the well, quote mining, and lying several times.
And we're
Some
what, like
motions.
2 minutes in?
And we're tilted, wobbling,
Yeah.
spinning, and then we're orbiting the sun 66,000 miles per hour while we fly through space. Here is someone writing a biography about Einstein. No physical experiment ever proved that the Earth is actually in motion. Here's Einstein himself telling you that all terrestrial experiments were a negative result. That means any
Okay. So he so no physical experiment ever proved that the Earth actually is in motion. That is false. That is false. He said
And that could
optical
have been
experiment.
true. That could have been true at the time, but we have developed a bunch of new technology. Like we have solar filters now, and we can see the sunspot. And when the Earth goes around the sun, you don't see that sunspot anymore.
Not only
Yeah.
that, but like we have these nifty little objects in space that can give a third person perspective of the Earth and show that it is moving.
And this is the actual debate for people that are unsure. We're just correcting his opening.
Yeah, and that
Because
makes
the
us fall
guy's a
behind.
con artist. Because if you don't slow his roll, he'll con you the entire way. He cons you people. He cons you flat earthers.
He says
is
a
a
whole
con
lot of
artist.
stuff in a very little time.
Yes.
Rapid fire nonsense, word salad, misconceptions,
It's not
misrepresented
not-
math.
he says correct things often, but he says
Mhm.
it so fast and he obfuscates it with word. So I don't want to call it word salad because people will take it, well, he's telling the truth. So be careful calling him word salad because people will take that as an insult. When it
that the Earth is actually in motion. Here's Einstein himself telling you that all terrestrial experiments were a negative result. That means any experiment on the Earth can't detect that the Earth is moving around the sun. And if you believe in the current model, you have to believe that you can never actually measure, detect, or prove that it's moving around the sun.
And it's
100 years ago.
yeah, I know. And it's optical tests too. So, anyways.
One that doesn't agree with that disagrees with their model, and therefore we wouldn't even be really debating at that point. You're going to say that also there's a coordinate system, right? A kinematic equivalence in the coordinate system if the sun moves around the Earth or vice.
I don't see kinematic equivalent anywhere on there, but sure.
Hmm.
This is just relativity. He's just explaining relativity. This is not a kinematic equivalent coordinate system. Kinematic is about forces. It's about, without explaining the forces, it's about explaining how things interact without explaining the causes. So it's not about a conversion to coordinate system. So that's a fallacious claim too. So
Well, that's also that part in yellow. That's kind of false dichotomy, is it not? Like it's not either or. Like both the sun and the Earth rotate and are moving through space. Like we're orbiting
Yeah.
the center of the Milky Way galaxy. So like that in and of itself is a false dichotomy. It's not one or the other.
yeah, and as Bob says, if you read his actual book, he explains all this in his actual book, how we know how we're rotating around the sun. It's about frames of reference. So it doesn't matter. So all this is saying, it depends on what frame of reference you're measuring from is what is moving. So this is all this is about, frames of reference. So he's quote mining, and he's taking them out of context, which is a form of lying.
Yep.
Vice versa, equally valid. Here he's saying that terrestrial experiments, he's saying no optical experiment. Even though I believe that the
Oh, now it's no optical experiment. Thank you, Witsit.
Earth is revolving around the sun, I've come to the conclusion that no optical experiment, optics and physics is, of course, light, can actually detect the motion of the Earth, and light is our most precise form of measurement for motion. This comes back to Michelson-Morley, the most grossly misrepresented test by every single person that argues on behalf of the globe. They don't know what this test is actually about. They claim it debunked the ether.
This thing
Know
is
the ether out.
so
You still have to
dead by
explain why did
now.
it detect the motion of the Earth. And I could just pull Einstein up. I've done it 100 times. They keep saying it. Einstein said, without the ether, we still have to explain why we did it detect the motion of the Earth. Then they invoked
You've
contraction.
done it
they invoked
100
time dilation,
times.
they said
You've been
Earth is
proven
falling in a straight
incorrect
path.
101
warping of
times.
space-time, and Newtonian mechanics was wrong, and that is required to explain it. And then the actual measurement that was received had to be an instrumental error. And Einstein said, if it's not, then relativity is wrong, and it collapses like a house of cards. Okay, so we're
False. What Einstein said, this is another lie. It was Lorentz and Gale that appealed to length contraction to explain why there wasn't, why we to save the ether. So Lorentz and Gale saved the ether. Einstein's very clear in the book. Einstein also said, but relativity is more what did he say? It's more basically harmonious because it's more satisfactory is what he said, because it doesn't have
Parsimonious.
yeah, it's more parsimonious, but he said more satisfactory because it didn't have to appeal to the ether. And it also explained Lorentz contractions when it came to CRTs and all the other stuff, all the other problems we had with Lorentz contractions. So relativity saved the day, and we got rid of the ether. So he's misquoting and lying. It's that same the paragraph right after this paragraph, and I think it's page 66, in Einstein's theory of relativity explains exactly that. So he is lying. Lorentz saved the ether by appealing to length contraction. Relativity got rid of the ether. Anyways, I don't know what the chat's saying. Yeah.
I don't know. I saw
We're gonna
there
run
was
through
some
these, but,
blurs in there, so decided not to look at it.
Yeah.
Don't want that headache. I'm already listening to Austin
this is
with
another.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll be able to fly through Globy McClophase. So
Explaining that, well, one option of Michelson-Morley was that the Earth's not moving through space. Objective. That was one of the options. Edward Morley, Albert Michelson, Albert Einstein, Arthur Eddington, every physicist knew it. Hendrik Lorentz, they all knew that one of the answers was that the Earth is not moving because that's what we would expect if it wasn't moving. Here's Arthur Eddington saying that you have to actually claim the apparatus contracted to explain it, meaning there should have been a measurement, but the apparatus contracted just the right amount to make it look like
false. It had to have contracted if you had to save the ether. He's lying. That was to save the ether. It says it right there in the book. It says it right there in Einstein's Theory of Relativity book. That's written for people with a college education. So if you don't have a college education, the book's not meant for you to understand. What's it? Sorry, I'm ranting.
Oh, I love it. I love it. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
So
It says it right in the front of the book, the front matter of the book. This, and it says this book is for general college educated people because the theory of relativity is way too complicated for you to understand.
Oz, I just want to say that I think it warms my heart to think that you have enough faith in Austin Whitsitt that he would read a book on an intellectual level.
Okay, I'm going to play the thing.
Earth's not moving. So, long story short, this is him explaining it. We can go to this later if we have to, but here I'm explaining that if it's not instrumental error, relativity is wrong. And here he is saying it again 4 years later. This is really grossly misrepresented, so I threw this in here. This is all the replications since then that have shown the same results. That it is an instrumental error, and it's been consistently measured. In fact, the friendship changes with altitude, it changes with the periodicity of the sun and the moon, and the solar motion, meaning it changes throughout.
Okay, DeMaio, James DeMaio. This is funny. Okay, I read his paper. I've read all these papers. These papers, these papers, these papers, these papers, this paper. I've read most of these papers, at least half of these papers. I've done videos on most of them. James DeMaio runs this thing called what is it called? Orgasmic Energy, Organa Energy Institute. So there was this dude, he's not here, that created this institute that he thought that Miller discovered orgasmic energy, that he was appealing to Freudian libido energy, that they thought that was like a universal energy, and they can actually use it to heal people. So this guy, I can't remember his name now. Darn it, I'd have to look it up. Anyway, so and this place is in Oregon. So he's like the head of this institution in Oregon that wrote this paper. And so he thinks it's organic energy, but it's organic or organic cosmic energy. It's orgasmic energy because it's based on the libido that can heal people that's drifting in a certain direction. So that's what he's appealing to. It's sort of funny. Anyway,
Anybody who has seen The Office and knows who Robert California is, going through my mind right now is the everything is sex. That you must understand this is a universal truth. That's what that made me think of that whole time, Oz.
yeah. It's so funny, but it is instrument error, and all these have been re-verified and tested in controlled environments. And so these are all done in uncontrolled environments, and all of these measure ether drift and have concluded that the Earth is drifting towards the Draco constellation or somewhere. Most of these, like DeMaio, Galev, and Miller, believe the Earth is drifting towards the Draco constellation through the universe. So he's appealing to all these papers. They all believe the Earth is orbiting around the sun, right? Probably all of them do. I haven't read all of them, but all the ones I've read believe the Earth is orbiting around the sun and believe that the solar system is drifting through the ether towards wherever. But they just appeal to an ether and reject relativity. All of them refute the globe or the flat Earth model. All of them. That's some law of MC Tunes too.
Yeah.
Okay, we're like way behind. Take note, flat earthers.
Throughout the year. So the actual sky dictates what your interference pattern is. This is a major problem because the globe claims that there should be no interference pattern because you can't detect the orbit of the Earth. So that actually refutes heliocentrism on space right there. And this is Einstein saying everything occurred on the Earth as if the Earth's in a state of rest. So as long as we can be on the same page, there's a belief that the Earth is actually orbiting around the sun, but you can't verify it. You can't prove it. Everything's going to happen on the Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest. There's a kinematic equivalence. It means any motion you see in the sky could equally be explained if the Earth is stationary. And that's what the model says. Anyone representing the
Kinematic equivalent, just to be very clear. Anybody else know what that means?
Mm-mm.
Okay, kinematic equivalent just means we can create a formula to describe the interaction of bodies, but it doesn't describe the cause. Okay, so it's saying we can use 9.8 meters per second squared to say that's how fast things accelerate to the ground, but we don't explain why it happens. So all kinematics is describing the motion. It's not
Okay.
describing the cause. So when he appeals to kinematics, he's just appealing to the motion we see, the observation, not the cause for the observation.
Not the root. Okay.
Yeah. So the dynamics is the cause. The kinematics is what we experience.
And is he misrepresenting what kinematics is?
Yeah. No. Well, he's talking about kinematic equivalence, by the way, reality in the Neo-Tychonian model. Yeah. So he might be Bob mentions he might be appealing to the Neo-Tychonian model. I've heard him, I think, appeal to the Neo-Tychonian model before. That's sort of like
Yes.
a geocentric model where all the planets do this wiggly orbit around the Earth. I have a video of that too somewhere, but
Yeah, and they have to change speeds. Like they have to have acceleration and deceleration on that, and there's no mechanism. I've asked. There's no mechanism they can give on why the planets accelerate and decelerate, because it's not a true model.
yeah, because they go around and they go like this, like these circles around, like. And some of them do. It depends on the orbits of the planets, but because it's presuming the Earth is stationary and everything's orbiting around the Earth. It's the Neo-Tychonian, or Bob said what it was, the Neo-Tychonian model. I learned that from Neo, by the way. Neo used to argue for that.
Yep.
The model that says anything other than that are misrepresenting the model and not being honest. So, and then of course, the rotational claim we can get into as well, but the pendulum doesn't work. The ring laser gyro doesn't work, and we can get into specifics of that. So, motion's never been truly verified other than reifying it and begging the question. And of course, the big one here is that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, means that it's curving at a certain rate. I think I am like 5 minutes in. So, if you have the radius value here, and everyone knows what that is, the distance from the center of a circle or a sphere, then the Earth's going to curve at a certain rate. And for intents and purposes, up to about 1,000 miles, that's roughly 7.98 inches per mile squared. It actually gives the globe the benefit of the doubt. Actually predicts less curvature than the globe actually does. So that is beneficial to the globe proponents if we're trying to see.
What did he just say?
Was okay. There was a lot there, but it sounded like he said something about 8 inches per mile squared gives less curvature than the actual globe model would, and so it's more beneficial for us to use 8 inches per mile squared than to use actual trigonometry.
He's wrong. 8 inches per mile squared produces a hyperbola.
A parabola. Yeah, it's a parabolic approximation and works good for about up to 1,000 miles, give or take, depending on where you are. But yeah, it's a parabolic approximation, and it does not work for the whole globe, like for the entire surface of the globe.
Yeah, you need pi if you're going to make circle calculations.
Yeah. You got to have trigonometry in there, so there's no getting around because it's a sphere. So,
no, a parabola doesn't really produce a half circle.
No,
so
it's
get
like
close.
It goes way
close,
too steep.
but not perfect. It won't perfectly get a half circle.
Right.
Actually predicts less curvature than the globe actually does. So that is beneficial to the globe proponents if we're trying to see if there is curvature for all observations under 1,000 miles. Now, what we know in reality is that the horizon is not a physical place. And the way this all started was we were told boats disappear over the curve of the Earth. That's how we know the Earth's evolved. Then we went out and we found out that no, the boat looks like it disappears, but when I pull out optics, I can see the boat again. So guess what they did? They moved the goalpost and said, but no, eventually you can't bring it back.
1 second.
Yeah, you're changing what you said.
Yeah, you can zoom in the boat and get more resolution from the zoom, but keep waiting, and then
Exactly.
zoom again. There's a point where there's no amount of zoom that you can get. You can even bring a telescope, and there's no magnification that will bring that boat back.
Yeah, and the horizon could be described as either a concrete physical location that is a great circle around you, that's a tangent line from your eyes down, where that tangent line would strike the surface of the earth. That would be the horizon. So it would be a great circle. So if you think of the great circle, though, too, like it would be a circle. So that's why you don't see curve. It's you're like in the middle of the circle looking around. You don't see the curve. But unless you get above it, then you start seeing the curve. That's why you have to go 35,000 feet or above 35,000 feet to start noticing it with our eyes. And really, you have to go much higher that really to significantly see it, which is the problem. And
the understanding, like the misunderstanding, I should say, of the Earth, it's unbelievably large. Like, we are very, very tiny. If you want to put a single human next to the Earth, we are so unbelievably tiny. And being on top of this big ass ball, we won't see the curve until we get further away from it.
Yeah. So like you imagine like what 3 miles is. I mean, I'm like a little speck. So the tangent line for me being like a speck on top of here will be like a speck around here. It's just going to be a little circle 3 miles around me. It's basically 3 miles around, unless there's hills or whatever that's going to obscure part of it. So that's all it is. It's like a 3 mile circle. Depends how tall you are, I guess, and what elevation you're at, and all that stuff. But that's basically it. And the parent horizon is based on all types of factors. It's based on like cloud, or the air quality, refraction, and all that stuff. And he's going to talk about that. And that's what you actually see is what the apparent horizon is, to visually see. But what you visually see is just your subjective experience or reality. What is physically there would be the tangent line from your eyes, which would be the concrete physical horizon. So you can describe it in both ways. There's no problem. They get upset when you do that. Whatever, they can whine and cry, whatever. But as long as you're clear about the terms, there's no problem with that.
There you go.
So let's start with step one. Definitively, you can prove that the boat appears to disappear, but actually you can bring it back. It's not because of the curve of the Earth. So therefore, boats can disappear in the distance despite it not being curve of the Earth. Now, the horizon moves around. It's not actual. It's just where we got the word horizon was horizontal. It's a vanishing point in the distance. Everything in the sky converges down. The ground converges up. A basic perspective, we see that the horizon is an optical diffraction limit based on our angular resolution, and it's just an optical place in the distance. And it changes based on atmospheric conditions, etc. This is very interesting. So,
but was he just showing reflection and saying that was the horizon? Like, is he showing a reflection and then saying that bottom line is the apparent horizon, but the top line is the real horizon?
I don't know I think so.
But because you can very clearly see that's a reflection.
Yeah, half the boat's being
boat reflected on the water.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
What?
I don't know, dude. They're confused.
Atmospheric conditions, etc. This is very interesting. So, if you actually look at the angular resolution limit of the human eye being about 1 arc minute, right, which is approximately between 0.02 and 0.03 degrees, and it gives you an angle of exactly 0.0217062 degrees of the human eye. When you take the angular resolution limit of the human eye and you actually multiply it by a certain wavelength of the typical conditions assumed of visible light, you can actually end up getting the exact radius of the Earth. So where things would fall below the resolution limit of the human eye,
when I
roughly
say
3 miles per 6 foot observer, is exactly where the...
Because he's saying a lot of stuff that actually has meaning, but he's also glossing over some of the more specific things. Like he said, when you factor in a certain yada yada, he's not giving exact numbers because he knows he can't on the spot, because he doesn't know the numbers to give so that it would match what he says it matches. But
Mhm.
he's saying things that do have meaning and are can actually be correct. But there are so very, very few people, and probably even less so here right now, and even in the chat, that could just straight up grab what he's saying and know exactly what he's saying and do it on the spot, which is why I call it word salad, because nobody really
Yeah.
understands what he's saying, even though what he's saying might be correct or might actually have meaning. It just doesn't have meaning to anybody present.
And you notice he's saying everybody's being gaslit by explaining it
goodness.
using trigonometry based on individual personal perspective.
Trigonometry is gaslighting because it proves that the earth
Yeah.
isn't flat.
Like
heard
that's
it
what he's
here
doing. Like this,
first.
this is fake, but this his nonsense is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Globe claims that the curvature of the Earth would start obstructing things. If you actually look at the math, it's exactly the same. If you look right here, we have the equation on one of these pages. Oh, it's actually being hidden here, but it actually gives you, if you do the math and you assume spherical geometry is blocking it in the distance, it gives you 3,958.8 miles. And in fact, it matches up to like 10 decimal places, the exact supposed radius of the Earth. What a coincidence. Angular resolution limit of the eye can literally be reverse engineered, assuming the Earth's a sphere causing things to be obstructed, and you get the exact radius value, 3,958.8. That's a coincidence. If you're a globe earther, that's a coincidence. So anyway, we could get into that if we need to. And then I'm going to run through, I think I have like a couple minutes left. We'll run through some basic
Outside
evidence.
the
So all
coincidence.
minute and a half. All engineering uses plane survey, which is neglects any notion of a curvature up to 100 square miles. Then we do it in segments. That's 66 feet.
Notice he does 66.6 feet again. The 20 meters is not 66.6 feet, by the way, people. He's just
But then
estimating.
he will say he's not religious.
Oh, he is. He's just denying having beliefs. But he believes in God. He's just obfuscating because they're weird about it. That's what I was complaining about earlier about epistemology. People that deny having beliefs is very cringe, people. And they're just
Oh, and-
emulating you. They're just pretending to be just like you when to denying having beliefs.
And we've heard him here on this very show saying that he knows that the earth is flat. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
how?
I know it's a globe. But guess what? All knowledge, all claims to knowledge are claims to belief. That's how language works, dude. Anyways, plane surveying, like this is true. No two parallel line, no two plumb lines are parallel. We know that. And guess what? Globey will go over it because he knows this argument very well.
Yes.
In each direction of curvature, yet we have to assume the Earth is flat to actually build things. So when people say still no flat Earth evidence right after this presentation concludes, they would be neglecting all actual engineering in the real world. Specular reflections require a flat surface. You can't replicate one without one. If the water was convex or concave, you wouldn't have that because you would have a diffused reflection. We have them over dozens of miles. Here's the horizon constantly moving, proving that it's optical. We have long distance laser tests, and here's a very interesting one. See what Globe says about this. So on a globe, the horizon is going down and away from your feet in all directions. It's a globe. But as we increase in altitude, the horizon rises with us. So as I get higher, the ground should be getting further and further away from my feet, down and away from me. On a plane Earth, it would rise with us, and that's quite literally what we see. So see if they get that right. And I'm just going to wrap it up. We have long distance mirror flashes.
No, it
radio
wouldn't,
waves,
because
we
the
heard
Earth
all
is
this.
We have many
unbelievably
different-
massive. It is huge. You assume a flat area because of how large it is, and and sure, as you're going up, it appears to stay with you to a certain point. Until you get past a certain point, then it begins to fall away, and you begin to see that it is spherical.
This shows curve in this video right here. This is a beautiful example of curve. Watch as more of the water's exposed as the drone goes up and sees further out and sees more water.
Away from my feet, down and away from me. On a plane Earth, it would rise with us.
More
That's
land.
quite literally what we see.
More land
So
being
see if they get that
exposed.
right. And now I'm just going to wrap it up. We have long distance.
That's water that's being blocked. The drone's going up and seeing more water that's being blocked by the curvature of the lake. That is proof right there of curvature. Thank you, Witsit, for proving curvature.
Second law of Flirt, their sources always debunk them. I think that's
flashes, radio waves. We can get into all the specifics later, but we have many different tests that have falsified the curvature of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth is not curving anywhere,
Zero.
what is it? So what we're left with is a stationary topographical plane. And yeah, so the empirical evidence requirement is on those making the claim that all of that's just an illusion, and actually the Earth is the exact opposite of what we see and use it as. So that's the burden.
No.
All
You
right.
have the
Thank you so
claim
much for that there.
too.
And we will thank Austin for his opening statement there.
He made
Just
the
remind everybody
claim.
once again, we are going to be doing super chats at the end of our discussion. So if you have questions for either of our speakers, the earlier you get them in, the sooner they're going to be asked. So 10 minutes on the floor. Over to you, Globey. And thank you so much for being here.
Sure.
The good stuff.
Let me share my screen.
Ready when you are. All right, 10 minutes starting now.
All right, so we just listened to 10 minutes of zero flat Earth proof, which was expected. But here we go. We can actually demonstrate the Earth's curvature and measure it instead of talking about trying to falsify things like relativity and showing incorrect videos with drones flying that are not level. How do you know that drone was level? But we can get into that. We're talking about globe proof. We can look at very simple things that prove the globe. For example, 24-hour Antarctic sun for 4 months out of the year. Well, up to 6, depending where you are. Impossible on flat Earth for very obvious reasons. Now, flat earthers have just said, no, these are all fake, and come up with various reasons to claim they're fake, all of which have no bearing at all. And we can go through those one by one, if you guys like. Star trails, very simple second proof of the globe. Everyone in the southern hemisphere sees the same star trails looking south around the central point of rotation called Sigma Octantis is the star closest to the center of that rotation. Doesn't matter where you are. I've done this observation myself on TikTok with 2 live observers, one in Australia, one in South Africa, both looking south-southwest on their compass at the same exact moment in time and looking at the Southern Cross in the sky. Taking into account magnetic declination, those kind of things. This is over 90 degrees of difference on the flat Earth map, looking this way and looking this way. So declination doesn't really make up for that. It's about a 10-degree difference. So that's not an answer to this. This is impossible on flat Earth without invoking some sort of magic. Okay, where it does work is on the globe, because again, everyone in the south, right here, is looking south towards the central point of rotation. Now, why are there 2 points of central rotation in the sky? I don't know, maybe because we have an axis. And those 2 points are directly over those axes, the center of axis of rotation. Okay. No explanation for this on flat Earth. Another simple one, sunsets. The sun sets at an angle to the south from your right shoulder to your left shoulder when you're staring west at the sunset. It sets to the south everywhere south of the equator. It sets straight up and down at the equator and sets to the right or to the north of the equator. Doesn't matter what time of year, doesn't matter where the sun is relative to the observer, whether it's north of them or south of them. If you're south of the equator, the sun sets to the left. Now, I don't think I have to explain why that's impossible on a flat Earth, but the sun circles counterclockwise here. It could never, say from Africa here or South America, it could never appear to be setting down towards the ice wall. It's impossible. Again, it doesn't matter where the sun is, north or south of you. Then we have things like southern flights, direct flights. Qantas 64, for example, that flies direct from Johannesburg to Sydney, 12-hour flight. That would be the flight path here. Even if you made it a straight line, which it's not because it flies out over the ocean, it's at least double the distance of this flight here, which is American Airlines 52 flight from Miami to Tel Aviv. Yet they're the same distance and flight time. Now, flat earthers will invoke magical air currents that whisk the plane faster one way versus the other. Yet they fly the same path there and back. So now you're going to say that the air currents have to be flipping over the same point of the Earth to try to make the plane fly faster one way or the other. It's absolute nonsense. There's many examples like this where, as you would expect on a globe, it's symmetrical, right? These are at the same latitude, north and south, these 2 flights. You would expect them to be symmetrical. You would expect them to be the same distance in time. You would expect all that. And that's what happens in reality. Yet flat earthers have to invoke some magic that doesn't exist and they can't prove. Okay. Time check.
Yeah, right now you're at 5.5.
All right. And last but not least, we're going to look at some Earth curve measurements. Okay, because why look at anything else if you can just actually measure Earth's curvature? So we can use things called reciprocal zenith angles, which is this picture here on the right, in which case you have a measuring device here, theodolite, and a target on the other side. This is what it would look like on a globe, obviously. This angle here, A and B, would be something more than 90 degrees, and that's what we would expect on a globe. If this was flat, which you have to visualize, I don't have a picture for you, but those angles would be 90 degrees. So you can do this test over and over again, various locations, test it repeatedly, different weather, different locations, and measure these angles. And they should be 90 degrees on a flat Earth. Turns out they are never 90 degrees. They're always over 90 degrees. And we have this example right here, which is done by surveyor Jesse Kozlowski. And it measured 1 minute and 12 seconds of angle between the observer and the target over 7,300 feet. Okay. I'm sorry, I measured 1 minute 7 seconds. The expected measurement was 1 minute 12 seconds, according to the globe math at the current accepted radius of Earth. Okay. So you got very close, even considering refraction, which it's only just over a mile. Not going to be much refraction there, but if you include refraction, you're still within that margin of error here. And this can be done over and over again. There's a few examples here from Baron Rutledge, who does this all the time live. He's on TikTok. He shows these measurements. He shows him setting it up. He shows everything, right? Live. So this is an excellent way to go through it and actually just measure the curvature of the Earth yourself instead of claiming it's flat. Now, what flat earthers won't do is ever show a measurement of anything being flat. They just try to discredit the globe model, which never works, but they try to discredit the globe model. but they'll never actually just go and measure anything. And no laser test overlay is not measuring something that's a laser test that's light. Okay, nothing was ever measured in those tests. So I would love to see a measurement of flat Earth. Here's another one from let's see. Here's some laser test pictures from FE Core. I just threw these in here to show why laser tests are inaccurate. You see that bending light there. Lasers refract just like any other light, so that needs to be taken into account, which it never was in the FE Core demonstrations. And they show things like this, which they claim proves flat Earth, yet they don't show the non-distorted image like this on the right. Right? Look at these cranes over here. They look like a funhouse mirror, right? Obviously, there's heavy refraction going on there, but they'll never show you the clear observation day like this. Here's the measurement I skipped. It was the main surveyor. You can go check out his stuff. It's very good. You can say I just show you that there's a link to the full YouTube video of him doing it, but the result was 180 degrees, 17 minutes. I'm sorry, 17.1 seconds. So this was, again, over 180 degrees, which proves that there is a tilt between those two objects. Okay? And this can be done repeatedly and consistently. Okay? There is no flat Earth evidence in conclusion.
It costs $30 to rent a
We'll keep going with the
theodolite
discussion,
per day
and
in the
we'll
US.
do back and forth if we get too much crosstalk, because we know there's going to be an exciting one. So if you're hanging out in the live chat, smack that like button like it owes you money, because we appreciate when you guys beat it around. That's really awesome. And big thanks to all of our mods hanging out in the chat right now. We also really appreciate you guys and your efforts. So let's get into open discussion. Over you, Austin. Let's kick it.
Okay, yeah.
Same goes for
First of all, it's funny the
Matters
laser you
now,
showed,
likewise.
the light's bending up, and actually FE Core counted for the refractive index and knew it was going to be bending up and specifically predicted it based on the index and then observed it. But you guys need to claim that it's bending down and going around the Earth. But whatever. I think this is the bigger part to talk about, Fest. You say they never show any measurements. Did you miss the part where like all engineering use plane survey measurements? Would you agree that we use plane survey measurements as if the Earth is flat?
No, I disagree.
There are the
In fact, Baron Rutledge is a surveyor. He's the land surveyor, and he shows exactly how he's calculating all these things. And he does not assume a flat Earth in the calculations. So saying they're assuming flat Earth in these calculations is absolutely nonsense.
So plane surveying doesn't treat the Earth like it's flat. It actually accounts for curvature.
Yeah, basic formulas account for curvature. And even if it didn't, that's still not a measurement of flatness. That's assuming over short distances that something is negligible. Okay, I know what you're trying to say, right? But why does geodetic surveying take into account curvature in everything they do, right?
Well, you're diverting away. So first you made the claim that there are no flat Earth measurements, because it sounds good. You guys always say that, but there specifically are. All engineering uses plane survey, and I can read it right here. Quote, plane surveying is a survey in which the
Show
Earth's
the
surface is assumed
numbers.
to be a plane, and
Measurements
curvature of the
are
Earth is
numbers.
ignored.
Yeah, you're
That this
reading.
is
What's that?
I was saying, show the numbers with it. Measurements are numbers.
Yeah, he did show the numbers. Globy did.
No, I was saying with it. That's what
I know.
Globy was saying. Like means whenever he doesn't, they don't show measurements. Like they say the word measurement, but they don't show the number. Like where show me the number showing flatness, but they never do.
A hasty, like Bob said, hasty generalization fallacy on wits. It's saying they all do it, but Globy just showed 3 different people that don't do it.
used for up to
Talking
100.
point off Google. Okay, that's not a source.
What? This is
Yeah, that's not a source.
civil engineering textbook.
Really, what is a civil engineering textbook? Because I can pull you up a leveling surveying manual right now that tells differently.
All right, so it's a civil engineering textbook, and there's like 4 sources on here. I'll show it. I'll link it. But this is what's so funny. This is obvious. Your model claims like, oh, the curvature is so small that it's basically negligible. So when
short
you
distances.
look over long distances and assume that there's curvature, right, by actually cherry picking the data and then accounting for refraction and changing the R value, that is a measurement. But when it's more accurate at shorter distances using the exact same method, that is not a measurement. Is that correct? That's what you just said, right?
How is it more accurate at short distances? Why would that be a thing?
Because the accuracy of like a theodolite is much more accurate at shorter distances. This is why when we build things, we build them in small, like 100 to 200 feet increments of measurements, because it ensures accuracy.
You're
As you
making those
increase
measurements.
turbulence, as you increase turbulence of the medium in different types of conditions, right? The longer distance, you have to account for that more. That's why when they actually build things, they measure it in very small increments. So it's well known, and every surveyor will tell you that obviously the shorter increment measurements are the most accurate ones.
That's because as you get further away, the curvature becomes more pronounced.
Didn't
You just
he
said,
say
why would
that
it be more
the
accurate?
theodolite measurement that they did,
Yes.
that one example he gave was 7,300 feet?
Yes.
Yeah,
It
that's
was
not
1 minute,
that's not a very
12
short
seconds.
distance. That's not 120 feet. That's
And it was 1
Quite a
minute,
bit more.
12 seconds error, like,
Yeah.
or over 180. So it showed curve. And it showed downward curve. So even if it was refraction, it would be downward. Like he's wrong. Even so, either he just falsified FE core or he proved curve. Good job, Witsit.
So what's your point?
But you can see that the shorter measurements are more accurate.
Yeah, shorter measurements are always more accurate. Especially
Then
when
why'd you
we're
say
talking
why
about
would
the
they be
globe.
more? Why'd you say why would they be more accurate?
Please answer the question. Why over longer distances do we use geodetic surveying?
Oh, because people assume the Earth's a sphere.
It's assumption. So when they build long distance things, we just have to assume things are curving to get them right.
Nope.
Like long distance tunnels.
No. So even when we build
Yes.
bridges, tunnels, all of that for all engineering, for 100 square miles,
Bridges are known to be diverting from each other, the towers. So that's a non-point. Again,
Are you okay? So we use plane
I'm
survey.
okay. You're making things up. The towers of the Verrazano Bridge, for example, divert away from each other.
Yeah.
Measurably.
And
The same
yeah.
way I just showed you the measurements of these theodolites diverting away from each other.
Because of tension and the amount of diversion in the bridge is nowhere close to what the curvature of the Earth would be. The fact you guys still run around saying that they're like 3 millimeters of diversion is Earth curvature is pretty funny. You guys didn't just go do the math and prove that has nothing to do with Earth curvature. It's based on the actual structural integrity of the bridge and the tension. But you're running away.
You show me,
I want
you
to
show me a
acknowledge-
reference on that.
I want you to
You show me
acknowledge.
a reference on that.
The
Wait,
tension
I
would
want you
be
to
pulling
acknowledge we
toward
absolutely
each
do
other,
have flat Earth
wouldn't it?
measurements because
You
we
don't.
measure plane survey.
What?
Would the tension not be pulling because the cables are between each tower, right? So it would be pulling them toward each other, not away.
Well, he would say that. I think he's wanting to say, well, you want the extra tension pulling away so it doesn't like collapse in, is what Witz is trying to say. I think. Because he doesn't understand that the towers are straight. All right, the towers are plumb and are not perpendicular.
Mm-hmm.
So that 3 millimeter difference is the towers are plumb, perfectly plumb, or as plumb as we can make them, but they're not perpendicular. Witsit. You don't know what you're talking about, Witsit, or you do. You probably do know what you're talking
And are
about.
intentionally lying about it.
Look at his face.
They
Do
measure
I
the
have
Earth as if it's flat for
That's not a
engineering
flat
up
Earth
to.
measurement. That's
So
an
it-
assumption because over a certain amount of
Awesome. Just because you have had the floor for a little bit here, so let's let Wilby have a chance here to respond.
He just interrupted me.
over a certain distance, shorter distances, there are assumptions you can make that Earth. When I'm building a deck, I don't need to include the Earth's curve measurements. It's irrelevant at that distance. Okay. But
So
if you were to actually measure it, you could measure it. For example, the example I just showed you, right? That was 7,000 feet. That was a little over a mile. Okay. That measured 1 minute and 7 seconds of arc. Do you know how small that is?
Yeah, I understand.
I'm not sure you do, Austin.
Yeah, but you are.
Because you wouldn't need to account for 1 minute and 7 seconds of arc when you're building a deck at your house or a building.
That's what you say, but over 10
what I say.
miles, over 10 miles,
Well,
over 10 miles, obviously it's going to be important, certainly when it's 100 square miles, which means 10 miles in each direction from where you're starting. So that would be significant feet of curvature drop that you
Sure.
completely neglect in reality, according to all plane survey and engineering documents, textbooks, and even government documents talking about engineering. This is basic stuff. So all engineering up to 100 square miles completely neglects the notion that the Earth is curving and uses plane survey. That would be flat Earth measurement if you're claiming that you can use the same instrument way further outside of the accuracy range, and then somehow that's a curved Earth measurement, right? So stop saying that.
Why is it outside of the accuracy range? What are you talking about?
We just covered that it's way more accurate at shorter distance, and you conceded to that, right?
Depends on what you're measuring. This theodolite in this observation here was a T2 Herrenberg, and it's accurate up to 20 miles.
Wait. Did you or did you not agree that shorter measurements are more accurate?
You're just conflating the issue now. This theodolite is accurate up to 20 miles.
Okay, that's
Okay.
this
So-
is what's a fact, right? Say with your reciprocal zenith angle, since you obviously won't concede that we do have flat Earth measurements objectively because we have
You don't.
all geodetic surveying. What it does is it takes the plane survey data and it stitches it together to get the distances in the first place, and then they look out over distances and make separate measurements, assuming the Earth's a curved surface, right? And then they apply a curvature to it. This is a fact. The way we have distances is plane survey measurements. We don't measure distances with geodetic surveying. We actually use the plane survey data, stitch it together, and then you guys go out there and use geodetic surveying, right? Assuming it's a sphere, and then what you have to do is cherry pick the data, use a weighted mean within a certain threshold of a predetermined window. Then you weight the mean, you assume a refraction value. The guy you invoked, Jesse Kowalski or whatever his name is, I debated him and he admitted to me that if he didn't cherry pick the data, his R value would have been way too big.
Guarantee he didn't admit anything of the sort to you. But anyway,
Literally did.
can you explain to me how we measure these things over these distances and why are we measuring these drops over these distances?
Okay, sure.
And
So
why do they match? Why do they match the curve of the Earth?
they don't. So this is what's also very funny about it. So when you actually look into reciprocal zenith angles, they almost never match the actual claimed divergence of the globe. And if you're on a small distance, right, it's barely any. And then they claim that refraction messes with it. And I've heard people try to say that refraction doesn't, but I have the Journal of Geophysical Research right here, 2010, talking about how the vertical temperature gradients between 0.5 and 0.1 km during the day and 1 to 2 km shortly after sunset, it reduces the variability of K to the range of -2 to +5. Our results show that frequently used Gaussian refraction coefficient of plus 0.13 is not suited for describing refraction effects in the lower atmosphere. Specifically, the reciprocal zenith angles are affected by refraction. Of course, you're hijacking optics, and it doesn't actually match the globe. You have to add refraction and say, well, it's close enough. This is the globe Earth still, man. And then I'll let you go. It is, well, yeah, but it shouldn't be diverging at all. Sure, it doesn't actually match the globe exactly, but it shouldn't be diverging at all. So you agree it doesn't actually match the globe, right? Like you have to doctor it and take weighted means. And
I agree. You're telling me what I agree on.
I'm asking.
Sorry, I'm using some words out here.
Name one thing I said that was word salad. Can you define word salad?
Can you just say random words with no meaning because you're reading them on the screen and don't understand what you're saying?
You just made up a new definition of word salad? So what specifically did I
Just
say
make
that
up words and put them all together and make them sound like something.
but word salad's incoherent rambling that doesn't have any meaning?
Yeah. Can you explain what
No,
you
it's
said there?
not.
It's
Yeah,
just raw.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I did already. There's
No,
refraction.
you,
that
didn't. You
takes-
read off your screen. Can you explain?
There's
what
both. No, I explained it. There's both vertical and lateral refraction that happens in the atmosphere, admittedly, right? Even
Mhm.
accounting, you have to account for these in reciprocal zenith angles. I talked to Jesse specifically about the measurements you're invoking. I debated him about them. He admitted that you have to account for refraction. He said that when you account for refraction and you take a predetermined window, so any measurement that falls outside of that, you don't count them. Then you add a weighted mean to what you do take the measurements down as. So you're cherry picking. You're already cherry picking just the window you presuppose the globe would predict. Then you're going to put a weighted mean. So the closest to the globe prediction gets the highest weight, right? Most weight. You get your average. Then you account for refraction. And he said if you get within like 80, 85%, it's considered considered a success. I asked him then, what would happen if you didn't throw out the other measurements? He said, oh, the radius value you would get would be way too big. So that is objectively what they do, right? So that's just taking the question, reifying the globe model, many other things. It's cherry
So if they
picking.
get within 88% of the accuracy that they expect.
Anecdote.
They have
Anecdote.
to fluctuate it by 15 to 20% on average after
Mhm.
throwing out most of the measurements, and then they get within 85%.
Oh, they throw out most of the measurements. That's weird because he showed all of his measurements.
No, he specifically explains that he writes down the ones within his predetermined window and assumes error or extreme conditions if it falls outside that window. That's just what they do, man.
That's it.
He
Do
says,
not
he
do
says,
that.
he says, show it. Like,
They-
You
they
keep
write down
saying
all-
that people say things, but you're not showing where they say these things or have any evidence that they said these things. So
Mm.
it's a non sequitur. Like you keep saying it, but it's anecdotal at best.
That is
Like,
something he does
Globey
all the
showed
time.
measurements.
And that is something he does all the time. He's spoken to physicists, he's spoken to astronauts, he's spoken to a bunch of people, and you never see the evidence. You never see like a clip of his own stream or whatever. Yeah, that's a very dishonest tactic.
Anecdote, anecdote, conspiracy cry, anecdote, conspiracy. There you go. I'm a flat earther
Glo-
now.
Globey showed the actual measurements too, and Witzett's not showing shit, not describing shit. He's just saying
Exactly.
somebody else said something, which is pure hearsay.
And he's invoking like measurements of people who are not assuming flat earth, but are in fact using globe measurements. And he's saying, oh yeah, that proves flat earth. Those are your measurements. Like, no. Show a measurement, show a number that shows that the earth is flat. You claiming that these numbers that are done with globe math are showing the earth is flat is not a flat earth showing of numbers, of measurement, of real life measurement. It's not, it doesn't work that way, Austin. You have to go and measure it yourself physically, go and do the measurement, do the work, do the math, and then show how your measurement, your calculations show that the earth is flat. Don't just take globe math and say, oh, it actually proves the earth is flat. No, it doesn't.
There's no need to come on here and lie like this. It's pretty,
That's all you
it's
guys
really
just to
condescending.
claim I'm lying. Okay, so
You're claiming what you're claiming is all land surveyors are taking measurements, and then most of them are flat, and some of them don't make sense, and they just throw everything out and go, yeah, I like these three. These three work. I'm gonna use those.
no, let me help you out here, man.
Earth's a
They,
globe.
they assume the Earth's a globe. They don't think they're doing anything other than trying to go out and make more accurate measurements of the globe they think they live on. We have a predicted range of where the measurement should be if we are on a globe, right? We have a predicted value for standard refraction. We go out there, we make our measurements, and then sometimes they fall outside of that predetermined window. It's called a tolerance. They just assume, they throw those out and assume there's some type of either user error or extreme conditions because we know that based on the globe and standard conditions, it has to fit within this window. Okay, so they cherry pick that specific portion. And he told me if he didn't do that, the R value would be way too big. He point blank explained that.
You know what's weird though? I've watched land surveyors do it live on TikTok. Barron does it live on TikTok, and guess what? He's never done thrown out observations like you're talking about.
Really? So he went out there and made a measurement live on TikTok and it immediately matched the globe. That's your claim?
Yeah.
Really? What was the refraction he accounted for?
Standard atmospheric refraction.
So
We're only
standard
talking about
atmosphere-
a few thousand feet.
So you see the point though, is that a few thousand feet, it's not much divergence.
Yeah,
Make
it's
sure
not
that the
gonna be
audience
much refraction.
understands. Make sure the audience knows what we're talking about. If you're on a globe that's 25,000 miles in circumference, right, and you drop a plumb line, which is a vertical plumb bob on the Earth, right, on a flat Earth, it's perpendicular to the plane Earth. On the globe Earth, you can treat it like it's perpendicular to the plane Earth, but it's just a tangent and it's down relative to the center of mass. So as you increase distance away, they'll start diverging out on a globe. At 2,000 feet, that's basically nothing. That means it would basically diverge out like nothing.
Like nothing. Like what's the measurement on nothing?
It's just an incredibly small amount. It's just an
But you know we're talking
But
about
you
here.
can still measure it.
incredibly small.
Even if it is terribly small, you can still measure it.
No.
Common sense.
You could attempt to measure it, but it's known that refraction is so much stronger of a variable within that percent. That's a fact. I just
2,000 feet within 2,000 feet, refraction is almost negligible.
no, it's not.
Yes,
It's
it is.
Okay, so I guess that this Journal of
Go-
Geophysics
Go
is
to Walter
wrong.
Bisland's calculator and put in 7,300 feet. Put in
Refraction is magic.
and see what it gives you.
The Journal of Geophysics is wrong. So this is the truth of reciprocal zenith angle measurements, is that they don't ever actually match exactly what the globe predicts. When you make that small measurement, it's very small amounts, and it's never going to be exactly what the globe predicts, even though it's a very small amount.
Nothing's gonna be exact.
Okay, but
That's not
okay.
a fair requirement.
Oh, okay,
It bends
cool. Now
down,
here's the
not
main
up.
problem here. This is what you should be saying. But on a flat Earth, they shouldn't diverge at all. If they make the claim that they match the globe, that's not true. You have to cherry pick the data and then weighted mean it based on the presupposed R value. That's how you get your weight that you apply to the measurements. Then you use refraction, you move it around by assuming this is where it should be. This is how far off it is. There must be this much refraction. That's how it works.
How come nobody
You
with a
keep
measurement
saying
device has gone out and
cherry
measured
pick.
this to be flat?
Well, we just talked about how everyone in the world has actually gone out to measure the
No,
Earth.
I
to be
didn't ask
flat.
you about assumptions. Okay, I'm not talking about surveying assumptions. Why didn't anybody take a device and go measure over a certain distance and say, "Yep, here's some flat Earth evidence"?
We have done that because we know the plane
Where?
survey. We know the plane survey method works.
No,
Because we use it
that's
for
not what
all
I'm asking.
distances.
You know that's not what I'm asking, Austin.
But you agree it works.
I agree. You can assume things are flat over short distances and still build something accurately.
And your
That's not
measurements
what I
work.
asked.
Awesome. And
That's
you
not
need
what
them.
I
To,
asked.
you need them for distances.
Everybody knows that's not what I asked, Austin. Why has it never been measured?
It literally has. Though.
Why haven't you gone and rented a theodolite, gone and done a measurement, and proved the Earth is flat once and for all? Why have you not done it?
because it's done every day.
No, it's not. You're talking about assumptions.
No, you're assuming that if you increase the distance and assume it's a globe,
Oh
that
my
somehow
goodness.
proves that it is, but it doesn't. You claim
You're
that
saying
it's
because I can build my deck and not take into account the Earth's curvature, the Earth is flat.
well,
That's
what I'm saying
nonsense.
is,
If you
if there's
think
66 feet of curvature in
Mhm.
all directions, and you just completely neglect it,
Called
and are able to build
reification
canals and runways and
fallacy
bridges
with
and
it.
railways, that would be positive evidence towards flat Earth. To say that there's no measurements of flat Earth is ridiculous. Now, what actually happens,
Come on, where
what
is
happens
it?
at greater distances, you hijack perspective. You hijack the way that we see, and you claim it's the Earth curving. And even though it almost never matches the actual globe, you claim it all matches it because you go to your little website and move a slider around to make it match. And you act like it's scientific or something.
Okay, so there's no actual measurements of flat Earth. That's all I want you to admit. It seems you've admitted it.
All plane survey measurements ever for all engineering ever.
That's not a measurement.
Plane survey measurements isn't a measurement.
You take a measurement. It's not a measurement of flat Earth. You take a measurement and you assume it's flat.
And then it's
Even if they're
accurate.
doing that, that's not a measurement of flat Earth. I
Then
want
it's
to see some
accurate.
data. I think there's no data about measurements of flat Earth anywhere.
No, then the measurements are accurate. You go out and assume a globe Earth and make geodetic measurements. To even do geodetic surveying, you have to use spherical trig, bro. What are you talking about? Oh, if you assume it, it doesn't
My
count.
goodness, this is
Oh,
like
so
watching
this is
a
actually a wash.
boxing
In fact, it's
match,
worse for you
man.
because you're
It's a
making
wash.
because
One
you
person
actually have to assume the Earth is flat to build things, and then what your
throttled.
side does is takes all that data of flat Earth, stitches it together, and then says, "I promise it's not flat anymore." That's a fact. It's
Also,
just a fact.
if Earth's a globe and you're going to build a long bridge, so for the towers, for example, right? Wouldn't they just need to be plumbed to the Earth at both locations?
Well, yes, in reality, they would be
In reality,
parallel. That's what you're
right.
saying.
Well,
Yeah,
no, you would build them plumbed to a location. If Earth's flat, they would be parallel. If Earth's not flat, they'd be diverged
Sure.
a small bit, right?
And they do that.
And when
That's
they
what we
do diverge, you say, no,
No, I'm saying that
they're
you
not
claim
diverging.
that you claim they diverge, but you don't account for perspective at all.
perspective. How does perspective make things diverge?
Okay.
Two towers of a bridge.
Okay. So now you're diverting away. So you're saying you made
You
residual-
diverted. You brought up perspective, not me.
No. You're looking through optics to make your supposed measurements. How is bringing up how you see diverting away?
So when you make measurements, perspective changes the calculation.
Perspective and refraction are automatically
Mm.
included in what we're seeing.
Perspective changes calculations within things like theodolites. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying you have to actually account for perspective. That's right. And the atmosphere. And this was so funny. Did you understand the part of my presentation where if you take the angular resolution limit of the eye and you reverse engineer it, you get the exact radius value of the
I
globe?
saw you say that, and I'd love for you to run through that math for me.
Okay.
I
And you're going to
guarantee-
concede. And you're going to concede
I'm going to concede. Yeah, I'm going to. What am I going to concede?
that if you
Let's
take
run
the
through it.
actual, if you take the angular resolution limit of the eye,
Mhm.
right, that you can get the radius value of the Earth to the exact decimal place.
Sure. Well, I want to see what you're talking about because it doesn't even make sense.
Okay, but whenever I show you, you're going to say it's just a coincidence.
Well,
I'll pull it up.
I don't know
You're
what you're
welcome
gonna
to do
say.
screen
Let's see.
shares. We haven't done too many tonight, and I've gotten used to doing an obscene amount lately. So if you
Pull
wanna do
it
some screen
up.
shares and have your references available, that's good. I've managed to make it so we can see our speakers on screen, so it's pretty cool.
So
And
he's
speaking of our
saying the
speakers,
Earth is
I
a
will let everybody
globe?
know that if you're
Okay,
listening to this on
good
podcast,
job.
Our
What's
speakers
it?
are going to be linked in the description and on our YouTube description. So check them out there if you
Does
enjoy.
Witsit realize that means he's claiming we perceive a globe?
I don't know. There must be some. It's like a numerology kind of thing.
No, that means we perceive a globe.
I don't know. It's a universal thing for flat earthers like this to take stuff that works in reality on the globe that we live on and then say, oh, it can't work on a globe and it can only work on a flat surface, even though we objectively measure it on the globe that we live on and it works on the globe that we live on. But they'll just say, well, it's actually impossible on a globe and it can only work on a flat earth.
Well, now it sounds like don't trust your senses. The Earth is really flat.
Right?
It used to be
Like
don't
they'll
trust your
appeal to
senses.
their
The Earth
senses
is really
because
a
it looks
globe.
flat, so it must be flat. But don't trust
Yeah,
your senses whenever that's not matching up.
Yeah.
That's called cherry picking, Austin. That's what cherry picking is, where you only take the data that matches what you think.
I don't know why we're talking about sex, but sex in biology is determined by gamete size, not by chromosomes. So you're being non-scientific by appealing to chromosomes.
What you're hearing from Globey or Witsit, and Witsit's got his share ready there. Smack around that like button, everybody. Go ahead, Austin.
All right. I'm on the wrong screen, so I'm going to clip. Let me come over here. All right. The angular resolution limit of the human eye is about 1 arc minute, or approximately between 0.02 and 0.03 degrees. Optical information loss occurs
How do
when
you
the
know
angular
that?
size of an object is smaller than the angular resolution. This angle at 0.0217062 degrees and assumed light wavelength of 666 nanometers, you can derive the radius of the Earth. If you look here, the horizon gain for a 6-foot observer across that amount of degrees was inverted as height information loss across the same angle. And the two angles were used to construct a sphere or globe with a tilt angle of 0.0434124 degrees, which is just the first amount doubled, right? So then what you would get, this angle represents the 6-foot drop from a 6-foot observer across the average horizon distance of 2.9 miles. The depiction here is the easiest way to understand it. Either A, we're losing information in the distance because the angle of view in relation to the tangent is actually falling below the resolution limit, so you lose resolvable information, or it's doing that at the same exact distance because the Earth is a ball. So what a coincidence that the angular resolution limit of the eye that tells us that we'll lose resolvable information, right, can be used, that same ratio will give you, if converted to assume spherical physical obstruction, will give you 3,958.8 miles.
I'm sorry. Did you have something in here that showed us what the calculation of the radius from the angular resolution is?
Yeah, sure. Here you go, right here. So if you look at, we just covered the angles, right? You got the angular resolution limit of the eye, right? Okay, so if you look at the formula here, you have quote unquote, the way that you would get the radius of the Earth. You
You're
assume that the
exactly
information
correct,
for
Ozian.
loss is actually because of a physical obstruction as opposed to resolution. So you would just make that assumption. You would say, for example, you go out onto the ocean and say, look, the boats disappear at 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. A, it's because the boat's getting down below the eye's resolvability, or B, because the Earth's a ball and it disappears around 3 miles. Okay, if you assume it's the latter, and it's because the Earth is going behind the curve of the Earth, then you would take the radius of the Earth and you can take distance divided by the tangent times twice the angle, the theta, the viewing angle, right? And so when you do that, then you now get 2 theta, which is 0.02176062 times 2. So you get 0.43412. The distance equals the distance to the horizon, which is 2.999547. These are the values that come from the eye, the human eye. And then when you wait up. It's so wild to me. I think it's wild. So when you actually take those values and you plug it into that formula, which is right here, again, radius of the Earth equals distance divided by tangent times twice
How do you
theta.
get that formula?
What? Right here?
He's
yeah,
just
how'd you
he's just
We just covered how we
inverting the
just covered how we
formula to
We did that.
determine
So
how
so
far
the
we
actual-
can see
the
based
angular
on your
resolution limit of
height
the eye,
and
right?
No, I didn't ask you what the angular
sea
resolution was.
level.
Yeah, how
From
did that-
sea
how was
level.
that formula done?
That's
Because what that
He's
shows
just
you is that
I
the
think you were
information, meaning the
exactly
visible light
correct,
information
Ozian.
is going to start to fall below
He's-
resolvability at a certain distance based
yeah.
on a certain height.
He's
So the angle does,
inadvertently
because data, the
showing
viewing
that
angle
we
relative to the
live on
information
a
distance
ball.
of the eye shows you when the information is going to fall below the resolution angle.
Yeah.
It's actually based on propagation and recession angles of what you're viewing with billions of points of light or whatever. Nevertheless, if you assume, okay, well, actually the curve of the Earth is blocking something, so it's a physical obstruction that causes the loss of information, you can take that same relationship, flip it around, and coincidentally, if you do that, then you will actually get a radius value of 3,958.80786746061 miles. Now go Google the exact radius of the Earth, and what's going to tell you is 3,958.8. So now this could just be a coincidence, but let's
Maybe
use
it's
our
a
brain.
coincidence. Maybe it's a
use our-
coincidence.
I knew
Maybe.
you- okay, it's a coincidence there. But let's use our brain for a second. Now, people back in the day, they didn't have very good optics, right? So they went out there. I'm gonna stop sharing. They went out into, say, look at the boat or whatever, right? And then it disappeared. They're like, man, why does the boat keep disappearing? If they were trying to think about if the Earth was a sphere, they'd be like, the boat's going behind the curve of the Earth, reasonably, right? So they'd be like, well, it pretty consistently disappears around this distance. If you assume it's going behind the curve of the Earth, then you would get that value, because if it was your eyes, right, it would continuously fall below resolvability at that distance, right? And so you'd be like, oh, but you would think that's because of the curve of the Earth. Now, what has happened since then is we pulled out binoculars and telescopes and cameras, and you can bring the boat back. Objectively, I've done it hundreds of times.
You haven't
What-
done that ever.
I absolutely have done that. If you go out, and everyone can do this at home.
You brought it back in past the optical.
Yes, with my
Just
on
one
my
second,
eye.
Austin, just because you had the floor for a little bit here, we'll let's just a second for Globy to respond here to some of what you shared there in your screen share, and let's go.
Fair enough.
So the angular resolution
Oh,
of your eye, or
shut
the
up,
optics you
Ryan.
have
Let
with the
him
camera,
to
the object
talk.
could disappear before it's over the horizon. It's just too small to see. That's literally what zoom is, right? It increases everything,
Mhm.
so you can see it.
Yeah.
All flat earthers have ever done is zoom back in a boat past that limit of the optics of the camera and go, look, we're bringing it back in over the horizon. What you've never done is start with a boat or a ship that's half hidden, or however much hidden by supposed curvature that we're saying is curvature, and bring that back in. You've never done it. You've never done it with the sun either.
That's what you're claiming. Don't divert to the sun. So what we
Same
have, you have to follow the actual argument you're trying to divert with your talking point. But when you go out and you see the boat disappear, this is just a fact, okay? If you go out and you
Trying
look
to
at the naked eyes,
divert
it'll look like the boat
Austin.
disappeared behind the water. And if you pull out a camera, you will see that boat again. Okay, so that
Show
means that means when Aristotle supposedly
Keep
in 350
waiting.
BC said he looked at a boat
Oh,
and it
no.
went behind the curve of the Earth. And he didn't even have a telescope. He had no idea what he was
Exactly,
talking
that's
about.
the
If he had pulled a
point.
camera, I would have saw the boat again. Now, coincidentally, the very distance that it would fall below the resolvability of an average height of a man, 6-foot observer, that's where the radius value comes from. Do you think it's just a
Mm.
coincidence?
No, see, this is what I think. So, what he would have seen if the boat was just too far away to see is a boat getting smaller and smaller and smaller until it disappeared because you can't resolve it anymore. Not a boat disappearing bottom up as it gets further away. Now, what I asked you before is where that formula came from, and you couldn't answer that question.
Where does what come from?
That formula.
I just told you where the formula comes from.
No,
It's
you
based on the
didn't.
observer.
You described what you think the formula means. I asked you where the formula
Rayleigh's
comes from.
criteria.
Rayleigh's criteria. So show us.
I just did. So look, if we just covered that because I want to get into how you're wrong
Let's
about
not
other
cover
stuff.
it again, I guess.
I just showed the whole audience. It's simple. It's like the angular resolution limit of the eye, Rayleigh's criteria. So you take the observer's height, and that's going to give you a viewing angle, whatever you're seeing in the distance, and you're able to determine when you're going to have information loss. Coincidentally, what the human eye is, right? The naked eye observer is going to see coincidentally right where the globe predicts it'll start blocking things in the distance.
You keep saying
Your
that.
answer
That's
should
not
be
what I'm asking.
your answer needs to be that's just a coincidence. And then
I
okay,
didn't say it's a coincidence. I said
did say it was a
I think you believe something you read without actually vetting it.
Rayleigh's criteria, the angular
Not Rayleigh's
resolution. Are
criteria.
you denying the angular resolution limit of the
He
eye?
applied it to the formula for the radius of Earth. Okay,
I-
with a lot of assumptions, and you just believed it.
Oh, you're not following, man. So what I'm saying is, if
I
you
know.
if you went into that situation and you assumed that the Earth was
He's-
blocking things in
he's
distance because it is a globe, right?
on that
If you made that
one
assumption, you would
Mark.
then take that same distance and viewing angle.
You can
right,
come on if you
assuming
want
an
to
R
come
value,
on,
you
Mark.
would get the exact same R value the globe claims.
That's
so it has to
smart.
say it's just a coincidence that
I want to share the Rayleigh's criteria. Light diffracts as it moves through space, bending around obstacles, interfering constructively and destructively. While this can be used as spectroscopic tool, a diffraction gradient disperses light according to wavelength. He just like inverted the formula for the distance calculator.
Yeah.
That's all he did. That's just a distance calculator inverted. Like to get to
And
3
he's
miles, you
stuck
take the
on that-
globe.
That one little thing.
He took the distance calculator for the globe. It's 6 foot height from sea level and got the 3 miles and then inverted the math. That's all he did.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's killer because like Globey was trying to explain it to him, and it's like Max said, if you stay on the boat, if you continue watching it, it will disappear bottom up. And there is a point past which no amount of zoom will ever bring it back because it's over the curve, beyond your viewing angle. And it's that point that your angular, that angle that he keeps harping about stops. That's the angle. Okay, that point is the angle. It doesn't matter what amount of zoom you push past that point, you're never going to see it. But anything
Yeah.
beyond that point, or prior to that point, it just gets so small to your eye that you can't resolve it. But with zoom, magically you can resolve it again
Yeah.
until it disappears bottom up. And he won't get that point. The fact that you can zoom in and make it big again isn't going beyond the horizon. He conflates that zoom with looking past the horizon, but that's not what
Yeah.
that is.
Yeah, I think he's just reversing the formula. He
Where
doesn't
the,
know
like a
he's
6 foot
doing
observer, you have a
that.
horizon at 3 miles on a globe. That's coincidentally exactly where you would start to lose resolvable information based on the naked eye on a flat Earth. And this would happen on a flat Earth or globe. We all have eyes. We all have human eyes. So now it would require, okay, that means when you bring out different optics with more zoom, you'll be able to see further. And of course, that's what happens in
So
reality
let's see some examples of that. You got some examples of that happening?
of us pulling out optics and seeing far further than the naked eye.
Bringing a ship back from over the horizon. So
Okay,
simple. Such a simple claim everybody makes. I'd love to see one finally.
Yeah, so I can't show you a video of my naked eyes. But obviously, everyone knows that if you go out, it'll look like I mean, I went and tested this claim. You should do that.
Oh, so
If
you're saying
if-
just with
if-
your eyes, not with cameras.
right. So we all agree that at one point, based on the conditions of that day, the boat's going to get to where you can't bring it back anymore.
But you said
Everyone agrees
optics brings it back. You said modern optics bring it back. That's what I'm
No,
talking
I said that optics is going to bring it back past the angular resolution limit of the eye,
Right.
right? And on certain days, you're going to see the boat from way further away. And you guys will claim that it's refracted up
Well,
right.
so why has a camera never brought a ship back from over the horizon?
because it's into the vanishing point, bro. You lose
Vanishing
resolvable.
point.
You can you can lose resolvable information. So when the camera's zoomed out and then you zoom in, you do see the boat again, right? But once you zoom all the way into the maximum zoom of the camera and then the boat disappears, obviously you can't bring it back again. And this is also going to be based on it's going to be based on attenuation. And the globe model claims they don't even account for attenuation and refraction, which is insane. Absolutely insane.
Austin,
Continuation.
Need to
Are you following me?
You need to reel it in. You need to reel it in. Your
You're-
claim is you can
you're
use
following.
optics to bring a ship back from over the horizon. Why has that never been done? Simple answer. That's all I'm
All
looking for.
I said it has been done unless it's
Okay,
already
so then prove it.
beyond the actual vanishing point at the
I didn't
time.
say anything about beyond vanishing points. Okay, a tanker ship where half the ship's missing. Why has that never been zoomed back in and brought back into view? I'm saying coincidentally everything that's over the horizon is past the convergence point of.
That's what the horizon
you're
is.
saying. Oh, okay.
No, that's what the horizon is.
Come on,
So
man. Your claim is that you can bring them back into view. We're zooming them in.
I'm not going to
Just
repeat my
said it.
claim. The audience heard me say that with the
Yeah.
human eye, it'll look like it disappears. You can pull out cameras. So if I pull out binoculars,
Without cameras,
check this out. Say I use my human eyes and then the boat disappears. Then I pull out binoculars and I can see the boat again. Then the boat disappears. If I pull out a camera, I can see it again. So as I increase optics, I can see further. Eventually, you can't see any further.
At what point in those scenarios was the object ever half hidden? Because I agree with you. You can wait till a boat gets so far away that you just can't see it anymore because it's a small boat and it just disappears. You just can't resolve it anymore. And you could zoom it back in. I agree. But it's
Mhm.
never been done with a ship half over the horizon being zoomed back in ever.
This isn't true either, though, because
This
now
is
with the okay, so this is the problem. You would actually have to be able to like record your human eyes, or maybe like record binoculars. That would be a good idea, or just different optics of cameras. That's how you would have to do it. But more importantly, and you can zoom in. This is the thing, right? There's a few things with things disappearing bottom up over the water. For one, obviously everyone understands the concept of like if I hold my thumb up right in front of my face, I can block a building, right? Just because of the relative angles. So like if
Mhm.
there's any waves in the water, even a small wave close to you in the foreground can block out entire 20-story buildings, right? Now I'm not saying that's something that does it. I'm just saying that's obviously relevant in over the water things. You guys never even discussed that. You can just block out a building with your thumb and prove it's a very simple concept. And then we also have the reception and propagation angle coming from that object is the in relation to like the eye level at the bottom of the object. So if you account for Rayleigh's criteria, the theta, the viewing angle,
If you want to send anything, Mark, just let me know. We're doing like a live review, so
Yeah.
Sort of live. We're a little behind.
yeah, we're 13 minutes behind.
Okay. Well, don't let me stop you.
is smallest at the bottom of the object. So it falls below the resolution angle first, or the resolution limit. And then you have attenuation being the greatest at the bottom of the atmosphere. So you would have to see things disappear from the bottom up on a flat Earth.
Oh, morning, fella.
What happened? Oh, that's me.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're looking at your screen. I had a feeling. I was like, did we lose audio for a second there? We all just went silent.
Oh, sorry. I said can I share my screen? But
No,
you didn't hear me.
Oh no, that's okay. Yeah, of course. Your screen is sharing now. So sorry. You're good to go.
This is what, like a 300-foot wind turbine, and you're going to claim a wave is blocking half of it,
I said many things.
or the optical. Yeah, you did say many things. None of them apply.
Really, can you still man what I said?
I stopped listening because I was starving from all the
Yeah.
And I don't want to say the word tell.
See, that's what I'm saying. You guys can never actually stillman the arguments. It's pretty ridiculous. But the ground, the water is going to appear to ramp up in the distance,
Sure.
right? You obviously have things in the foreground that are going to appear to block out things taller than that in the distance. You have attenuation rate being the greatest at the bottom, and you have the viewing angle of the actual points of light or information coming from, say, the wind turbines in relation to that vanishing point being the shortest at the bottom, the smallest angle at the bottom. So we would have to see them disappear bottom up. And of course, here's a video of a boat. When you zoom out of it, you can see as you start zooming out, the bottom of the boat disappears first as you start zooming out of the boat. So the fact you guys still deny this is wild to me. You want me to show you?
It doesn't happen. Yeah.
Okay, then let me just show you.
And everything you just said was an immense excuse as to why these things are being blocked. Because there's no reason why the angular resolution at the bottom of the thing should be less than the top.
What? It's because there are, do you think that, like, if say there's a boat, do you think it's just one point of light, or do you think it's like millions of different little points of light?
It's the whole thing.
No, it's not. It's millions of different little points of light. So that's what I'm saying. You guys don't even understand.
The whole boat is giving off light. And as it goes away,
He
it's
doesn't
compressing
understand
into
the
the
light
distance.
part.
But here's
But the light's the same distance away.
And all he has to do to show that this is correct is go find turbines off the coast and zoom it back in. He can get one of his flat Earth friends to do that, but he won't do it.
Yeah. So he's right. It's like a whole bunch of photons of light, but they shouldn't be. They're all the same distance away. Why are these this part of it below the horizon?
there's millions of
Pressing.
little points of light. So there's a different angle to the bottom of the boat than the top of the boat, right?
More than a million, but yeah.
A
Of course.
different angle? Yeah, well, you're 6 feet off the ground. So there's going to be a slight angle change to the bottom of the boat versus the top of the boat.
Okay, and
It's
that's going to
very
be
minuscule.
It doesn't matter. It's that it's going to be smaller at the bottom in relation to the horizon, right? Now the horizon is where the ground appears to meet the sky. So the angle, the viewing angle, is going to be smaller in relation to that horizon at the bottom of the boat. It's going to fall below resolution first, meaning it's going to fade into the vanishing point first. It's just a fact. It's on a
not a
globe
fact.
Earth. This also has to be true.
It's not a fact. Austin.
Okay, on a globe Earth, it also has to be true.
Negative
So it doesn't
angle,
mean-
too.
absolutely.
have
So
to
we
be
feed
true?
this into the
So it converges to a negative angle, like negative, not to zero, but underneath.
Does
Like, what's
Austin
he
think
talking
like
about?
light is magic somehow? Like each
Oh, yeah.
each little photon just does whatever it wants by magical means, and what? Like what is he going on about with?
So I think he misunderstands sort of wave particle duality and how that works. So he thinks because it's a wave and a particle at the same time, he basically says that it can bend in really unrealistic ways. He kind of has it doing whatever it needs to sort of
Fit his bill,
yeah, basically.
and it does that every time, all the time, just to make us think it's a globe, but it's not really. Makes sense.
Yeah. Well, for the
ground. We beat this into the ground. So, like, do you have any? Now, this is my opinion. This is how I actually look at this. Okay.
Mhm.
People always say like no evidence for flat Earth, right? And like you said that, and people always say, and why you
Right.
talk about relativity? Because people are scared to have that conversation, whatever. But don't you agree that like on a base level, we experience the Earth right as if it's stationary and as if it's a plane, as if the horizon's horizontal, right? And the globe Earth model says that well, it's moving, but like its relative motion is so small that you wouldn't be able to tell, right? And that the Earth is so big that you wouldn't be able to tell it's curving. So that means on its face, using Occam's razor, that which requires least amount of assumptions, the Earth's a stationary plane until proven otherwise. So the globe Earth has the burden of proof, and I've never like there is no proof. We've falsified the globe. So like,
Wrong.
can you
As you
prove
walk
that?
out the
Wrong.
curvature,
Yeah.
Hang on a sec. Hang on. Because Occam's razor, because don't forget that Witzig's model, you have a god creating that universe, you have angels, you have devils, you have all kinds of entities added on as well. Not to mention you've got the dome, the firmament, the whatever, all of these things have to be accounted for. And the problem is that the way that Witzig's explanation doesn't account for it because he won't actually explain anything. He just said, hey, it popped into existence by a god, which is the most complicated thing you could possibly imagine. He's suggesting a reason for it existing so complicated that we can't possibly understand it. Like, so he's kind of going, oh, well, what we see as simple, that has to be true. No, Occam's razor doesn't say that. It doesn't say, hey,
Yeah.
it just says the simplest explanation is usually the best one. But there's nothing simple about a god creating a flat Earth out of nothing with a dome and everything like that. That's incredibly complicated, as opposed to just natural laws.
So if you're
light
doing the
bends
drinking game, every
around.
time Austin misunderstands something, you take a drink. You're likely already dead, but go ahead and take that drink.
Yeah.
I'm being
I mean,
facetious.
he dismisses the 24-hour clock in Antarctica. He says there's 7 domes. I mean, it's just
What?
You don't even have to go to Antarctica. In the furthermost south point of Argentina, you still get the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, it's a bit
Hmm.
more easy to see though, like because you do get sunlight 24 hours. I'm not sure how evident the sun is, kind of thing, in the sky. I think it's better to go to Antarctica and see it like pretty high in the sky, you know, relatively high in the sky, like sort of all night long and all day.
You said 7. He says something about 7 domes.
Yes.
yeah.
Because he has to get his coffee cup effect of the outside experiencing sun, or you know, the reflection of things. So he can't explain that with one dome. So it's because one dome would just sort of diffract the light all over. Like he has to
Yeah.
sort of put it through multiple lenses in order to get that effect. So, and plus the Bible says, like, mentions 7 heavens. I don't think it anywhere says.
Yeah.
Yep. Occam's
Fuck.
razor, though.
Yeah. Occam's razor. Yeah.
No. Okay, wait. Can you prove that the Earth is moving?
Rotating, yeah.
How so?
First off, just your first point. You said you can't see the horizon's horizontal. It's not. As you go up, you can clearly see more and more curve as you go up.
That's what you guys claim, but when we send up
How's
lenses
it
that are
claim?
actually more level, we see that it's flat, 120,000 feet up.
A balloon with a concave horizon because you're using fish eyes.
It goes, yeah, it bends every which way, and it's not just fisheye. Rectilinear lenses. I've actually offered each Glober that says this money. See if anyone's going to take the bet.
Sure.
So $1,000 bet that with a rectilinear lens, it still imposes curvature on the image. Anyone want to take the $1,000 bet? Rectilinear lens still distorts and imposes curvature on the image.
Very, very, very small. That's the
Oh,
point.
so it does. It does, and then it's gonna increase based on angle of view. And
Well,
certainly, if you compress an image like this guy did with his little balloon, but I just want to point out that like you think we're spinning, tilted, wobbling, flying through space, and you don't have any proof of that. Like, can you
Hold
explain
on.
why you believe it?
You're changing the subject.
Because we talked about this for the whole time.
We have not talked about Earth, the curvature of Earth as seen from high altitudes at all.
Oh, okay, yeah, whatever.
So, have you seen Kip Dugertas's 300-foot rocket launch?
I wouldn't. No, I don't know.
Use the rectilinear lens, showed the lens, everything, uncut footage all the way up to 300,000 feet.
Was there curvature like 10,000 feet up?
He only went, yeah, there's no 10,000. I don't know. You gotta watch the video.
I know I haven't seen it, my brother, right? But rectilinear lenses do impose curvature. But there's a few things that.
But it's curved
Okay,
perfectly.
okay.
Same rate of curvature,
This
like low of the
this
screen, middle of the
is
screen, top of
this
the
is
screen, doesn't matter.
where, like, you can see the tactics that Witzig's using. He's trying to change the subject real fast, like just change it to something else. He'll ask a question about something else. But this is where he says sort of like you know, he says, well, I haven't seen it, kind of thing. If that was Witzig on the other end of that, he would jump on it and go, why haven't you seen it? You think you know all about it, kind of thing. This is the kind of tactics that he does. He's a bully. He's just a bully, and that's all he is. He's so dishonest.
Fair
Sorry,
channel
I just have to
the same rate of
hassle
curvature.
with
Yeah.
No, it's not.
I've matched it to Walter Bisland's Earth curve expectations at those
Yeah.
altitudes.
Well, you have the first video that's super legit. I guess if you want to send it to me, then I'll check it out. But
We can
what
watch it
I-
right now.
okay, I don't know because I don't want to watch some long video. You think I'm
Not
scared of your
long.
video of a rocket?
I
bro?
just want to hear you saying that onto the
I
video.
already said
That's all I wanna
rectilinear
do.
lenses
Nobody said
impose
anything
curvature
about
based
you
on their
being
angle. If that
scared of
camera's
the
tilted down,
video,
it's going to impose
Austin.
a curvature rate proportionate to increase in altitude because it changes your angle of view.
But
These
what
are
if the
basic
curvature rate
things.
But what if the curvature rate is the same throughout the whole video? Then what?
What? How does that change anything?
Because it's not the
Plus,
camera
they
making a
have
flat
they have
horizon curve.
strings that
So
show
then the camera-
like that it's showing flat, right? They have a like string to show, and any kind of variation in the camera lens should come up on the string. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I posted the video of the Mage balloon, 3-hour uncut video.
Yeah, that was who did that one? That was
Mr. Sensible.
Mr. Sensible. Yeah, great, fantastic.
You know, I have a psychology major friend, and I want to talk to her again about something that, like, when you said he's a bully, that got me thinking because of the interaction I had with Donnie recently, and then this. Is there like some kind of thing in cognitive dissonance that makes people get like violent, like makes them say like vaguely physically threatening things or makes them violent? I want to look into that. I'm going to do that now.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance can make people violent. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to explore that, like, that phenomenon.
Well, I think it's just sort of, and this is, I'm not a psychologist. I think it's just repeat behavior. I sort of,
Mhm.
I think that some people sort of during high school, that's how they won arguments, and that's how
Yeah.
they engaged with people, and
Mhm.
they've sort of, that has been a constant thing that they've just reinforced by keeping doing it. And you can see, and I'll come out with a video talking about this, because I've got to have a room rumble on my interaction with Whitsitt, but he wants to hit people with certain phrases and taunt them and deride them, but he doesn't want that back at him. Anybody that has serious pushback, he just will not engage with them again, kind of thing. So he's like all bullies. He's just a coward. He just wants to hit people and not be hit back, essentially.
Oh, so he might be disappointed in this 5-hour stream of me punching down against Whitsitt.
I have a challenge on him on the whole. I want to talk to him about his whole thing of the sound being electromagnetic. And I've contacted him literally everywhere, and he's ignoring me like the plague.
Yeah. That
Even
won't
if he
happen.
goes and says, "Well, I never claimed that's what I believe," like, okay, well then just show me your best evidences for it, and just tear that apart.
So
What was
easily
interesting,
refuted.
he had a young guy on Modern Day Debate, and he did a fantastic job. I can't remember his name, but I'm sure that he thought he was sort of a first timer and wouldn't be able to, do anything, and he absolutely massacred Whitsitt, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah, he came
I
to the
can't
after
remember.
show. I remember
Well, he
him.
was really good.
Harris.
Yeah, but I guarantee you, Whitsitt will never step back in a debate with him again, which is kind of really unfortunate. I hope he gets other debates, because he was really good.
Yeah.
Whitsitt's posse's trying to get Whitsitt to debate me on NASA now. So like, okay. They showed me his 4-hour stream of him whining about NASA. So that's why I was going over today. Anyways, let's finish this stinking debate.
Whereas not imposing any curvature.
Do you know what happens to the center of the frame of a?
It still can. First of all, how did you know that on the camera on the rocket was perfectly level, since we couldn't use the drone?
Doesn't have to be level. It's curved. Every angle it shows, it's curved. Now, your example of the drone, that requires the drone to be level. Otherwise, you don't know whether the horizon's rising with your eye or not. That camera could easily be pointing down a little bit as it goes up. So if you're trying to...
At what altitude do we see the curvature in this video?
Oh, we can watch it together.
You don't know, though? So just to clarify, like, we're never going to get to we're not going to get to the motion. I mean, we can stick to you claiming that you see it. We can debunk that too.
Listen, motion doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. I know
That's
you love to talk about that because you think it invalidates something, but literally, you can measure the curve of Earth, and you can go up and see the curve.
We've already debunked everything you've said so far.
You have. That's interesting.
Yes, like you say, I love to talk about that. But you believe
we
it.
missed that?
You believe that you're tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving around the sun.
Tried to change
That's a belief that you have, but you don't even
change the topic again.
What?
Tried to
Yeah, I
change the
know.
topic again. Let's go back to the motion of the Earth. Yeah. No, Whitsitt. No, you don't.
I'm watching the video right now just for the flat earthers who may be watching this stream right now. This is why Whitsitt doesn't want to see this. You see the flat lines here, this straight line, this straight line. This is the curve. This here is 100 and right. Was this 19,000 meters?
Shit. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you have to go up pretty far.
So there you go. 19,000 meters. So that's about 66,000 feet for us Americans. Something like that. 63,000 feet.
Come on now.
Anyways, so you can start seeing Earth curve at about 20,000 meters. And you can right there. Right?
Yep.
There you go, flat earthers watching. There you go, Taking Back Eden. There is Earth curve. This is why Whitsitt doesn't want to watch this video. This is why Whitsitt wants to change the topic. And every single one of these points Whitsitt's brought up, we have refuted live. We've shown how he's lied about these 66.6 values live. We've showed how he's cherry-picked quotes live. I've showed you the NASA video, how he's lied about all these claims. This is Whitsitt. You shouldn't trust Whitsitt. Doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. but you shouldn't be trusting this man. Which video for? Oh yeah, not right now. We're gonna finish this debate.
Earth curvature right now. Why do you want to go see it?
What do you mean? Why would I want to go see it?
We can go watch it right now. You want to go see it?
I said I didn't care if you pulled the video up a long
It's
time
only
ago.
been an hour. We got plenty.
Just to admit that you are clearly scared of the motion argument, though. Just admit that you can't really, you don't know much.
No,
No,
I'm not
he
scared of
wants
any
to finish
trend.
this one yet.
There it is again.
What's it?
There it
Then
is
go to
again.
motion.
Light versus
It's
globe.
clearly
Well,
stated.
well, actually, is the
Not
globe
relativity.
true? Is the globe true? That's what it is.
And it's not. It's
It is
flat
what it
versus
is.
globe.
If the surface of the Earth
One
isn't
of us-
curving anywhere,
One of
what
us
is
can
it?
show. One of us can show measurements and video of Earth curvature and measurements of it, and one of us can't.
No, but we debunked all your claims. You've been wrong about basic flat Earth 101 things. You don't even understand angular resolution limit or Rayleigh criteria or relative viewing angles. You thought that the
No,
globe
you
was one
claimed the
singular
Rayleigh,
viewing
the
angle.
Rayleigh criteria was the formula you were showing, and it was not. And I clearly asked you 3 times to derive that formula that you were claiming you understood, and you couldn't do it.
I literally showed it 3 times.
No, you
And like, I
didn't.
guess this is what Glober's evolved to, is just like thinking if they recharacterize and revise what happened confidently enough, everyone in the audience will be like, yeah, that's totally what happened. I guess. I don't know.
We also
It's recorded, my brother. It's recorded.
The
This is
projection
projection.
And we're
Yeah.
gonna talk about how you
Blowing
can't
my
actually
mind.
verify motion after this.
Yep.
That's what's up.
So I know you love it, and it has nothing.
Yeah,
to do
because I
with
know
the
that you
shape
don't
of the
know
Earth,
about it.
But
No, okay, I've already debunked the globe. I said specular reflections are impossible with convexity or concavity because it would cause a diffuse reflection. You duck that. Long distance, like line of sight, radio waves, and
No, well, they haven't covered radio waves. He made a claim about radio waves.
Yeah.
So he made a brief, like 2-second claim about radio waves in his opening argument. He never explained the observation. So he's lying again. Witsit lied again right there. He never argued for radio waves.
the RZA debacle, like he went around in circles for a good hot second there and never grasped what Globey had just shown on his screen.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it didn't even confront the issues. Just hand waved away. Appeal to. Well, I read a book one time that said this, and instead of looking at Globey's data that he presented in his argument. So Witsit's avoided the evidence and hasn't presented anything. He cherry picks quotes. So we've refuted Witsit live. Witsit hasn't presented an argument.
We even
Witsit's
watched Witsit
obfuscated.
refute himself with the radius of the Earth thing, where he
Yes.
inadvertently showed that the globe is a fact.
And he wasn't using Rayleigh's criterion. He had no idea what he was talking about. All he was doing, it was using the globe calculator formula and reversing the values. That's all he did. He wasn't using Rayleigh's criterion. He didn't understand what he was doing.
Nope.
So he used the Earth's calculator and somebody put it in there and reversed the formula. That's all that happened. Interestingly enough, when you rearrange the variables of the formula to solve for the circumference, and you take the 6-foot height and stuff, you can recalculate the circumference of the Earth. Did you know that? It's like anybody who's taken a pre-algebra class knows that. Like, like, come on, what's it? Take a pre-algebra class, Witsit. Sorry, I'm punching down. He deserves it though.
Yeah, I think usually I don't get into this sort of vilification of people, but Witsit is a nasty piece of work that, the last interaction that I had with him, I said not to attack people personally, and he complained so long in modern day debate about people ad homing him and attacking him personally, and then he gets into the after show and he just ad homs and attacks people personally. It's relentlessly, yeah. So I sort of, when I come out, I usually do an introduction to my room rumbles, and I have to say, one of the biggest hypocrites that I've ever seen, and that's, it's mind blowing that he's so not self-aware of what he's doing. It's incredible. So you kind of get drawn into this. Well, the only way I'm going to be able to say stuff is to do what he's doing, essentially, which is a shame, but he kind of deserves it.
He opens every debate by poisoning the well and ad homing his opponent. Every single debate.
But he
And
doesn't understand
somehow
what
he's
an ad
able to
hom
do that
is.
with every new point he brings up. Like he'll immediately say something like, "Globers will say this, and they don't understand this, and they think this, but it's actually this." And he's just poisoning every chance he gets.
Yep.
Yeah, he doesn't
Microwaves,
understand
you
what
start
an
making up
AdHom is. He made that very clear in our last interaction. He doesn't understand what it is. He thinks that you have to actually call somebody a name. Like, oh, if you don't call someone a name, then it doesn't count. It's not an AdHom. No, that's not, he's got no idea. Like, no idea.
Like that very, very elementary example I gave him of like saying that somebody who has red hair can't talk about souls because they don't have a soul.
Yes.
That's AdHom. You're using something
Yeah, that's
about the
one form.
person to invalidate their
Sure.
argument or their stance on an argument because what does he know about it? Because he doesn't have a soul because he's a ginger. That's a very, very, very elementary version of AdHom, but like you pointed out, that poisoning the well is a version of AdHom.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
I want to press play.
stories. We said that plane survey measurements are required to build anything in reality. There's all kinds of physical empirical measurements. You showed a laser bending up in your model plane that has been bending down. You got a ton of reputation when they accounted for that with refractive index. Everything you've said so far has been wrong, my guy. TikTok's a little bit of a different world, You can pick out some random people that don't know what
I'm
they're
still
talking
waiting for a measurement of flat Earth that you didn't provide.
Except
Or
all
an
plane
explanation
survey,
of the formula that you didn't derive.
all plane survey measurements ever.
And you claiming plane surveying somehow disproves a globe.
No, you asked for
That's my
physical. You
favorite.
asked for measurements of a flat Earth.
Yeah, show me a measurement of flat Earth. You still haven't done it. You just claim surveying.
All plane survey measurements ever. I wanted to
That's
get
not a
into
measurement. Nobody here believes that that's a
globe
measurement.
face. Will you play this area up? Because I want to get through your list of misinformation.
Sure.
And your presentation.
I don't think you do, but
I absolutely do.
so here's a camera he used.
Yeah, we'll make ourselves small for now.
I know you say it doesn't matter if it's rectilinear because it just makes everything flat, the globe, but
What? No, it's just a fact. It imposes curvature. And Globers lie about it.
not through center frame. It doesn't, does it?
Yeah, I'm offering money to bet on it.
Nothing through center frame. Doesn't matter what the lens is. Nothing through center frame distorts.
Well, it depends on the actual specific viewing angle.
Doesn't matter what the angle is as long as
It does,
the
though.
object you're looking at is center frame.
You want to bet?
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing,
we wanna
the
bet?
thing you're
Those
looking at
lenses
is the thing you're measuring. If it's center
Totally
frame,
not
there's no
distorted.
distortion.
So if I
Doesn't matter
compress
what
it,
angle.
it'll be completely straight, right?
You can press what? The picture? Why would you
Picture of like a table in the middle of frame. If I compress it, it'll be completely flat.
Yeah.
No, it won't. And so do you want to bet on it?
with a rectilinear lens?
No, it won't.
Okay, pay attention.
I know that goes against your guys' script, and so you have to just deny it. But I mean, that's why flat earthers exist, because they find out that what I just said is just a fact, and for some reason you guys have to deny it.
It's not a fact.
Nuh-uh.
Literally, if you have a straight line, if you have a curved line through center frame of a fisheye, it's going to look just as curved as it is in reality. That's a fact of how wide angle lenses work.
Oh, it doesn't look very curved right there. Wait a minute. So as it's going up and down, you can claim that the relative locations look like a curve. I just saw where it looked flat, where it slowed down.
That's cool. You want to wait till it stops spinning?
That's hilarious.
Because I don't think we want to look at while it's spinning, right?
But how is it? I mean, how does it ever look like it's flat though? I thought you said it never looked like it's flat. I just
doesn't
watched
flat
it look
here
flat.
either.
I just watched it look flat.
I mean, to my eye, it doesn't look like it's
Dude,
flat.
Stop looking at
that's
the
a
spinning distortion.
gigantic curve.
It's a massive curve,
This
yeah.
is, I don't know, 200,000 feet,
And this
looks
is
flat.
amateur rockets.
250.
It's always when it starts going down that it looks like it's. Wait, do you think that's how much the Earth curves at 250,000 feet? Run it back. Run it back. Don't get scared now. You brought it up.
What
Oh.
happened?
ran away.
I guess
Station.
I'm still here.
I don't think you actually did. Just run it back. We just saw
Ran
like the
away.
smallest
Yeah.
globe in the history of mankind.
Said the Zoom crashed unexpectedly. I don't know, maybe because I'm sharing.
I was trolling you, man.
That's all right.
Of course, the second that I.
Look at this. So look at the rate the Earth has to be curving if that's the ball Earth at 250,000 feet.
Mhm.
You think that was like accurate depiction of curvature of a globe?
Yes.
Okay. So can you
So-
show me the math? Show me the math.
Sure.
Yeah, because according to the math, you would not see nearly that much curvature. We have it all like mapped out in Blender and everything,
You wouldn't nearly see that much curvature?
where it curves all the way around. You basically see the whole ball in that frame, bro. As you
No,
keep
you
going down, you see
don't.
the
No,
whole
you
ball
don't.
Earth.
It
Yeah,
appears
watch
to
it,
watch
curve
it.
more the
No,
further
no,
away
no,
you
no,
get
no,
because
no,
it
no.
becomes
Don't run away.
smaller.
Just
I
run
see
away.
now it's
Get into the
curving. It's
highest
curving.
point.
Watch this. Now it's going to start. Look at all that curve. That's the smallest.
That's hardly any curve. What's it just is lying? How much
Because
curvature?
relatively
Anybody look it up
speaking,
yet?
it's still very close to the Earth.
Yeah.
I know.
And if you get further and further away, the curve begins to get even more distinct because the Earth is getting smaller in your view and you can see more of it. That's
Slow
why
as ever,
this
bro.
here doesn't
Smallest
appear
globe.
to
You said
be.
it was too much curve. Now it's too
That's
much.
what I'm saying.
big.
It's too much curve because the smaller the ball, the more it curves, right? All right. So we can move on. This is terrible. It's based on the relative viewing angle clearly, and that just proves that even the rectilinear
Sure
lens
about that?
drastically and grossly input. Look at that. It's always greater curvature when it's going down.
No, it's not.
Oh, what about there? Wait up. Bring it back. Bring it back.
We're going to bring it back to where it's level here.
Oh, what about the other way when
So
it
here
was
we got
when it
a
was
nice
quote showing
clean-
that it was concave?
It wasn't concave. That was the
Then go
side.
back.
It was the side walls of the camera of the housing. the
So
point where it
this is what.
reflects off
So
the
what you've
housing.
done is you've paused one screen.
I just pause it where it's low in the frame, and I'll do it at the middle and the top.
It's so funny. Okay,
Okay,
so
here's
I'm
the
gonna
bottom of the screen.
okay. Agree to disagree.
Here's
Rest
the
of the
bottom. Here's the middle.
Look, the
here's
curvature
the
rate's
top.
changing. That's
Agree to
crazy.
disagree.
Oh, the Earth is
Right,
getting
all over the
smaller and
place.
bigger during this video.
Or maybe you're seeing a little bit more of it
Ugh.
on the screen. Now watch.
No, the curvature rate is changing. You specifically claimed that the rate didn't change.
It's
You've
not
been
changing.
debunked. You pulled your own video up and been debunked. Someone's gonna clip this up and show that you were just wrong. So okay,
But
so
you can do
Said it, so
whatever
it
you want.
must be
all
true.
right, well, we disagree. I
Make sure
disagree with you.
when you do that.
We've already pointed out that your claims were wrong about the video. Can we move on to something else?
No, I'm gonna prove you wrong right here.
Oh my gosh, see,
No.
you're scared to move on because I think you realize like
No,
you're a
see,
little-
this is the problem with debates.
You're a little
with
out of
all
your
debates.
league.
If it
Scared
wasn't
to move
over,
on?
You'd be able to just move on from
There it
this.
is again.
I'm not talking- no, I just pointed out what was wrong with it. Can you still man what I said?
Yeah, you said the rate changed. The rate of curvature changed.
Rate of curvature change. What else did I say?
You said nuh-uh.
Nope. Nope. You know, Squibbles can never still man. Isn't that crazy?
You said it was a fisheye lens being curved.
Did it say
You said
fisheye
it's
lens ever? That's a-
rectilinear, you
that's a
said it
straw
was being
man.
distorted by the lens, is what you said.
Provably so, because the rate changes, and that couldn't
provably
be the
so.
rate of curvature of the globe Earth, because you
Yeah.
see all the way around it from 250,000 feet. You wouldn't be able to see the entire globe. You have to get many, many, many miles out
Wasn't
into
the
space
entire
to see the end. You just saw it curve all the way back, looped around.
That
Oh my
wasn't the
God.
entire globe. So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay, cool, man. So I already
cool,
said,
man.
I already pointed out what's wrong with it. The curvature rate changes. Rectilinear does impose. You're pulling things below the middle part of the screen anyway. You claimed that it was
Says
going to be
the
middle of
guy
the screen, but the curvature was
desperately
never going to
trying
change.
to move
You
along.
skipped past the concave part of it. You skipped past the flat part.
Hey, good point, ZZ Einaj. Everybody, every flat earther watching here, I know there's several of you. Thank you so much for watching. Which one of the two is desperate to change topics? Continuing.
Part of it.
You're gonna
You've
keep
been
talking through
debunked
it at
live.
all, or are you gonna actually pay attention?
You've been debunked live.
Literally the definition of nuh-uh right now.
It doesn't even
So-
match. It doesn't even match.
Can I just-
This
No, it
one's
doesn't.
tilted
Hang on a
slightly.
sec.
Austin, use your
Hang on, hang on,
memory.
hang on. So can I just point out that when he's saying you've been destroyed, you know you've been destroyed, you've been debunked. It's gaslighting. It's trying to convince you of something that hasn't happened.
And there's a little projection in there. He's been
A lot.
showing the curve to him there from an amateur rocket not connected to NASA. None of his objections apply, and he still denies it because lenses.
Yeah. And it never concaved.
There's
As,
always another excuse. Always another excuse. You show the curve. Well, that's because of the lens. Okay. Well, you do the rectilinear lens. Oh, well, it still shows exacerbates the curve. It still does it. It's a rolling goalpost. That thing is cartwheeling away.
Look at his face right now.
He
Not that it's
really
just a-
wants to move
No.
on.
They need to get the cameras out of the way so you can see this.
Nation, please.
Hey, do I have
Go
to sit
ahead.
here for 30 minutes while he watches a balloon video? Is that what I have to do?
This is
If
a
I ever get
rocket.
to bring up a topic, you
This is
guys
a
let me know
rocket.
when I can bring up a topic.
What we'll do is just for the sake of what you're asking there is we'll give you a minute there, Globey.
Didn't
to,
he
just
bring
have
up
a look
this
at your screen,
topic?
And then okay, all right. I was just gonna say, just in the interest of moving on and being fair, because you're both.
He
kind of
did.
You're in the way,
Yes.
Ryan.
So did you guys want to continue sinking your teeth into this, or did you want to move on?
No, we're good. I just showed that it matches the observation as expected by a multiple lens ortho calculator. So
Okay, anyone that believes that, I mean, I'll just recap. It clearly showed different rates of curvature, was below the middle screen, rectilinear lens. I offered $1,000 bet anyone in the audience, even you, if you want to take it, that they absolutely do impose curvature. The rates change. We showed concave, you skip past it. It showed flat, you skip past it. The rate
never showed
changes.
anything concave.
curve-
Stop lying.
The curvature of the Earth, if that's the globe, would have been way too great at 250,000 feet, where you see it looped all the way back around. Those are my refutations, and everyone that's claiming that isn't what happened, they're just coping. I don't care. But I want a question now.
Oh,
I got a
there
question.
goes, there goes the
Can you
coping
verify
word
the claim
again.
that the Earth is a ball that's spinning?
Spinning.
Yeah.
Sure.
How so?
Bring laser gyroscopes.
Okay, how does that? What does that prove?
It proves that we are rotating 15 meters per hour.
How does it work?
Oh no, I'll ask you that question.
You invoked it.
You invoked it. You asked. It's your like point. I know what you were leading to. but
You
I'd like
literally
to-
invoked it,
I want you to
Austin.
explain to me how the Sagnac effect works.
Pretty embarrassing. Pretty embarrassing.
No, I know how the Sagnac effect works. I'm asking you to
You
explain.
say.
It's your claim.
All right, for our audience, if you can, either of you explain what you're talking about here, just for our audience, that would be great.
It's his claim, Ryan.
Well, yeah, it's my claim. So when I explain to you how it works, you're going to say somehow it's the magic sky making it happen and not the actual device moving.
Just explain how it somehow measured the Earth moving. Can you explain it? Do you understand it, or what?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
And then yeah, and then we'll see the nah afterwards. So yeah, for the audience sake,
Googling it.
I can either draw it out or we can just look at a picture of it.
That's embarrassing.
Which part's embarrassing? That you don't know
You
how
ever
the
Google it?
I'm picking up a picture so I don't have to draw it, Austin.
All right, let's give we'll give Globey a second here, and once again,
Yeah.
we will move into Q&A. Probably what will you say, 10, 20 minutes, guys?
Sure.
Cool. All right. I think there's gonna be a lot to dig into there, so get them in and don't let me interrupt, guys. Let's
So
jump
this is
in
the basics of it here. So we have a light source that shoots a laser one
You're in
direction
the
and then
way.
another direction, and they go around this loop, bounce off these mirrors, and return back to this detector plate. Okay, now what happens is as this thing is rotating, the light, say it's rotating counterclockwise on the screen here, right? The light going this way, counterclockwise, is going to take slightly longer to hit the detector because the detector is physically moving away from the light source. It's rotating away from it. The light going the other way will get there a little bit sooner. So that creates an interference pattern. It shows different wavelengths of the light on the detector, and we're able to use that to determine which way the device is rotating and how much it's rotating. Now that's the SAGNAC effect. That's the ring laser gyroscope. Thanks, Bob. And that is literally what we use in
Thanks,
aircraft
Bob.
now.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
It's an aircraft, modern aircraft. There's one in Germany that is in a mountain that they're using every day to measure the Earth's rotation. The most precise measurements ever done using these, I might add. It's a very huge device. By the way, they put it in a mountain to make sure they could isolate it from any potential interference. Yeah, so that's a SAGNAC effect. So now this works because the detector is physically moving away from the light in one direction. Now go ahead, Austin, and explain to me how this doesn't actually measure Earth's rotation.
Yeah,
Oh,
rest in
okay.
peace, Bob.
So obviously it is a precise way to measure some type of motion or rotation, right? Interferometry. Yeah. So you're assuming that it's measuring the Earth rotating. Sure. But the problem with that is that we've shown that the measurements change with altitude. So
Yeah.
do you agree that if you keep the same latitude, but that it changes with altitude, that would refute the claim that it's a spinning globe that causes it?
If that were
Why?
true, it would have to be retested, yes, but that would be a problem. Sure.
Yeah. So it has been retested. I will show. I won't show just the papers' names, but I can read some of them off. But Demio did it, for example, in like early 2000s. It's been done many times. It changes with altitude. It also can change with solar motion, depending on the precision of the interferometer. So this is Michelson-Gale-Pearson SAGNAC effect.
They didn't use a ring laser interferometer. They used a linear interferometer. So Whitsitt right now is equivocating. He is arguing for a different type of interferometer. So this is a obfuscation right now. So they're not talking apples and apples right now. Just to point that out. Hopefully Globey picks that up. And also, when they went up in altitude with the ring laser gyroscope, the changes were still within the tolerance of the ring laser gyroscope. So even when they went up in altitude. So and MC Tune has supposedly seen their data. Anyways, just to point that out. Bye, Mark.
Right, and it changes with altitude. So, I mean, you did at least honestly concede if that were true, and I get that your argument would be that it isn't true or whatever. That it would refute the. Yeah, that's fair enough if you haven't seen it or whatever. But it does.
I've seen Bob Nodell talk about it.
Bob did also do it, but we're talking about like very precise measurements done with like army and military equipment by PhD physicists and stuff like that.
Can we get one of those papers?
Yeah, absolutely.
Army and
So
military
anyway,
send it though,
equipment
because you never
doesn't
actually
mean
Where do I
top
send you
of the
things?
world equipment. It just means the
You're not gonna do it
cheapest.
anyway.
Where am I supposed to send you things? By the way, everyone that claims I don't send them
You
things,
don't. You never do.
I don't know. You never asked me
And
to send you
wasn't
something.
the
I don't know
same
where to
type
send
of
it to.
gyroscope.
Dude, I send more papers than like anyone that comes on this channel. That's the funniest part is that people say that. It's so funny. But I'll drop in the Zoom actually right now. I'll
Yeah,
drop them on
it
the
in
Zoom.
Zoom. That's
All right,
a good
perfect.
place for it. There you go.
Problem solved. So anyway, so it actually changed with altitude, right? Therefore falsifying that claim. So do you have any other? I get you don't know it, but I'm just telling you it's been done, replicated thousands of times with immense precision.
Can you drop it in the chat so we can check it out?
I am, yeah, but millimeter wave precision and stuff like that. So you agree that if that's true, then it falsifies that it's a spinning globe causing it. Are there any other evidences that the Earth is moving, whether rotating or revolving around the sun?
Well, I'd say there's things that happen in the sky that could lead to us believing, inferring that we're moving. There's no optical measurements from Earth's surface showing that we move around the sun.
Oh, it's a belief.
That I know of. It's not a belief because we've seen it from space, but you don't believe in that. So
Well, like according to your model, even if you were out in space, like even if I grant you space, you wouldn't know if it's the Earth moving around the sun or vice versa, like because of relativity, right? You wouldn't know. Even in space.
You
I think
would.
we'd be able to measure it from outside of Earth reference frame. Yes.
No, you wouldn't
Almost
be.
being on Earth as the reference frame, you wouldn't be able to measure it, but from outside of the reference frame, you'd be able to measure
There is no absolute reference frame to measure those two bodies moving, so you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the two moving in relation to each other according to relativity.
it. Maybe, but you'd be able to see the shape of the Earth, for sure. And its globe.
Okay,
'Cause we've done it.
but that's cool. I've already talked about specular reflections and line of sight radio waves and all that stuff, and that's cool, man. But what I want to point out is that this is just a fact. It's pretty interesting that like the Earth could be in the center of the universe, and it matches all observations better because the current model claims, well, yeah, it looks like we're in the center, but it's just an illusion.
How does it match retrograde motion?
It does. There's a kinematic equivalent. So there's many ways that could work. One is that the planets could just change the speed at which they move over time in relation to the background stars, because we actually
Kinematic
measure them in
equivalent
relation to
doesn't
the
make
sun.
sense.
Periodically slow down, then they would appear to be retrograde. It could also just move in relation to the sun, and then from our viewpoint, as the sun moves around us, it would look like they're going backwards, which is the exact kinematic inversion of your model anyway. Which is why
Means
no
nothing.
astronomer ever would tell you that retrograde proves that we move around the sun, because you could just flip it around, right? So there's nothing that
No,
you
I
can
don't
see
think
in the
so.
sky that proves it. I assure you.
If the planets slowed down, they would appear to slow down. They wouldn't appear to loop back on themselves.
You see how I can bring these into you? No, they would just slow down in relation to the background star, so they would look.
Him appealing to
No.
this kinematic equations to explain everything is appealing to our model. He's seeing all of the observations are correct. He just doesn't know why.
And also, there's no mechanism to explain why the difference of speed. There's no explanation of why randomly
okay.
planets accelerate and decelerate. And the mechanism is important if you're going to claim that.
It doesn't matter if you don't have the mechanism, the observation's still there. The observation he's appealing to by appealing to kinematics is the solar system. So he's still giving up the flat earth model by appealing to kinematics. So your guy was busted by appealing to kinematics.
Essentially, what he's saying is, yes, everything moves the way we say it moves, and everything we've done to derive the way it moves works, but it's definitely not happening because of globe Earth, and I don't have an explanation for it, but I know that much.
He's saying it doesn't happen because of relativity. It's because of the
Yeah.
ether. Well, the ether doesn't explain it, but besides the fact, the ether still appeals to a globe model. All you people who think Whitsitt and his buddies are these experts in this field are appealing to a globe model and a solar system model. Sorry.
What would we define the ether to be? What does the ether mean in this
They
kinematic model?
used to think it's the medium that is everywhere, but they don't know what it is.
Yeah, what is the ether? Like the ether,
Something
the
that
firmament?
light, they think light
It's literally
has to
magic.
travel through a mechanical like medium.
Yeah, it's literally magic. It's like their glue that holds everything together. It's like some kind of like imaginary wind with mysterious power to make light do things that we could never demonstrate in a million years.
It
Yeah,
was
it's
a
like-
fair assumption when it was presented.
Yeah.
I mean, it was valid. It's an interesting thought when it was presented 100 years ago. But then they went and looked and they didn't find the ether.
Yeah, they didn't. Well, there's instrument error, but it doesn't matter. But they're all their friends, Alan and whoever the other guy is that they
Toby.
pretend like they're experts.
Toby.
Toby. They're appealing to geocentric models, so they have to explain why we have all these weird eccentric orbits. Like it just doesn't make any sense. So viewing the solar system as if the sun is the center of the solar system and general relativity is true and space-time warps around masses is the most parsimonious explanation. It explains why electrons don't disperse infinitely, which we had to explain because of CRT2s. When we started developing those, we couldn't explain why electrons didn't just scatter infinitely because they have negative charges and like charges repel each other, but they didn't. Like they stopped, so that we got Lorentz contractions out of that. Anyways, then we resolved all these issues with relativity, but whatever. I'm gonna press play.
Look like they're going backwards. But anyway, and if they just move in, so there's something called the Neo-Tychonic system, which is Tycho Brahe, but it's a newer version, right? And it's just the planets moving in relation to the sun as the sun moves around the Earth, and it would make it look like they're going backwards. That's the same thing that your model claims, just inverted. So anyway, retrograde doesn't do it. The fact
Did you
is,
drop that in the chat? Maybe
I dropped them right now. There's like 12 of them.
no,
Retrograde
the ring laser gyroscope.
does do it because that's what it is.
About to drop the interferometry measurements changing without.
Oh yeah.
Not ring laser
Anyway,
gyroscope.
like, so-
Globy.
Also, I'll tell you this too, man. Supposedly the pendulum proves the Earth's rotating, right? It doesn't though. Like for 17 consecutive years, the Elias effect was observed. and it shows that it changes during eclipses, and that the amount that the pendulum precesses changes with where the sun and the moon are in their phases, like in their periodicity, the periodicity of the sun and the moon, in solar motion and
Yeah.
eclipses.
We went through that. We went through that reference that you gave the other day when you were talking to Bob, and it did not say what you said it said.
See, that's why you
It-
never can have any
it changed-
specificity.
It changed. Yeah, it changed insignificantly.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. We
How
read
much
the
is
pa-
that? How
I
much
read
is
the
that?
paper, dude. I read
Dude,
it.
insignificantly doesn't help you. It changes
It
in
does.
direct.
No, it does help me. It does.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't though, because it changes
Nothing-
it changes in direct relation to those celestial phenomena. So the
What
amount
does that
would
mean?
be
That means the Earth isn't rotating.
it means that the Earth rotating can't be what's causing it. It means that that phenomena in the sky is actually affecting the pendulum and causing it to precess.
Or
Certain
something
rates.
else affected it,
Right. So you could just start making stuff up, I guess. Yeah.
like you're doing right
With
now.
magic.
No, I'm saying
That
that.
something in the sky is affecting the pendulum.
But you're agreeing with me. Thank you. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. You are.
I said it was insignificant.
You're saying something
The
else. Did
results
it.
of the study were insignificant.
That's not what the conclusion was.
Was the conclusion?
No, it wasn't. You shouldn't baselessly trust
All right,
Bob if that's what you're doing.
I'm not baselessly trusting anybody. He actually showed the reference like
Yeah.
that you haven't ever done. And that was another
What-
one where
what?
you said you were. Another
What's-
one where
okay, what-
you said you were going to send him all these
what's the paper
things, and
called?
you never did.
Send it to you where?
Not to me, to him. You were going to send a whole bunch of things. You never did.
I don't know where to send them to him. He could message me.
Okay. He told you where to send them.
No, he didn't. Okay, so
Anyway, do you
here
have one
are.
of these in the chat yet? We can.
Can we drop PDFs in here?
I mean, you can. You can always
Well, I
like I say,
sent a
share on screen
super
if you guys
chat to
want to review
myself,
something together.
dang
It's
it.
totally fine. You know, you guys
Oh.
are consenting to your time here, and
It's all good. But can you drop PDFs in the? Does anyone know? I'm just curious.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Probably
Send
not
it to me
PDF.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
If you can
it's a
drop
file.
files,
Looks
you
like
can
I
drop
responded to my
PDFs.
super chat.
Yeah, let's carry
Okay.
on if you guys have any
It's all
other
good.
things you want to
Sure.
dig into before we get into Q&A.
I'd love for you to disprove all the pseudoscience you said I said in the beginning of this.
Yeah, well, like, okay, so you can't prove rotation or orbit, and you kind of admitted that everything that we see, we can't do anything on the Earth to prove it, and that you just have to believe. So that's cool. We agree. You just have to believe that the Earth moves around the sun, but
I
you
didn't
can't
say
prove
that.
it.
I didn't say anything about that in the beginning.
You did. You said the word believe. Oh, you mean in the beginning? Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. We're concluding that part, and we're moving on.
Believe.
Yeah. So you have a belief that you can't verify, and it's
I have a
like,
belief we can verify the rotation of Earth.
kind of like a religion, you know.
I have measurements that we can, and I'm guaranteeing those references you have don't say what you're saying they say.
Yeah, wrong.
When you say
Just my
guaranteeing, like
opinion.
you would like to bet on it, and then
All
we
right,
could have a
guys,
stream.
we're starting to do the
Yes.
meta. We're starting to do the meta
Yeah,
debate here.
the
So
meta.
let's try
It's
to
never worked out. It's never worked out. So I'm using. this
before everybody
Easter.
starts making bets on modern day debate. Is this a place to
Sure.
make bets?
Oh,
I
it's an
mean,
easy way to call out BS though.
Is that why we don't have one link that you asked that you said you put in here yet?
They're all PDFs.
They're on
You
your
me to start
machine.
pulling them up? You want me to start pulling them up?
you'll bring up lately on your
Pull
Yeah,
them
that's what we'll do,
up.
actually, because I'm making up that I have them.
Pull
We'll just
them
start pulling them
up.
I'm not saying you're making up you have them. I'm saying they don't say what you say. they
And drop
say.
PDFs in the Zoom. All right, let's see what all we got here.
let's share.
Is the debate over?
There you go, and you're up and running. And we'll
Sure.
give you the floor.
Okay, save as. Wait up.
So they're measuring ether drift
I'm seeing
with optical
that
wave.
Glowy may
Yeah,
have
that's what- that's
cool.
dropped or
That's
something.
what it is. Yeah,
because I'm
that's what
only
it is.
Wait,
Wait up,
seeing-
we're gonna keep. I'm trying to look for a specific paper. It's
Is this not one of them?
that one's fine, but here you go. Here's a good one. Save as, download. So those start popping up
This
right here.
is
I have-
linear
Electromagnetic wave
interferometers.
propagation.
That's
So
what
we're-
light is. Yeah.
We're not. So we're not talking about interferometry.
Yeah, that's what light is.
I know they use light in interferometry, but that was not testing anything using interferometry.
Yes,
Am
it
I
Light
was.
correct?
isn't
Yes, it was.
Okay, so go back to it. Let's
interferometry.
read it.
They're not the same.
What do you think this means here?
It doesn't mean interferometry. I want to see where it's
What does
talking about
optical mean? What does optical mean?
light.
Okay. So
Light. There's other things of light other than interferometry.
yeah, but this is based on Mount Wilson Observatory, which is Dayton Miller's replications of Michelson-Morley, which is interferometry.
You can't equate the two if that's not what they're about.
What? Do you not
Alright.
see right here? It says
I'm-
Mount Wilson
I'm just
Observatory.
asking.
That's
I
Dayton
wanna-
Miller. So,
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry that you don't understand this, but you know,
I'm just looking at it.
you see how many times it
so
says
let's-
interference pattern, interference bands, interference bands, interval, interferometer. Oh my
Okay.
gosh! Like obviously, I know what I'm talking about. You've never read it, so why are you acting like you're gonna
Because you
teach
just
about it?
searched the thing for inter. What are we talking
Interferometer
about here? Let's-
specifically? It's talking about an interferometer
Okay.
specifically.
okay,
But can we
let's-
you just admit you were wrong here?
No, we haven't read it. Showing something is not proof of anything. Where does it talk about the interferometer? What does it do?
Okay, let's look.
What did they test? What was the conclusion?
Interferometer based on the work of such interferometer based on the light passing in a forward direction returning to the observing point along the same path. The Michelson's interferometer sensitivity was low to the original ether drift effects. The measured value D in such a device
Same
visually observed
path,
bands offset
not a
interference pattern
ring.
expressed in terms of visible bandwidth. The entire paper is about replicating Michelson-Morley with interference patterns. Here's another one: modified Sagnac experiment for measuring travel time difference
Why
between
would you
counter.
run a different thing? All right, whatever.
Dude, these are huge papers, and I'm showing you that that it's been done dozens of times. I'm going to keep pulling them up.
Travel time difference between counter-propagating light beams in a uniformly moving fiber.
Yeah.
You're telling me this is about measuring interference patterns at varying altitudes about Earth's rotation.
It's I'm going to find the specific one that goes up.
Yeah,
into
please
altitude.
do, because these aren't it.
These are all showing that the propagation rate changes relative to many conditions, including altitude. My
Oh,
guy.
many conditions, including.
Yes, that's right.
Where does it say that?
I'm about to find the one that specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Why
That's
do
all
I
I'm asking
feel
for, is the
like
one that actually says what
Witsit's
you're saying.
reading of these
All of these
is
show a relationship
exactly
with
what
solar
he
motion,
just
my guy.
did?
I'm not
Just
solar motion.
searched
That's what you
certain
Well, like,
keywords
I
and
said that it
read
changes
around it.
and stuff like solar
Yeah.
motion. I said it the whole time.
He relies
one
on
does work in your model,
Toby.
though.
You said you had a whole
and-
bunch of references that show that it changes
Al-
with altitude.
Alan,
I'm looking for that
whatever.
one.
Okay, I'm trying to find it. Here it
Yeah,
is.
Alan and Toby.
All right, now let's come over here. Download. Okay, you want to
Because
read the whole paper?
quite frankly, when you don't have it, it's going to be interesting.
And
What?
they
That's what this paper's
highlight
about?
all this
You said I
shit.
have the other other one, and they weren't. So let's.
And that's
let's-
all they
No,
read.
I told you they
the
were about
stuff he
interference
thinks
changing based on very
important.
the
No,
change
you
in the
said
speed of light.
altitude.
Relative to altitude and solar motion. That's what I said.
Well, you're adding solar motion in now. You didn't say that.
No,
at
I
the
said it.
beginning,
I
but-
said it earlier.
No, you didn't.
Objectively,
You said that about the pendulum. Scroll. What's the title of this one?
ethereal wind and experience of millimetric radio waves propagation.
Ethereal wind and experience.
The phase method of anisotropic media. Do you know what that means?
Wait, hold on.
He live.
Experiment reaches researchers from the ground channel phase characteristic of 8 millimeter range radio waves propagation have revealed the problems connected with its model elaboration. Okay, so what does this have to do with what we were talking about?
Okay. So do you know what anisotropic means?
Don't start with the words. Okay, Austin, please show me how this proves what you said it proved.
Okay, it's
I'm
somewhere
not
towards-
spending 2 hours talking about words with you.
Yeah, but it's somewhere towards the end. And do you think what's so funny is you're said here we go. The expression allows to calculate high altitude relation of the ethereal wind horizontal component for the latitude by the work results obtained at altitude blank. So this is specifically about the changes in altitude right
A
here.
radio link. Let's talk about a radio link there, though. I just skip over that part. What are
What?
you using to measure?
An interferometer. Actually, specifically, they're using radio waves, which is it's a certain spectrum of light. You know that there's radio
Radio
interferometry, or you didn't
Well,
know that either. This is embarrassing for you. Did you know that
It
radio
certainly is embarrassing. Mhm.
So now that you said it wasn't about altitude, and specifically I showed you that it is changing with
You're
altitude.
cherry picking words, Austin. Where's the conclusion? Let's go
Dude,
back
this
to
is
the
what's
conclusion.
okay.
This is what's frustrating.
No, what's frustrating is you're trying so hard to get like a gotcha. You couldn't even bring up one paper and know where anything is ever. So I immediately went and looked through tons of PDFs, pull up a paper, and then I'm supposed to have the whole entire paper.
All we're showing is that you
You
can't.
have to
support
interrupt
your
right when I'm
claim.
about to get to the conclusion that exposes you. You interrupt me every time, very tactically.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing.
There
That is what
goes
you're
that
doing. So
exposed.
anyway, the
word
point is that
again.
obviously I don't have every single paper memorized off the top of my brain. Like, oh, on page 37.8, it says like, are you kidding me?
But this is what you do. You have references. You claim the thing. There's no time to actually read them and understand them here. So then you claim you're going to send them. You never do, and then just everybody goes on
Dude,
their
I've
merry
sent
way.
them to everyone that's ever been on this show with me and asked for them. Every single person. So that's just a lie.
It's not true.
Okay, name one person that was on the
That's
show
the
and
way.
asked for the sources. I didn't
This
send them.
show? Okay, I don't know about
Okay,
this show,
cool.
but I
You
sent
sent
it
me the
3
names.
times, including to myself.
He didn't send
No.
me the paper.
So this is what I'm saying. You're
That's
just
a
trying
lie.
to character assassinate because you can't handle it. Just say out loud again that if the interferometry measurements actually change with altitude, then it debunks the claim that it's because the
Show me
Earth is
where
a globe
the-
that's
sure.
spinning.
Show me
Oh,
where that happens.
oh.
You see how this happens in this paper here?
And the names he sent to Mark Reed were ones from friggin' Chat GPT. They were all fake names of papers from Chat GPT. He sent to Mark Reed. And what he sent to me were
Mhm.
names of papers. He didn't send me the papers. So there, lied to Mark and me, but at least he sent me actual names of papers. And none of these talk about ring laser gyroscopes. So he's lying again. These are
Yep.
about other type of interferometers.
Yeah, so I'm about to find the chart right here. Let's see what
Sure.
page is it. Trying to find the exact word. Let's see here.
Exactly. You're trying to find an exact word. So you can pull it out of context because the area that it's found in is
I know, that's what
likely
I'm trying to
nothing
find
to
the
do
chart. I
with
don't
the
know what's
actual
going on. Look, it
conclusion.
doesn't matter. It's just a fact. Here's what I'm saying. That this paper is obviously a big.
There's an
I'm not
area
telling
in
anyone
the
to believe
paper,
me.
Austin,
I'm
it's
saying
called
it's a fact.
conclusion. Go
It's a
there.
fact, bro. Look,
Yeah, we can move on.
And no one has cited this paper. This paper has been resoundly rejected except for the guy into guess what? Guess what? Orgasmic energy, cosmic energy. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, it tells a lot in science when nobody even takes the time to refute a paper. That tells you a lot. And also, if it's not cited by anyone else, I mean, you can just discard it.
Yeah. The only papers on that whole list that are taken seriously were the Miller papers at all. But then they were I think it was Shackley, I think. They readdressed them and totally dismissed them. Miller was Daily Miller, whatever his name was roundly dismissed. Like the problems were with the atmospheric conditions. Like even Einstein said that, but of course Witsit dismisses that.
We can move. That's fine. We don't need to watch you scroll through stuff. I'll read it. I'll
It
read
literally,
the solid
I went
point.
straight to where it talks about it changing with altitude, and then
Mhm.
here it is talking about how it changes based on solar motion. So they actually tested it during different times of the year,
Not
right?
for radio.
Differences available can be explained by those with the calculation executed in
Interferometers,
supposition
not
from.
for
I gotta find
laser
exactly what it is. I don't know.
range
But
interferometers.
here again, this is based on Michelson-Morley setup, right? That's what Mount Wilson's all about with Dayton Miller replications. So this test is objectively about redoing Dayton Miller's replication of Michelson-Morley with interferometry, showing that the actual
Highlighting
motion
words
detected with
is not.
interferometry
Oh my
altitude
god.
and throughout the year based on solar motion. It's
It's
not
Michelson Morley.
Go to the conclusion.
Is the Earth being a globe spinning? That's just a fact.
Okay.
So
That's your interpretation of what this
that's
says.
the author.
And,
That's their
Interpretation,
interpretation.
cherry picked spots, words.
Yep.
Go to the conclusion, Austin.
and of a paper that's been roundly dismissed, and other people have done these tests and have not repeated any of these results.
I think Globey is like petering out here. Like he's just getting frustrated because like he forgot that he said to go to the conclusion, and like he should be like punching Austin in the face with that. Go to the conclusion. Go to the conclusion. Because there are sections on these papers called conclusion that will show you what the conclusion was. Like,
Well, they still accuse me of not reading all these papers too, because I don't agree with them all. You never read those.
Accuse me of not reading papers
papers
because I don't have the ability to understand most of them because I am a layman. I am still in the process of learning. So that, yeah, sure. If somebody wants to accuse me of not reading a paper, fine. But if I'm going to cite a paper, be damn sure that I read it.
Did I ever say I understood everything in it? I read it. That's why I told
yeah,
him.
exactly.
I read the
Like,
paper.
yeah, that's an important part. Yeah.
Did I understand it all? I understood like the key points of it because I have a solid foundation. But anyways, understood it better than they did.
Okay.
We're 24 minutes behind.
We can move on. I'll read this and I guess do a separate response video on what I found.
Don't mind me.
Yeah, that's so frustrating for me.
Get your face
Anyway,
back on the screen there.
but the main point is like just so you know, interferometry has been done to change with altitude and the drop time of year, and then pendulums also change during eclipses and solar motion and based on the periodicity of the sun and the moon, which is falsified that it's the Earth spinning, and no one's ever shown a pendulum not precessing at the equator. So we got no evidence. In fact, that refutes the claim the Earth is rotating. Correct?
Lying again.
He's making shit up by there's a specific type of pendulum that this person did the test and they did them. They used these short pendulums. What was it? What was the problem there? But when you use the right size pendulum, they retested that again. I can't remember what the test was called. And the guy was they always bring him up. He won a Nobel Prize in economics. In economics. So the pendulum doesn't change based on time of year or season or anything like that. He's not making it up. It is a published paper that's been soundly refuted. And he knows that because he's been told that, but he's still regurgitating the same talking points. I don't know what else to call that except to be dishonesty.
And
if it was true, maybe. But I
now we're
disagree
stuck with the
your claim,
stationary
sure.
Earth. And so yeah, you believe in a stationary globe.
Sure, I believe in a stationary globe, I guess. Yeah, that's right.
We falsified the globe this
I showed you the
stream, so-
motions. You claimed you falsified it by showing papers that didn't falsify it. So
This might be a good time for us to move into the Q&A there, guys. And a big thank you to Globey McGlobeface for coming out and doing the debate. We were going to have you hosted, but then, some things slipped through our fingers, and we're so happy that we got you here. And, of course, Austin, thank you for being here. It's always a lot of fun when you're hanging out, and, always a great time, honestly. So let's we'll give that big round of virtual applause as we get into our Q&A, everybody. And as we're getting into it, I usually like to let our speakers have a chance to grab themselves refreshments. If you got to run to the washroom, do whatever you got to do, now would be your time. Speak now or forever hold your pee.
definitely go refresh my drink.
All right. No problem. Take your time.
Oh, you're saying step away? I'm gonna step away real quick too then.
All right.
Right
Yeah. Like I said, yeah. Speak now or forever hold your pee. We'll see you in a second, guys.
Yeah.
All right. For all you guys hanging out in the live chat, we are going to move into our Q&A right now in just a few seconds. We're going to start asking your questions to the speakers, but I'm just popping back in here now to see what you guys are saying. Oh man, this has been a lot of fun, and these guys have been, there's been amicable. These guys have been able to bounce off of each other really well, as far as I'm concerned. So it's been nice to be able to hang out in the live chat a little bit more and see you guys, especially the people who support us, who are smacking that like button and, like I said, sharing this out in those lovely spaces where you like having all the squabble and the back and forth. Globey McGlobeface has got his refreshment back up and running. What are you drinking tonight, or is that a no go? And yeah, Battlecat, I will do a quick poll. Sorry, sorry, I did ask you a question. Sorry, go ahead.
You asked me a question, but you can go right over. It's fine.
No, what are you having? Sorry, I did ask.
A little vodka soda.
Oh, nice. No, did you notice, everybody? I apologize at least 4 times. That's just Canadian. Can't help it. Cue the music. And also, once again, we don't say it enough, I don't think, on the show, but a big thank you to the moderators in the live chat. We super appreciate you, Batman, MXXD, Shane, Hannah. You guys are hanging out. Let's see. Anybody else have anything fun to say here? Ryan, what do you believe? I believe we're having a lot of fun.
Said your name,
having this
Mac.
discussion. So once again, you guys should smack that like button and boost us up in the algorithm, and we'll try to break
Cop-out.
YouTube. It's a cop out. That's right. You know what? I have been on other places where I've been a little bit more open about the things that I believe, but since then, I've decided that what I really believe in is rock and roll. So if you check out my YouTube theme song that I ask your question, not started yet. Hey, you know what? we can get some substance.
What?
This is from LJ. He is our honorary, always asks flat Earth questions, even if we're not having a flat Earth debate. LJ asks, if it's a globe, why doesn't half the Earth stay lit?
It does stay lit. So not sure what the question means. Half the globe is always lit. When is not half of the Earth lit? I'm confused by the question. So I guess the answer is it always is lit. So your question is moot.
Did you have any thoughts over there, Austin, to kind of build on what LJ was saying, so we don't just move on?
I mean, other than like sometimes way more than half of it is lit, and then they just start making up excuses as to why. But I don't know. I don't know if there's specific times where not the full 50% lit. I know there are times where way more than 50% of the sphere is lit, which wouldn't make any sense geometrically. But they just make up excuses and they claim the light bends around the Earth, all around the Earth, and it's just there's no way to falsify it. But
Is
that's
that
all
what
I
he's
can
talking
think.
about? Is he talking about like the July 8th observation, the day of July 8th thing? Is that what he's
I
talking
don't know.
about?
I don't know. I think it's roughly 65 to 70% of the Earth is
Oh,
lit up at
definitely
one
not.
time. Not talking about the population, talking about the whole
Population.
Earth.
That's talking about
All
the
right, let's move on to
population.
the next question there, fellas.
I knew what you were going to say.
Talking about
75% of the Earth is lit
population.
up at a
I
time.
said 65 to 70% of the Earth. Yeah.
Oh no, 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 no.
70%.
What he's talking
Okay,
about
the globe
is
claims
like
that it's because it actually
where
wraps around the ball a
light
little bit. Official
wrap
claim.
around a little bit,
reflects through the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And they can still and you can still see, like, you can't see the sun, but like as the sun's gone down behind the horizon, you can still see the light in the sky. That's what
Mhm.
he's talking about, where 65% of the surface of the globe could see light from the sun at one point.
It's refraction.
Exactly, that's what it is.
Well, it's the sky being lit up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or refraction.
Yeah, so I
Atmospheric
taught you your
scattering.
model.
around.
Good.
75%. You told me 75% of my mind.
No, I said 65 to 70.
Let's carry on, because LJ had another follow-up question there. Oh, he's brought on. Oh no, not the glasses. What's it? No.
These are my Glober glasses. If I'm just saying, if I need to give the Glober answer, I got you, bro.
Oh man, I'm cracking up already.
Bring out the
Oh, God, this
googly
mullet hat
eyes,
is put on for flat
Globey.
Earth. You can switch roles if you want.
It's got to be a little nasally, though.
So we already asked Globey what he's drinking. I'm having this is a beer, is what it's called. From This Is 12 Beer. It's a very cheeky thing that you would only find probably in Nova Scotia. So Austin, it's only fair that we ask, what is it you're having for refreshments tonight?
This
God.
is just water with some electrolyte mix in it. And I had a
Podcast, so that means everybody's just hanging out, having a good time. So let's carry on with the questions, and I think it's been a lot of fun. So LJ, what's the proof of Jupiter's mass, size, and gravity? So it's
Oh,
proof
me?
of Jupiter's mass, size, and gravity. Let's ask him to you, Globey.
What's the proof of
Jupiter?
its mass? Well, you can measure its angular size, and then using spectroscopy, you can figure out what it's composed of, and then make an assumption based on its composition and size, what its mass would be. So yeah, it would be based on a measurement of its composition.
All right.
But no flat earthers don't like spectroscopy. They think it's magic fate or something. But
We were going to move on, but I think, yeah, if you want to respond, Austin, it's up to you.
not really, man. Actually, look at a barrel 100 yards away and tell me what elements are in it, and holla at your boy.
Alrighty. All right,
Sure.
let's carry on then. See, we got some more. Kango44 asks, and also if you're hanging out in the live chat and you've got a question, get it into the super chat, because these guys, like I said, they said earlier on that they don't mind going a little long. So if you guys have questions, we're willing to take them and see if we can expound on what our speakers think. Kango44 says New Zealand is in daylight 3 hours before Sydney, Australia. Sydney is only 650 kilometers further away than the total side of New Zealand, which is 1,600 kilometers.
I've heard this
Question
one
for both
again.
debaters: why does the light take an extra 3 hours to travel 650 kilometers? A little much, but yeah. You guys got anything on that?
It would be relative to the position of the sun throughout the year. It doesn't like. Well, I don't even understand the exact question.
well,
How long it's actually lit
lit
is not going to be the same at all times. That's obviously a fact, right? So
the issue is that I think what he said New Zealand, right?
Yeah, New Zealand is in daylight 3 hours before Sydney, Australia. Sydney is only 650 kilometers further
Yeah.
away.
What he's saying is that's impossible on a flat Earth because the sun's right there. It's only 600 kilometers away, so it shouldn't be blocked by anything, right?
oh, what?
That's what he's getting at.
What?
That's what I think he's getting at anyway.
I don't know, man.
And
There's light
Oh
attenuation,
my
man.
goodness!
Every
Somebody
position of the sun,
clip that
including what was in your opener
soundbite.
about which
That's
angles
a
they set, can be
perfect
explained with, like,
reaction soundbite.
celestial person
Oh,
sphere.
what?
I'd love to explore that concept. How does that work?
You can only see so far at each distance equidistant.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually a logarithmic relationship to the elevation drop. So you guys say 60 nautical miles per degree,
Mm-hmm.
and that's linear because the surface of the Earth is curving. But actually, you have to cherry pick between like 15 and 70 degrees to do that. And the logarithmic would happen outside of that range. And so actually, just a logarithmic relationship of curved visual limit would be
He
exactly the same.
literally
on a
does
planar,
not
so you guys
understand
flip
what
the
he
way
just
that we
said,
see the
because
visual
if you're
limit, and
talking
we can do
about
whatever, in that
degrees,
respect,
you're
it doesn't
talking
affect-
about a circle, not linear. That was absolutely stupid what he
And
just
it's
said.
not logarithmic either.
Exactly. That he literally that is exactly word salad. He absolutely does not know what he just said. I can guarantee you he does not know what he just said. That is, there you have it.
He's saying vision is logarithmic.
Yeah, pretty much.
stars.
And
that we
he
looked at the
uses-
time.
I didn't ask you how the sphere works.
So you wanted to
I-
explore that concept.
Yeah, no, I understand how your sphere of vision is constructed. However, when you're south of the equator, the sun sets to the left always.
Mhm.
Has nothing to do with where the sun is in your azimuthal grid of vision. Could be
Yes, it
north
does.
of you, could be south of you. It's setting in the same direction.
Just like it would in the azimuthal grid in the model.
It would not. No, in your model, if it's north of you, it would set to the left. If it's south
No.
of you, it would set
They
to the
don't
right.
have a model.
It's
Because
optically
because it would be doing this, right?
no, but it's based on the actual curvature of the visual limits,
I just-
based on
like,
you in the
yes or
center of
no?
it.
This is
been
what your model
modeled-
says.
It's been modeled out, and based on your actual curved visual limit, right? There's a curvature to your visual limit, so the apparent light source is going to move in relation to that, and you being in the center.
So why does it not matter if the sun is north or south of you?
Because it's all relative to your personal
My
visual limit, and you in the
Vision
center of it.
bends.
Right. So if it's north of you, it should be setting which way?
If it's north of me, it sets a little bit to the right, and if it's south of me, then it sets a little bit to the left.
It's the other way around. But yes, it doesn't matter because it's always going left south of the equator.
There's no other way around.
Yeah, if
you
it's
just do
north
it
of
both
you,
ways.
it goes to the left, not to the right. But you're
But it
saying
depends on which way you're looking.
yes,
Go.
you're obfuscating. So
No,
the
you
point
just
is, it
said
doesn't
something
matter.
wrong.
No, you did, but it doesn't matter.
You want me to
It
pull up
doesn't
an
matter.
observation of it? You want me to show
If-
you how it works?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I got you.
And then I'll show you actual video of reality.
Oh, so you're just going to hand wave dismiss and say it doesn't work anyway?
Well, you can show me some computer model of what you think happens, right?
Well, let's
show our audience. If you guys want to show what you got,
Yeah.
let's see.
Yeah, yeah, I'm
'cause
gonna-
I do think this is one of the most simplest proof of a globe. It's
Oh, I'm
quite-
sure you
it's
do
quite
think
nice.
that. Sure you do think that. All right, so share screen. Now watch, you see the sun moving over to your right as it sets based on where you are. And you don't have to change the time of year. Let's go ahead and clarify. You don't have to change the time of year. You can just change latitude. It's going to be relative to your position and latitude in relation to the sun. You'll see that the sun sets a little bit to the right of where it is. And then you'll see, oh, it does the opposite on the other side. Now, if you just change latitude instead of changing time of the year, it would be the same thing. So inside your personal visual limit, that's why you see what you see.
Yeah, so that's what I said, right? Depending on if the sun is north of you or south of you, it would set different directions, right?
Yeah, on our model. Yeah.
On your model, because of the grid of vision, right?
Yeah.
That's a requirement of your model, right?
Well, that's how we actually measure the sky in the first place. And your model did the same measurements, but claimed that we can see infinitely in straight lines forever, and perspective doesn't affect stars.
So do you disagree with the stellarium data?
No, that's actually built on the stellarium data.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Do you know the
can
difference? Let me
Can you
explain.
show me that in the southern hemisphere?
Yeah, sure. But you're diverting because your whole home run argument just got dunked
I'm
on.
not diverting.
Real fast, man. I want to point something out, man. Okay, I want to make sure the audience understands. I'm gonna say it pretty quickly, but so we see in reality that say the street lights look like they're going down because of perspective, right? Or a plane coming towards you looks like it's going up, then going down as it goes away from you, right? I mean, that's what perspective does. Make things look like they converge. Flat Earth says the same thing happens with the stars. As you get away from Polaris, it'll drop. As you get closer, it'll rise, right? So we're saying that perspective works on the stars. The globe model says, yes, perspective does do that with everything else, but not when it comes to the stars. The stars just so happen to do the same exact thing for a totally different reason, I promise. It's because the Earth is curving. And the reason perspective doesn't displace the stars is because they're so far away. And they assume that they're infinite distances away and they're equal distances away, and that has to be the curved surface. So that's where they get the 60 nautical miles per degree, right? And whenever you don't assume that crazy nonsense, you understand that we have a visual limit of perspective, and you're going to actually get a logarithmic relationship. You have the same 60 nautical miles per degree. You can map the same thing out. It's going to be logarithmic below 15 degrees and above 70 degrees. And they just reverse engineer that visual limit to make a sphere. That's where you get the radius value. And then they did the visual limit. What a coincidence.
You're way off topic.
All right, whatever, man. I'm sorry. For those who actually want to know the truth, they took the way
No,
our
you're
eyes
just
see
saying
and they
words,
made a
man.
globe model.
You're just saying words. You're way off topic.
I'm just saying words.
Yeah. So
Okay.
let me explain, because I don't think you even understand what I'm even trying to get at.
Oh my gosh. I just showed it.
Yeah, and it's wrong.
It's not wrong. I'm showing the exact observation we see in reality.
All right. Yeah, while you bring that up, not sure what you're bringing up. We'll remind everybody that we
He's
did close a
diverting.
poll, and I'm going to open up another one in just a second here, so keep an eye out for that in the live chat. Your computer's giving it a good think there. I thought that was the time for me to back away. Maybe I should have vamped a little bit longer. Oh,
Well, I mean, people that actually listen to me know I just answered it and showed it anyway, right?
Zoom does not like when I'm sharing
No.
the screen.
People who listen to you are
Thank
just agreeing,
Yeah.
nodding their heads emptily.
it's loading rather slowly.
Out of curiosity, what
they-
else should I?
They should have been watching our show, where we paused and refuted all of his claims,
There you go.
all of them.
Say other than words.
It's not letting you screen share for some odd reason.
Like when you say you're just saying words, like what else should I say? Numbers?
It's a
It's the ether, baby. The ether ain't playing.
oh no, and it screwed up. So
He's trying to screen share Stellarium
What are we
of
doing?
everything in the sky, and he has it actually. Going.
Yeah, Globy computer crashed
figured out that
when
Oh,
he tried to open
Oh
Stellarium.
yeah.
let's
You
take
said
care
you
of
said
that
that.
right quick. Once again, thanks for being here. We'll just say, and they got our
Got my glass.
you get the chat, or maybe a little bit too much.
It made my entire computer restart.
Oh no, that was fast. If you reset, that's
I
what it
did.
started
I
on.
did.
Did you know? I
I
actually
did.
reset earlier too.
I had to install Windows this morning,
SSD,
though, so I might be having
baby.
problems, but
Let's carry
let
on.
me try it one more time. If not, maybe I can do it on my phone. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you want to try it again here, that's cool.
I already explained this, man. You know I know. You know I have an answer, right? Like you know that.
I
I
know
wonder
you
if
have
I
what you
should
think is the
finish the
answer, but
NASA
you don't.
fraud video or
There's-
do an
Just
after
explain the
show.
specific linear and logarithmic relationship with a plane as opposed to a globe.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but
I don't
it's
think
never-
you'll get it. Well, while you're loading your program, what I'm saying is that if you take the actual way that we see and you reverse engineer the angular resolution limit, you get 3,958.8 miles if you actually assume the loss of information is curvature of Earth. So you can hijack the way we see and get a radius of 3,958.8 exactly.
the way
right?
we
This is
see.
what the globe claims to be, and claims the reason things disappears not because of resolution limit, but because of the curve. Same thing with
It's not even this
3,950.
topic, Austin. We already talked about that. It's not even this topic.
Same thing with Polaris angles, right? So that's how you got the latitudes.
No, it's not. So we're in July now. So where's the sun? And we're in
It's-
Australia. And it's July.
Okay, so
the sun's in the northern
it's out
sky.
further. It's out further to the south.
No, it's in the northern sky. Opposite.
Oh, you're saying right now or in July? In July, it's in the
it-
north.
in
Well,
this-
you
in
said
this-
in July in Australia. I don't know, like
Yeah,
what
in
you were
Australia
saying.
in July. In Australia in July, the sun
Okay,
is
then it would
north
be-
of Australia.
Why would you
right?
bring up Australia? Yeah, okay.
Because I'm going to the southern hemisphere. That's
Either
why.
way, either way.
Can you guys see my screen, by the way?
I like how he
Yeah,
got it
everything's
wrong, and then he
okay.
was like, "Oh, you mean
So,
this?
If
Oh,
you watch
then
the
yeah."
sunset,
Because
It's
the
set to the-
south is a
showed a
thorn
video of it.
on
Yeah,
the
you said when the sun is
flat
north
Earth
of you, it's to the right.
community.
Are you supposed to be showing something beyond a loading screen right now?
Shit. Yeah, I'm playing an animation. I'm
Oh.
saying it's not working.
No, to the right or to the left is not an accurate denotation.
the
of
south.
situation.
It's not on the screen right now. Maybe you need to share a
To
different
the
screen.
right or
Depends on which
to the
direction you're
left? What
looking
at.
what is he doing here?
Do you agree if you're looking west and east, then left and right
It
are
is
different?
objectively
You're always
to the
looking west
left
for
or to the
sunset.
right.
aren't you?
Oh my
Could be northwest
God.
or southwest, but you're looking in the western sky.
Okay,
So I'm assuming that you understand we're looking west when we're talking about this.
sure, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But it's same situation happens with the sunrise, right?
Let me try to share.
You don't know.
Yeah, it does happen with the sunrise.
Yeah, and it's explainable with what I just explained to you. If you understood it, then you would know that we just reverse engineered that to get the globe anyway.
It doesn't
So
matter
it
what
would
you
have to
think
work.
we
It
reverse
would have to work
engineered.
on both. It would have to work on both.
All right, I just shared Stellarium specifically, so let me know if you can see this now.
You can see it.
Okay, there we go. That's
All
working.
right. So we're in Australia and it's July. So the sun is north. Now watch where the sun sets. Okay. We're looking west. Shit. Sorry, hold on.
I already showed this.
Go back to July. I hit too many buttons. Okay, so just look where the sun's setting, right? Setting from the north to the south.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
I just showed that.
No, you didn't, but hold on.
I
We're
literally
gonna
did.
go to December. We're gonna go to the end of December. Okay, as far south as we can go. So now the sun is in the southwest sky, and it's still gonna set to the left. Okay, and this gets more pronounced if I go a little bit more north, but I'm in the southern hemisphere. So according to your explanation a minute ago, depending on where the perspective is of the sun, depending if it's north or south of you, it should set in different directions. But it never
If you see
does.
if you see the actual position, and then you didn't actually represent what I said, my argument was.
So how can I put Stellarium to represent what you said?
Stellarium is showing you what we said because actually, I'll show you the actual measurements of Stellarium. That's how we actually made the model, right? You understand that, right?
I don't want you to show me how we made the model. Okay.
well,
The
this is
sun
how-
on flat Earth goes like this.
Yeah, man.
It doesn't matter if the sun is north or south of you in the southern hemisphere. It
All right.
sets to the left.
I'll share my screen, and this one's narrated for you, so I think
Good.
you'll
Make
get it.
that work with your azimuthal grid.
I think you'll get it, and then we can move on. 'Cause this is the longest question ever. So I'm going to share my sound.
It wasn't even a question. We hijacked it.
What?
I don't think this was even asked.
No, yeah, you hijacked it, but it's all good.
This is we went a little bit south, but that's okay.
It's all good. All right, hopefully you can hear this.
Oh no,
So
the
the answer
dome
to
of
the mysterious
vision
magical sunset
bullshit. Here we
phenomenon,
go.
what
You can hear it?
Oh.
Space was talking about is really just as simple as knowing what the sun is, knowing that it's in a apparent position, and knowing how to accommodate for it with the limit of vision, right? So when the sun rises, here's what we see. Oh, it rises and sets, and you see it's perfectly on the equator right here. It's perfectly symmetrical, right?
It
in the
isn't
middle. It's
showing
super
a
easy. So there's
point
the one
of
sunset,
view.
totally explained. Let's go
Where's
ahead and
the
either change the time of year or change our
point
latitude.
of
We can do both,
view?
because that's what determines the angle of
Everybody
the sun
has a
on every
personal
model, by the way,
sun.
not just ours. There we go. It's
You didn't
moving
know that?
southward, and then here we have a nice little arc when it comes back around. That's how we get this wonderful arc sunset going south. Wow, look at that arc. That's crazy. And then actually we can go back to a different.
So
Oh,
in
yeah.
their model, Occam's razor says everybody has a personal sun. Everybody has a set of personal stars in the sky.
So if me and Oz are standing right next to each other, what's stopping our personal suns from going different directions? Why do they always go the same direction?
Magic.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause it-
Azimuthal
it's-
grid of magical woo.
It's a kinematic equivalent model that it might be electrostatics in domes. They're not sure. And
Well, like,
so
but can the flat earthers watching this right now, can you understand why this doesn't show anything? Because it's not showing a point of view. If you could show this from a point of view standing on the earth and on a flat earth and watching the sun go around that circle, you would not see it go down the way that we objectively see it going down on the globe earth. It would never go down to the left. It would always come in, and as it goes out of sight, it is physically traveling in a circle to the right. So south of the equator, you would see it go to the right.
What they do in this azimuthal grid of view is they move the sun around the grid and down so it disappears at the edge of the little dome, that we all have an individual dome.
So they make the sun do things that it physically doesn't do. Oh, and our
It's
and our
all-
vision curves somehow.
We have a height. They see we have an azimuthal grid of vision due to
Hyperbolic visual space. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
because
God.
of some
More
because
magic.
they did a study that showed that our depth perception gets poor at further distance through some logarithmic function, which is what he sort of was appealing to also, I think is what it is. So the further we get away from an object, the worse our depth, the worse our judgment on how far away it becomes. But if you get experts like marksmen and stuff, they're going to be much better at judging distances than a layperson because they're used to judging long distances. But if you just grab regular people off the street that aren't used to judging long distances, their estimates are going to be bad at longer distances. So the test is sort of flawed in the first place because you're taking people that aren't used to judging long distances and just a random sample of population, like urban people in the cities that don't know how to judge distances. Well, I don't know what they're measuring. They're measuring nothing. And they're saying this is reality. Like, that's not reality. That's our subjective perception of reality. That's solipsism. That's not like what reality is. So what science is trying to do is trying to figure out what is true independent of my own personal experience. So what is true if I wasn't around? What would be true for everybody, not just me? This model here is only true for you at your location. That's it. And changes as you move.
And science would be true for nobody as well. Even if nobody was around, the things that objectively happen that science could measure would still happen, even if we weren't here to measure them or observe them.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out with science, is what is true independent of our personal senses, right? Because we know that our senses can be flawed. So it should be easy to calculate the angle from the ground up to the sun at every point in its travel across the sky from two different points on the flat Earth. Correct. Should be. So I had a debate with Iron Horse, Flat Earth Aussie, and he said in the debate that if we all didn't have a personally perceived sun and stars, that the math wouldn't work. That the sun would have to be 93 million miles away. And he knew it wasn't 93 million miles away because he knew the Earth was flat. That's why they're appealing to this, because Eratosthenes, the shadows, the sticks, your perception of the sun, where you look up to the sun, when we all look up at the sun, we're all looking at an angle that would put the sun 93 million miles away from us. 93 million miles away. That's the point. So some of the flat earthers recognize this. That's why they have to have this bendy, curvy, weird ass shit to explain the sun.
That by the way, they can't show this. Like they cannot demonstrate this in reality. That's why they have to do it on computers.
Yep. So they can say, well, when you're here, this is what you see, right? Yes. That's what you see when you're there. But but if I look at the sun and you look at the sun, like according to this model, those two lines won't line up. Because this shape, that flat shape, the only way those two lines will intersect If you take this flat shape and you wrap it into a globe, that's the only way those lines will intersect at where the sun actually is, 93 million miles away, is if it looks like this over here. And that's just it. Like, we're not making it up. We're not like lying. We're not like deceiving you. It's just the nature of reality.
Perspective is real, but all this magic bullshit and the domes and all this wavy light and this all this magical crap that they have to bring up and can't demonstrate and cast onto this fictitious computer model, all these things that you have to just believe are there and trust in without any objective proof of it whatsoever. That's the reason that it's just straight up nonsense.
Yeah.
When you can stand in a place in reality and with your eyeballs watch a thing happen in 3 different ways in 3 different locations, then you know that what you're looking at matches the globe model. The fact that the sun goes down to the left, south of the equator, shows you that you are not on a flat earth, because I don't care what kind of magic you try and incite, that sun going around in a circle above your head on a flat plane will recede into the distance and angularly get smaller as it does, and it will fade out to the right, south of the equator, every time.
Yeah.
But we don't see that in reality.
They made this, the guy that bits, whatever the guy's name, he's not a flat earther. He just made a model that would match perspective, individual, personal, subjective perspective, to show how kooky the concept is for a flat earth, for what we actually experience. I can't click a link on
I have a question. I have a question that I'm curious about in these debates. Why isn't the engagement ever focused on the firmament and ether and engaging these elements? I always keep hearing kind of how the glow model functions, but I've never heard any engagement in these debates about these other things. You know, I think that would
probably agreed not to bring them up or something like that.
No,
they're like, oh, if you bring this up, I won't continue to talk or something. I don't know.
I'll tell you why. Because they're playing a game, a linguistic game. They are emulating online atheist arguments. They're emulating arguments like Matt Dillahunty. They're emulating Matt Dillahunty. They're emulating Aaron Ra. They're emulating these large atheist interlocutors on the internet by denying they have a burden of proof. They're saying, I'm not claiming God exists or doesn't exist. I'm just saying I lack a belief in the globe. So they refuse to make a claim. That's the game they're playing.
I'm interested in also the exploration of like the kinematic equivalency model, the neo-Tychonic model. It would be interesting if these things were deconstructed and explained, because these are the terms that I keep hearing every single debate. These concepts arise all the time. And it would be interesting to say, let's make this layman English. What is this neo-Tychonic model? How does it function? How does it work? Is it useful? Is it not? I think that would help folks like Dr. J and maybe folks like me too understand what's going on in this conversation. Break down what these terms are and what they mean. Like, and also, like, I heard Gauss's law before. I'm like, this would be useful. Let's look at all of these concepts and terms and see what they mean. I think I really actually agree with Whitsitt, honestly speaking. When when his interlocutor just says, you're just saying words, I'm like, dude, you lose. If you're just saying he says words and you can't actually tell me what words is he saying, then it just sounds like nothing. It sounds like you're not actually engaging what he's saying. And you, even if you did, and if you're agreeing to debate a flat earther, then you have to play the game. You can't come out and just say, yeah, you're just saying words. You've lost. I'm sorry, that's a losing statement, in my opinion.
No.
Well, I disagree with that.
Well, then, okay, if you disagree with it, then how do you engage? You're just like, okay, I'm not even engaging what you're saying.
Well, I mean,
sounds
it
like
goes
I'm
back
putting
to
my
what I
fingers in my ears and
Well, let him explain, Issa.
Yeah, it goes back to what I'd said about colloquial usage of word salad, where like if you may very well be saying something that does have meaning and it may even be correct, but because nobody else knows what you're talking about or what you're talking about is so esoteric and you're talking about a very small fringe piece of that knowledge, nobody knows what you're talking about. So it goes back to the colloquial use of the phrase word salad. So when he's just saying all this, just saying words, they don't mean anything to anybody. Break down what you mean. I agree that just saying you're just saying words isn't good enough. Like if you would follow that up with you're just saying words, explain what you mean by whatever phrase you just said. Explain what you mean by that. That would probably be better, sure. And so I can concede that point, but I don't think that like just saying you're just saying words is an end all to the point. I think that it would be
Max,
better to
you're
probably
wrong.
just say it.
But I have a counter argument.
Whitsitt did not invent azimuthal grid of vision.
Yeah, but I didn't have enough characters. The concept exists, but it's applied to something entirely something else.
But Whitsitt didn't invent it for this concept. This was something created by somebody else at Whitsitt. This image on the screen was not invented by Whitsitt.
I agree with you, Rodney.
No, but I'm talking about the way he uses the azimuthal grid of vision concept. That's one thing I only heard him say. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he took it from someone
But
else.
he's getting it from here.
I'm not seeing.
He's getting it from the model he's showing of that dome moving around. That's the azimuthal grid of vision.
So I wanted to engage what you said, Rodney. Is that okay?
You have to ask him.
Yeah.
All right. So to engage what you were saying, Rodney, you said he's being an esotericist. I agree. But if you're willing to duel an esotericist, you have to play that game. You can't say, I'm just going to play my game. You have to say, if you're engaging the esotericist, if I'm going to engage a mystic, if I'm going to engage a person who's using certain kinds of linguistics and vernacular, I have to learn that vernacular. I have to learn that linguistics. I can't just come in and say, well, I believe in the globe model. I'm going to just say the same standard. You're not going to look good. You got to learn how this person plays. And if they're playing a game, you have to learn how they play. And I think that is the problem that I'm seeing. I see a lot of people are not playing the game. They're just like, I'm going to come in and just be myself. And I don't think that wins. At least on the platform of persuasion.
I see where you're coming from.
Well, that's
I completely see where you're coming from.
No, I totally. It's the responsibility of both sides to use common language that both people understand. If somebody's using esoteric language to obfuscate, they're the ones that are being the dishonest interlocutor. They're the ones that are losing the debate when it comes to the people that are listening to the argument. It's the one using the esoteric language that should put it into common language if they wish to be a good communicator. It shouldn't be up to the person that's using common language that everybody understands to understand the esoteric language before they engage in a science debate.
So,
and that's where, and I think that's where, like the honesty of people like Globey would come into play, where Globey knows that Austin is probably going to be like that, and Globey knows there's no way he's going to bring Austin down out of that, because that's where Austin thrives and that's where he's comfortable. He knows he's not going to be able to drag him down from that, and he's just unwilling to play that game. That's why I can see where Issa's coming from, that you have to be willing to play that game. But I also I do agree that it should be a thing where people are honest enough to come into a debate and use common vernacular, but folks like Whitsitt, he's just not going to do that. And knowing that about your opponent, you should be able to, or at least willing to, dive into that kind of play to be able to even the playing field. So yeah, I see where East is coming from. I still think that that saying things that other people aren't going to understand is a dirty tactic, and it is just saying words. I think that's how he got around like triggering Austin by saying word salad. Just saying you're just saying words.
Well, so the point I'm making is so I don't ever accuse Austin of word salad. I ask questions. If I don't understand something, I have the humility to say, well, I don't understand that. Could you tell me what you mean?
I don't clue what you just said. Explain it.
So I don't have that problem. So
yeah.
But it's not
and
up
that's
to
where
me
your
to
honesty
know
shines through, that because you're being honest.
Yeah, it's not up to me to know in advance his esoteric language. It's up to him to explain it to me if it's a new concept and I'm unfamiliar with. And but it's up to me to say, I don't understand what you mean, instead of insulting the person by saying he's stupid, which is the implication when you're calling it a word salad, is the implication is it's meaningless when it could be meaningful. Because word salad's typically an insult.
And that's my point. That's the point that I'm making. That's the problem of what I'm seeing in these engagements. Is that if you're not, and it's fair, Ocean. If you took the counter response, say, you're mentioning the Neo-Tychonian model. Can you explain how the Neo-Tychonian model works and how the Neo-Tychonian model proves the flat Earth? I think that would be a valid interlocution. Yeah, I think that would be a valid counter. You could say that would work. But if you're just like, I'm going to ignore everything you're saying and I'm just going to continue to say what I'm saying, I mean, I don't think that's the thing.
He doesn't explain. He never explains. That's the problem.
I mean, I've heard Whitsitt try to explain before. I mean, I've listened to some of the things that it sounds like an explanation of some sort. I mean, I think the point is that when you're dealing with these types of situations, it's hard because you're dealing with a lot of scientific stuff and scientific language. So I think opening arguments would be very helpful in saying, okay, let me explain all the scientific language. Like that other guy who came on the show, he did a pretty good job of that. He's like, I'm going to talk about these models and I'm going to explain what these models in very, very easy language. And I think that that's the way that you can really engage this. And I think in the Whitsitt debates, he's one of the best debaters against Whitsitt. I wouldn't say that Whitsitt lost that. I thought it was a tie for me, but I think he did really well. And I think that's the way that you need to engage.
Yeah,
you have to engage the model.
We'll have an after show. We're going to do it on the video I have scheduled. This is going to redirect to the after show when we end it. So hopefully you all go to the after show. I don't want to make this stream. This was supposed to be about NASA fraud, and then I should have restarted it for another show.
6 hours straight
together.
Let's give a virtual round of applause for Ocean just powering through 6 hours of stream just for you guys. So thank you, Oz.
Yeah. Religion's not an insult, no longer on a ball. So you think belief in a God is an insult? No longer on the ball. Do you think knowing a God exists is an insult? Or worshiping a God is an insult? So weird.
And also, the globe is not a religion. It's a fact. Sorry.
I don't care, Max. He thinks calling something a religion is an insult. Why?
Oh, yeah.
Why is that an insult? No longer on the ball?
do.
Knowing God exists is a reality. Ooh. Okay.
And then why are
good.
you using...
So why do you think knowing God exists is an insult?
Oh, if God exists and it's reality, demonstrate him. Demonstrate the existence of God empirically.
No. And hey, no longer a ball. Do you know that knowledge is a belief? You know, all knowledge claims to knowledge are beliefs. Did you know that? Knowledge is a justified true belief. Like, you know that, right? I hope so. It's just normal epistemology, dude. What's wrong with having like rituals and worship towards your God? Is that a naughty word? Is religion a naughty word? No longer on a ball?
In
Like
this
going to
channel, we
church, naughty
discuss.
thing? Like, I don't
In this
think it is. I think you're insulting every Christian that watches this show. I think you're an insult to the Muslims that watch this show, the Christians that watch this show, all the Christians that
All of the
believe that Earth is a
religious.
globe. Yes. Do you know, no longer on the ball, that most people that believe in evolution are Christian? Did you know, no longer on a ball, that most people that believe that the Earth is a globe are Christian? Did you know that? No longer on a ball?
And
Did you?
you're a bit new. I haven't seen you around this channel, but on this channel, we respect everyone's belief. We try not to insult anyone. We will discuss
Logical
religion. We
fallacy.
will discuss atheism, flat Earth, political subjects, but always with the utmost respect for everyone's opinion. And things can get heated, but we never go into insults.
Yeah. Yeah. Please don't use the word religion as an insult. Please don't do
Mhm.
that here. That's insulting to people that are religious. There's nothing wrong with being part of religion. I know you want to make it into a naughty word. It's not. But the word belief isn't a naughty word either. I have tons of beliefs. Nothing wrong with having beliefs. Belief is just accepting something that's true. I hope you accept your God belief is your God is true if you claim to know it. Anyways, it's cringy, dude, how they emulate people like Matt Dillahunty and Aaron Raw and these Jimmy Snows and all these online internet atheists. Why do they do that? It's like they pretend to be skeptics and they're not. Like, neither are those people either. They pretend to be skeptics, anyways, and they're not very good skeptics. I'm sort of ranting now about. In my debate, did you see the debate I was in? Like Craig said, I don't have any beliefs. Like, were you stupid? And I was like, I have tons of beliefs.
Yeah.
I was like, I have tons of beliefs.
I think he was probably trying to like close in on the like religious belief like claim of it, like because like myself, I don't claim any kind of religious belief, and I refuse to have any religious beliefs anymore. I will either know God is real, or I will continue to assert that he isn't.
If you know
And so
God is
I
real,
refuse to have a religious belief. So that
if you know
may,
God,
I don't want to put words in Craig's mouth, but that may have been closer to what he was saying.
if you know God is real, you would believe God is real.
Well, right. Yeah. Well, faith belief, that is what I'm getting at. The belief by faith.
Yes. Okay.
No longer on a ball. I told you
want
repeatedly.
justified beliefs.
We are going to give you the link and you can come on stage in the after show. Right now, we're doing this until the debate ends, and then we open the after show for everyone. This is the format, and this is the way we do things here. So please, calm down.
Is it still not over?
No, it's still not
it's
over.
still going.
Wow.
I don't think no longer on the ball knows what fallacies are. Like, I haven't stated a single fallacy. I've just been defining words. Defining words aren't fallacies.
Poisoning the well. Bandwagon. Straw man. Ad hoc.
Yeah. Yeah, Bob, I agree. Creaky Blinder came on our show. I met Aaron Raw too. I don't have any beliefs. I just follow the evidence. Oh my God, so bizarre. Just open up a dictionary.
It's like what I said earlier, where a belief can be justified by empirical evidence, but it doesn't necessarily have to be.
No, it doesn't have to be. Belief can just be through intuition. A belief can be through faith. A belief can be through empiricism. A belief can be through a priority justification, like a metaphysical argument. And there's nothing wrong with having beliefs that are, all those forms of beliefs have some type of rational justification. Having no justification at all, I would say, would be weird. Typically, people always have some type of justification for a belief. I'm not strawmanning any of your words no longer on the ball. I just know how dictionaries work. So you're just equivocating then between words, and that's a fallacy. So you can have your own personal language. I typically try to use words that are more academic. So I apologize if I'm using the academic definitions for like words like belief and knowledge and stuff like that, and you don't understand them, but I can help you out. I know, I'm just messing with you. I just get so annoyed. But in that debate, like, so I pointed out again, Craig, I have no beliefs. When Creaky Blinder came, I have no belief. Aaron Ra, no beliefs. Dustin Nemos laughed at me because you have lots of beliefs.
We all have beliefs, and it's
I know.
okay. Doesn't matter if you have a religion or not.
Why? I know. And then who else?
I agree
did
with you.
Ross was laughing. I had beliefs. Witsits in the comment section laughing at me. That's so cringy. You have beliefs? Are you guys crazy? So they're all emulating each other. They think it's like a naughty word. It's so weird.
I'm with you, Ozian. I think it's better to be honest and just say we have beliefs. We're humans. We're not robots. You know what I mean? We're going to have opinions. We have beliefs. We have thoughts, things that we carry, and it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't make
And
you
that could be
inferior.
like equating the like belief by faith, like belief without justification kind of thing. I think that a lot of people hear the word belief and just think something without justification.
Because they're in America, they've been convinced by the fundamental Christian arguments that belief is by faith alone, because they've all been deconverted from Christianity. And it's the same thing with a lot of arguments I have with them. It's like they're still Christians. And
It's
they
like
don't
you
know
heard from me a minute ago. I didn't qualify what I meant when I said religious belief, and when you said the thing, I was like, okay, yeah, what I mean is by faith. Like then I went back and corrected my language.
Yeah, and it's okay to accept testimony as evidence. We do it all the time. Like people have said testimony is not good evidence. We do it all the time.
And I don't want to say that I don't think faith is a bad justification. It's just a different kind of justification. It's a different framework, and we don't have to be so punitive to it. You say, look, that's your framework. It's not the framework that works for me, and I think we can coexist on this plane without just saying you're stupid because you need to have my way of thinking. So
yeah,
exactly. If everybody thought the exact same way, this would be a nightmare hellhole to live in.
Yeah. I have no problem with people that have faith, like and believe in God through personal testimony. If they're convinced God exists because he had a personal revelation or experience they believe it came from God, dude, that sounds like good justification to me to convince them it's true. Not good justification for me to accept it's true.
Exactly.
But people like Matt Dillahunty will gaslight them to make them feel like there's something personally wrong with them.
Oh boy,
your faith is fine for you, but it's not fine for me.
I saw that
as long as we can make that delineation, I think that we could still have open discourse with people of faith. Be like, okay, well, your faith is justification and good enough for you, but it's not good enough for me. while I'll accept your arguments from your point of view that you go by faith, that's not going to work for me. And as long as we can be like,
Yeah.
make that delineation, I think then it still opens the door for honest discourse.
Yeah, no longer on the ball. There's nothing satanic about the globe. Nothing satanic about the globe.
I would ask, what does Satan mean? Like, this is an interesting thing. Like, I think
Yeah.
we need to be Socratic and curious. When someone says it's Nephilim and Satan and demon, I'm like, well, what do you mean by these things? Can you explain what you mean by them? Because
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean. I think you're assuming that I accept your standard of what this word means. Tell me what these
Well,
things mean.
yeah, you're right. That's a good question. No longer on the ball. If the earth is a globe, would that mean God doesn't exist, or would God still exist even if the earth was a globe? Because I think that the globe is perfectly compatible with the Christian God existing.
Many Christians believe in that. So,
Yeah.
like, take Dr. J. Dr. J is a perfect example. He comes in, he's like, dude, I just believe all of these things standardly. It's like, there's nothing wrong with them, you know?
See, and I used to hear things like that too. Like when I was IFB, people would say, like, you would hear a preacher or a Sunday school teacher say, oh, if they ever found life on another planet, which they won't, by the way, they can never do it because it's not in the Bible. But if they ever found life on another planet, then God isn't real and we're all going to hell. And like, okay,
Oh my-
well, first of all,
How
if
would you
God
go
isn't
to
real, we
hell if
wouldn't go to
God's
hell.
not real?
Exactly. And I never thought of that while I was on the inside. Like, that never resounded with me because, like, I was in there too. Like, I automatically, like, yep, we'd be going to hell. We're all in trouble. But yeah, I hope that I get to live long enough to see us find some kind of primitive or basal life somewhere other than on Earth. And then I want to hear them either straight up admit, okay, God isn't real, or like these people that I was hearing this from, I want to hear them admit this, or I want to see how they will dance around and try and justify it.
Yeah.
Because they made that statement definitively. And then I want to go back and be like, hey, that thing you said, we found it. What?
I think that's a good point, Rodney, that this is a kind of a foolish kind of faith, in my opinion, where people try to make predictions about what's going to happen in the future. The rapture is going to come on July 1st of 2025, and then it doesn't happen. And I'm just like, dude, why are you setting yourself up to fail? You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's so silly, and it's kind of arrogant. It's a pretty arrogant position. I remember that the one guy, the guy who was talking about the Jonah story, Christ has a sword. What a weird name. And this other guy came on, and he came on because he said, of me, I guess, a nice guy. And he's like, I don't know what he's talking about. I have no idea what he's saying. And it was great. He's like, I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus, but I have no idea what this guy is saying.
Oh,
hey,
here we are.
Bud.
How you guys doing?
So
Really
I am
good.
curious. Like, let me ask a few questions. Like, so do you think, like, if the Earth was a globe, that God doesn't exist, or?
No.
Curious.
No.
Okay.
I've been a Christian. I'm a pastor's kid, Baptist religion. Grew
I'm a
up in it.
pastor.
Good job. So
I'm
I've been
atheist, though.
Yeah, most of them actually are, without really realizing it. Yeah. So I'm pretty well understand that God's real. There's no belief needed. He's made his fingerprint very obvious in our beautiful earth.
Well-
Now, I was also a globe believer because obviously everybody is, because we've been indoctrinated as children, babies, infants, and as adults grow up still defending and believing that stuff blindly, and realistically it doesn't matter. But
Can I clarify something really quick
Sure.
before we go on?
Mhm.
So the word belief means, to me, like a dictionary definition and in theories of knowledge, all it means is a proposition that you accept as true. So the
Right.
proposition would be God exists. And if you accept that God exists, that means you believe that God exists. If it is true that God exists and you have justification for it, that means you're claiming that you know that God exists. So when you say God exists, you're saying you both believe it and you know it. So saying that you believe God exists is just fine. You're saying you accept that it's true that God exists in normal language and in theory of knowledge and philosophy. That would just, in philosophy of religion specifically, that would just be a normal statement to say. There's nothing wrong with saying you believe or you know.
Well, I suppose, you know, so I believe there are
There.
believers of God, and I believe there are knowers of God.
Yeah.
And the belief is an enemy of knowing.
No, if you know it,
if you
just really
know,
clear.
you don't need to believe. If you
No.
believe, it is basically something that you just in your heart, in your mind, agree exists.
Just
But
be
doesn't
clear.
Hebrews 11:6 that you have to, in order to please him, you have to have faith, and those that come to him must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of those that diligently seek him?
Yeah, imagine it says that.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
uses the
just
word
to be
believe. You have to believe that God is.
Yeah, and
Just to be
I do.
clear, just to be clear, knowledge is a type of belief. Knowledge is a justified true belief. So if you know God exists, you must also believe God exists.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, mincing words like this doesn't really matter all that much. But yeah, I generally agree with you.
Okay. That's just epistemology. Basic like
Mhm.
philosophy of knowledge is all claims to knowledge are also beliefs. So
It's all good.
that's it.
Glad I
So
could
it's
help.
weird when people say they have no beliefs. It's like
It is.
because yeah, there are people that have no beliefs or claim they have no beliefs. It's like pyrrhic skeptics or radical skeptics or global doubters. A global doubter is somebody who would claim they don't know if they don't believe they exist. Like they don't hold a position on their own existence would be a global doubter.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's radical skepticism. Like so if I ask somebody, do you believe you exist? And they say no, I'm like, what? It's like and then they say, I know I exist. I'm like, then you believe you exist. Why are we playing these stupid semantic word games? Like just who cares? Like anyway, so I think it's weird. Like they all mocked me because I said I had lots of belief, but I study philosophy. So just to be fair, then, if it was proven, like if you were able to go to space, you saw the Earth was a globe, you would still believe in God,
Mm-hmm.
right? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
So
So
why
yeah.
would it matter then?
So why would it
if
matter?
it's a
So
globe?
what you were asking me is basically, am I saying that I either believe in God or don't believe in God because of the globe or something? What was that question you were originally asking me?
No, I just want to know if yeah. So like it seems weird that people. It seems like a lot of people have their commitment to the flat Earth model seems to be tied in a lot with their belief in God. A lot of flat earthers, not all flat earthers, of course, but it
Yeah,
doesn't
of
seem like
course.
you have to believe in the globe to believe in God. So
Right, of course. Yeah, there's plenty of ballers who believe in God, and there's plenty of flat earthers who believe in God, and there's plenty of flat earthers who are atheists, and there's plenty
not
of
many,
and there's
but there
plenty
are
of
some.
yeah, and there's plenty of obviously scientists who tout the heliosexual model, and they're of course atheists. They think you came from
Why do you
monkey
do you,
jizz.
do you like do you ever think it's insulting like when people like say because I would never say because like I support the Second Amendment and people say
Hoo-hoo, it's important, more important now than ever, by the way.
people say amosexual. I think it's insulting. I would never insult a person because they believe the earth is flat. I would insult a person I would call a person who I think is being
I don't know.
a
It seems like you
liar. Like
were
I think
trying to insult me from the chat, so that's why I asked for a link.
what?
No.
So it
I
kind of
wasn't
looked
trying to insult
because I
you.
was you were asking questions and telling me a bunch of that I was a bunch of things such as how come you don't so you don't believe in God and all this other kind of crap, and it's like what from me typing you in the chat. So if you want to actually ask me something, that's why I asked for the link.
I said
So
you didn't believe. I didn't say you didn't believe in God. I asked if you're basically if your belief in God was contingent on the Earth being flat or a globe.
oh, absolutely not.
Okay, that's all I was trying to ask.
Yeah.
So, because I asked people like that, like, because a lot of people will like deny evolution or whatever, and I'll ask them, and based on religious doctrine, I'll ask them, well, what if you were convinced that evolution was true tomorrow? Would you give up your belief in God? Do you think it falsifies Christianity? And most people say no. I'm like, then why does it matter? Most churches in the world accept evolution is true. It seems like evolution can be compatible with Christianity because he could have just set everything in motion to make it happen.
Right. Yep, he could have made everything in motion. And in fact, he said he did make everything in motion, the lights in the sky, for example. And then even in there, he said that he commanded the sun to stop. And of course, if we were in a heliocentric model, that would be pretty disastrous. But I guess, God is omnipotent, so he would be able to hold the 66.6 thousand mile per hour orbit for a while, I suppose, and hold all the water from flinging off. Why not? God can do anything.
I got a question for Tim Bob really quick. Tim Bob, axioms are for babies. How do you know that's true? Sounds like an axiom, Tim Bob. Sorry.
I just like I want people to understand that the claim that we're moving through space around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour exactly is not the case. It's a rounded number.
Correct. It's an average.
Yeah,
Of course they had to say that probably because it's so obviously with the fingerprint, like the 66.6 degree minus 90 tilt and the 66.6 angle drop,
23.5 degree off of a 180 axle.
23.5 minus 90 is 66.6, 24.5 actually.
But that's also using English
90. Where do you get
right?
90?
90 degrees.
90 degrees off what?
Using,
so subtract 90 degrees off of your angled ball.
Yeah,
subtract 24.6.
That's not how that
Why
works.
would you do it from 90?
Because it's a satanic conversion. The whole
it's 180.
model is full of 666s in any way you look at it.
No, see them there.
I'm not
You
obsessed
look for
with
them
numbers,
and then ascribe them. You're searching for them.
But
so
the
of course you
baby-eating
find
pedophiles who made the globe religion.
Whoa,
definitely.
Okay.
Relax,
Let's
we
pump the
can't
brakes
talk
for a
about
moment
those
here.
topics on stream because I
Okay,
don't want my
gotcha.
video
Okay,
get
sorry.
demonetized.
So yeah, suns. So the inclination around the sun is 66.6 degrees. The Earth orbits the sun at 66.6 thousand miles an hour. Earth's circumference is 600 by 6 by 6 nautical miles. The speed of sound is 666 knots per second. The force of gravity is 666 newtons.
All of these are approximations that you round up. To
It's
get a
fun
number
stuff.
that you want.
No,
it's
they're not
fun
even
stuff.
close. They don't even round up to those numbers. None of those are true.
Yeah, it's fun stuff. That there's just tons of them. And
None of
yes,
those
there are
are
approximations, and you can go ahead and make excuses. Every time NASA makes a mistake, of course, there's another excuse.
It's like
and
you're taking 650
it's hilarious.
and
It's sad. It's so sad that you got to like cover up for $1 billion military complex, which has documentation on how to kill people for cheap. NASA,
NASA.
Government organization would be the U.S.
It's always NASA too. It's so U.S. centric. Why is it not?
Because
why is it not
NASA
the
basically
other
controls all of them.
space stations.
NASA's in bed with all of them. all of the space agencies, and they're all fools, and they're all Freemasons, and they're
Well,
all
wouldn't
doing
they
the same
all
shit.
be in bed with each other then? Why not invoke another one? It's always NASA.
Okay, so China.
NASA doesn't even have as big a bankroll as the
How about
Chinese.
India and their
space,
little and their Atari moon lander? That's not
That
NASA.
was
So you think that was meant
admittedly a
to?
graphic.
You think that they were trying to push that off
But
as a
it's-
live happening? There was a
but it's-
computer image that even said in the corner
But
that it
it's
Hold
fun.
on,
was
guys.
simulated image.
NASA's fun because it was
Max,
founded by people like Jack
I
Parsons,
got to go to bed. I have
Aleister
something to
Crowley,
do at 5 a.m.
Yeah,
L.
Parsons.
Ron Hubbard.
I got to go. I got to go,
uh,
Max. You can do the after
Okay.
show.
so-
Yes.
Okay, bye.
Sure. All
See
right.
ya.
Thank you, everybody,
See
for
ya.
Good night.
being here. Thanks for coming on No Longer on the Ball, and everybody.
Thanks
You
for
betcha.
doing such a long stream for us. You're a trooper.
Yeah.
Take care.
All right. While
NASA.
we wait for the debate to end, let me do some light housekeeping around and give you a rundown of what we have coming up for you right here on Matters Now. Tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Tell Me That Story show. Isa, Earl, and myself, we're going to talk about the book of the 1001 Nights. We're going to give an overview of the plot, and we're going to tell our favorite stories within that book. It's going to be amazing. It's a work of art. It's a heritage of humankind. It's a wonderful book that I would recommend if you get a chance. Read it. Find the Anna Bridge version by Dr. Richard Barton. It's one of the best translations there is of that book, and I absolutely recommend it. We also have coming up, sorry about that. We also have scheduled for this weekend on the Deep Six show, Grayson from Critical Base Theory is going to join Earl and Justin to go over a few shorts on the Deep Six show. Really fun show. I was there last weekend with Ember, and it's a really fun show. Everyone should check it out. And so far, we have nothing else scheduled. We'll see if anything comes up on Modern Day Debate. We usually do the pre-shows and after shows. Today we skipped the pre-show because we Oz has been streaming for a while now, and when the debate ends, sorry, when the debate ends, we are going to start the after show stage. So you only have to stay here, and the video will redirect itself to the new stage. All right, so. No longer on the ball. I have a question. I don't believe in Satan because I don't believe in God either. So how can I be satanic if I don't believe in something?
Well, Satan, if you were to believe, or even if
I
you don't
don't.
believe, it doesn't matter. You could say that there's no such thing as cars and actually get hit by a bus, so it's fine. But basically, Satan is
Cars objectively exist.
basically Satan is the father of deception and lies. So one of his biggest deception is not to make atheists like yourself not believe in God, is to make you think that he doesn't exist. So you're welcome. He did
But
a
you're
good number
just
on you.
You're
just
welcome for what? You
imposing
just
your
said literally nothing.
yeah,
You-
you're imposing your belief on Max. Max
Yeah.
doesn't believe in Satan.
Right.
So
was
you saying that
five-
Satan caused
And-
him not to believe in him just
Hey.
imposes your belief that Satan exists
Well,
on Max.
Satan's is one of Satan's biggest gifts, if you will, is making people not believe. So
I was 5 years old.
Yeah,
when
I saw
became
that
an
Arnold
atheist.
Schwarzenegger movie too. End of
Yeah, well,
Days. I saw
I was
that.
I
5.
never
Like,
did.
literally 5 years old when I became an atheist because I went to a Catholic kindergarten.
Oh boy,
And I remember
did
the
the
nun.
priest do a finger on you?
Hey, whoa,
Okay,
Tom. Okay.
You are gone. Bye bye.
Wow. 2 times.
So, everyone has seen what just happened. We were all being perfectly pleasant, perfectly nice, and I was giving my story, and we jumped right into no territory. So these people are not the greatest representatives of religion, and this is not the spirit of the channel. Everyone knows this, and we appreciate all of you religious, non-religious, leftists, rightists, globers, flatters. We love our audience, but this is a no-go and everyone knows it. So I'm going to finish my story, and I am probably going to ban this guy from the channel. Give me just 1 second.
Yeah, there's
No
just
longer
some
on the
topics
ball.
you don't bring up,
You
especially
are
casually
getting
like that.
banned. I will finish the story for everyone. I've mentioned it a couple of times, but I'll just put it out there because I started it and I like to wrap it up. So I became an atheist when I was 5. I was going to Catholic kindergarten, and I remember the nun talking about all these things, and I had questions because I've always had questions about everything ever since I learned to speak. My mother always reminds me that when she used to think I was going to be a mute because I didn't speak at all. And then one day I just started speaking, and she said, when you started speaking, there was no way to shut you up. So obviously I had questions. The nun got really pissed off at me. They called my parents. It was a big thing. I talked to my mother. My mother is kind of a half believer. She believes, but she's not a practicing Christian. And then I talked to my father, which is an atheist also, and he didn't put his beliefs on me. He just told me what he thought and why he didn't think there was a God. And then I made up my mind. So I had all the information available to me, and I made up my mind. I didn't think about it until I started in high school meeting people from other religions. I met Jews, I met Christians, I met Protestants. And then I started to think again with my teenager head why I didn't believe. So I went and read the Bible a couple of times, and I realized, yeah, this doesn't make any sense to me. And then about around my 20s, I met the whole atheist movement on YouTube. I was a big fan of Matt Dillahunty before he became a very aggressive person. And I learned a lot. I learned a lot from beliefs. And then I think it was last year, I joined the MDD Discord, where I got to know Muslims, which are, there's only 1,400 Muslims here in Uruguay. And I didn't know anything about what they believe. So this past year, I learned a lot about the Islamic faith. I learned a lot about the Quran, and I still have to read it. I know I owe that to myself to read the Quran, at least to know what's in there. But I know some parts. I've read some sporadic passages, and I'm still not convinced. So I'm wondering what we're going to do until the the debate ends, because they're looking like they still have a bunch of super chats to go. I'm going to answer a question from Bob. What have you going in the Ableton session behind you? Yes, that is my Ableton session. I was making a track, and it was a couple of days after I moved to this house. So yeah, I'm a DJ and producer. I have a bunch of tracks on Spotify. You can look me up. Maxed is my nickname. That's my stage name, actually, my DJ name.
I gave you a follow on there today, by the way.
Thank you so much.
I saw it in your Discord profile, and I was like, oh, hey.
I do mainly tech house, which is the genre I like the most. And then I also, I DJ with vinyl, as you can see over there. I have vinyl decks. Let me see if I can show the other one. I'm a devout DJ. I love DJing. It's one of the things I love most of life. I'm so happy when I DJ. It's insane. And then I started producing, and now I do DJ producing, and I teach music production. All right. There was something here that I also wanted to share. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, shoot. Well, someone made a comment that if you get kicked by Max, then you're absolutely a horrible person. And I certainly agree with that sentiment. I'm super nice. We can discuss everything. But when you go straight to that, welcome to the only 3 people who are banned in this channel. And you're the 3rd one. Congratulations. You won a bronze prize. John,
I'm actually.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say. You said no, dude. I'm actually curious. I don't know if Issa's still hiding back there somewhere, but I would actually like to hear a little bit about Issa's beliefs, because I don't know exactly what his beliefs are, but I've heard it hinted at.
All right. Let's see. We'll give Isa a moment, because he's usually doing work, and Isa does some very important social work, which it's amazing that he does. And and Isa is he's
all the things.
Technically Muslim, but he also has like a Jewish background in his family.
Mhm.
So and he knows, he's extremely well read in religion. He's extremely knowledgeable about not just his religion, but all the others. So yeah, he's kind of a Muslim with a Jewish background. And Mati Lahanti has called him the Islamic atheist, because he's so agreeable and he's kind of progressive in many ways, which is something we heavily criticize of Islam, is their absolute negation to progress, to modify. I forget the word, which they have a specific word they
Modernize or
or
you're talking about the
reformation.
Okay, yeah, okay.
They don't like reformation. But yeah, Isa, I'm so happy that I met him, because I was starting to think that maybe by coincidence I had met the worst that Islam had to offer. But no, it turns out that there's many more like him, and it's great. I am so proud of knowing Isa. I absolutely love him. He's a great person, just like you.
Oh,
so
don't let me fool you.
Come on. While we wait, they're still going with Super Chat, and they're still coming in. I'm monitoring the debate on my other screen. We've been through a lot today about debunking NASA. I hope we get a good after show for the debate. I hope either Globy gets to come or Witsit. That would be a delight. Tim Rob says, Isa is the only Muslim who wants to help others pragmatically. Yes, Isa is a really nice person in general. I think he absolutely deserves all the praise that we're giving him, and I hope he's at the very least listening to us.
Mm-hmm. The only person I've ever actually personally known that claimed Islam, he was a guy that I was in police academy with, and he said he was part of the Islamic Brotherhood of Islam or something like that. Islamic Brotherhood. I don't know exactly what it is, but he's African American, and he has some really weird beliefs about the Jews coming to America or something like that. I don't really know exactly what all he believed. He talked about it for 10 minutes and then never brought it up again. So I've never actually been able to examine Islamic beliefs in person. So I don't really know much about.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was really it. So Isa is that is his I guess religion or
No, the Nation of Islam and the other one, the Muslim Brotherhood, I think it is,
yeah.
or the Islamic Brotherhood. Those are kind of subsects of Islam, but they're
They're kind
more
of like a fringe group, like
like a group, yeah.
yeah,
And
like Ruckmanites in the IFB circles
yeah,
are
something like
yeah.
that, yes. And
Okay.
the thing about the Jews coming to America, that comes from the Mormons.
Oh, really?
Yes. I don't know if you
Crib
ever heard Kyle, the Mormon flat earther.
Mhm.
Yeah, but that comes from the Mormons, which they think that Jesus came to America and that there were gigantic civilizations, that the Native Americans are actually one of the 12 tribes of the Jews, which is
I think I've heard
absolutely
something about this
hilarious.
somewhere. It may have been on R and Raw.
Yeah, or maybe here we've talked about that.
Yeah.
Not much, but on the last Kyle debate, we went over some of these beliefs that the Mormons have, which are extremely weird. And maybe one day we'll put it down to make a deep dive. Hopefully we can get some former Mormon to come and explain this to us. But yeah, they do have a bunch of like really weird beliefs when it comes to they think that Jesus came on a submarine to America. Yes, exactly. And I loved your face of like extreme surprise. Yes, they think that Jesus came in a submarine to America with other people, and those are the Native Americans. And they grew to cities of millions, which we cannot find anywhere. And the apologetic for that is that we just haven't found them, that they're there, but we haven't found them. So you can dismiss this outright because we haven't looked everywhere. But
one of my best friends right now, he's full-blooded Navajo. He lives out in the Phoenix area, and he's also Mormon.
Okay.
So that's just that, like saying that Jesus came over with a group of Jews and they were the Native Americans, and that's a Mormon belief. That's fine. I'm gonna bring that up to him. Like he's not like a hardcore Mormon or anything. Like he doesn't attend services or anything like that. He doesn't proselytize or anything. It's just he was brought up in a family of Mormons. So you ask him, what's your? I'm Mormon. So. But I want to bring that up to him just to see what his reaction is.
Maybe we can schedule something and bring him over, see what they think. But also, there's a bunch of subsects of Mormons. So,
right, yeah.
as with everything, there's nothing in the world that is monolithic. Like when people say, "Oh, all Christians think this." It's like, no, all Muslims think this. That's not fair. That's not correct. All atheists think. It's like, no.
Yeah, there's like, because none of us have the exact same way of thinking and everything. So like eventually some people are going to agree. And then eventually there may be enough of them to just be like, all right, well, we're going to make our own group of people that think this way. And then, somewhere down the line that may divide into a couple other, it just happens. It's the way it goes. Like I finally tracked it down because people have been saying about the new independent fundamental Baptists and then the independent fundamental Baptists, and I didn't know that there was a split. It happened in like late 2019, I think, and that's by a man named Steven Anderson, and that guy, even while I was in the IFB, like he was super fringe kind of person. Like everybody that I knew of, even myself, would disavow the things that he said because he was wild and crazy, preaching some things that weren't even biblical. Like he would get up there and he would harp on homosexuality and just like start saying things that definitely did not come from God. And so like, Yeah, he apparently did the IFB split and made what is now the new Independent Fundamental Baptists. And so, like, there's the IFB, the traditional beliefs, and then the new Independent Fundamental Baptists, which apparently are like extraordinarily extreme in their beliefs and stuff.
Sorry, I was
No,
dealing
you
with
good.
something behind the streams, behind the scenes. Set Alpha 3000, thank you for joining us here. You're an appreciated member of the audience. Max, I'm not very familiar with Uruguay. Are there any ancient indigenous religions or any local unique sects? Well, Uruguay is a weird case because when the Spanish came down here to the coast of the Rio de la Plata, our indigenous populations were very savage. So they got exterminated like really fast because they weren't in the headspace of being evangelized like some of the other tribes in the rest of America. So unfortunately, they got all but wiped out. And the local flavor of here are evangelists that they put on a fake Brazilian accent, and they have these mega churches where they sell you for a certain amount of money, you can get a little bit of holy water that was blessed in Jerusalem, or they do masses where they charge a ticket and you can touch the mantle of this church. That's primordially the kind of fake religion flavor we have here, but we do have the regular Catholic Church and those kinds of things. But yeah, that's a little bit about Uruguay for Ashton Richards, who asked where I'm from. I'm from Uruguay. Isa,
Hey,
welcome
I'm
back.
back.
How are you?
Sorry,
We
I
were
was
just
taking-
talking about you.
I did hear I was taking an exam and I couldn't speak while I was taking the exam, so.
Oh,
I'm
no
taking
problem.
it.
How
It's
did
funny.
it go?
It went okay. It's not great because like our textbook's not good. It's an allied health therapy exam. So it's actually about what you were talking about, talking about different kind of religions and the way that they think. And what the religion you were talking about, Rodney, is the Nation of Islam, and that's what Max was referring to. The Nation of Islam is, and actually Africology is my thing too. African American Studies and Africology is my background too. So I actually really love Africology and African American Studies. And basically, it's kind of a pan-Africanist, a pro-black movement, and it's reactionary, and it makes sense because I know people might not like it here in the chat in the YouTube world, but I don't really care. I'm going to say what I feel about it. There's a lot of racism and discrimination. I'm not even going to use the word racism, prejudice and discrimination within the United States, particularly towards black folks. So a lot of black folks had different religious traditions, like the Moorish Science Temple and the Nation of Islam, which said, hey, we're not nothing. We are something. We have value, and we have a history, we have a tradition, and we have a space here. That's why these religions were developed. You know, when you're being told that you're nothing over and over again, you're going to say, hey, I'm actually something. So that's probably why you would see this kind of a tradition. So I wanted to address that point. Then you were asking me about my own personal spirituality. You would probably fit me as what you would call a perennialist. Have you heard of perennialism? Are you familiar with that? Okay, cool. Perennialism is a very scholarly kind of perspective on religion. A lot of scholars like René Guénon, as well as Said Hossein Nasr, take this point of view. This perspective basically is that, you know, basically think about it like this. There's this wheel, and if you do, you know, you try to be the best in whatever you're doing, you're going to get to the goal that you need to get to. Like you're in the wheel and you all are different spokes, and that spoke goes to the core of the wheel. So you could be Jewish, Muslim, Christian, secular, humanist, atheist, whatever, and you try to be the best human being you try to be, and you will, succeed in that goal. You'll succeed as being a person. I think that's the best way of putting it. It's kind of complex, but that's the kind of idea. It's very rationalistic based. So that's kind of where I stand. I don't really take a discriminatory approach on religion. I don't take a hierarchical approach, sort of like what's his name, Durkheim. He was a sociologist. Durkheim's position was he believed that like totemism was a kind of an inferior, it was an inferior religion, and the Abrahamic religions were superior. I don't take that position. I don't even think that's a good position. But he's coming from a space where Abrahamic traditions are put on a pedestal. I think Abrahamic traditions are good. They're fine. But I wouldn't say they're the best, because I don't know how would we define what the best is. So yeah. Talking about Islam. The point on Islam, a lot of people's perspective on Islam that's been rising is this kind of Salafi movement, which is a hyper-literalistic interpretation of the text. These are what you're going to see in a lot of the debate spaces. Like when I speak, when I've come on modern day debates, a lot of these Salafis come on the chat. And then when I challenge them on their Salafism, they're like, I'm not Salafi, I'm not Wahhabi. But then I'm like, why are you behaving like a Salafi and a Wahhabi? Why are you, there's this thing called takfir. Do you know what takfir means?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. Max knows. I'll explain to Rodney, though. Takfir means that you're basically saying it's a way of kind of telling other Muslims they're not really Muslim. You're saying that you're a kafir. Kafir means one who covered over the truth. Colloquially, people call it infidel or disbeliever, but it really means one who covers over the truth. So it's this idea that people are covering over the truth.
So like when Christians tell other Christians, well, you're not a very good Christian, or
you're not a true Christian.
You're living a worldly life, or
exactly.
Okay.
They're committing the no true Scotsman fallacy. That's literally what these people are doing. They're saying, I'm the real Muslim, you're not the real Muslim. And the same problem happens with liberal Muslims too, where say, well, ISIS are not real Muslims. You can't say ISIS is not real Muslims. You can't say Pastor Anderson is not a real Christian. You can say, I disagree with what he's saying. I think he has an abominable approach of Christianity, right? You were talking about Pastor Anderson. I know him quite well. Who's actually Jewish.
Yeah.
Pastor Anderson is an ethnic Jew. That's the most. He's anti-Semitic and he's an ethnic Jew. I think it's kind of
oh my
hilarious.
Goodness, is he ever anti-Semitic? Huh? I said, oh my goodness, is he ever anti-Semitic?
Well, I would say Karl Marx has a bit of anti-Semitism too, which is interesting because he's an ethnic Jew too. There's a lot of ethnic Jews who peddle anti-Semitism. It's pretty weird, but yeah, it was interesting to hear that. So the idea is there's this no true Scotsman fallacy. So you'll see certain Muslims will say, well, you're not a real Muslim because you don't believe what I believe. And I'm like, okay, so then what's a real Christian? What's a real Jew? There's no way you can prove it. And that's when you study as an academic, that's what you learn. There isn't any way you can prove true religion. If a person self-identifies, that's it. It's the same thing with race. You know, you can have someone who's very light-skinned and they say, I'm black. Okay, fine, you're black. Someone says I'm, has very dark skin and they identify as being white, fine, you're white. If someone says, hey, I eat pork, I do premarital sex, I do all of this stuff, and I'm a Muslim, they're a Muslim. You can't say they're not a Muslim. Who gets to say it? You can the only delineation is self-identification. So if someone says I'm this thing, fine, I respect it. That's it. So, did I answer everything? I think I covered. I did.
That's
a machine gun of everything you said.
Yeah. I
true
understand
Islamic
where you are
Scotsman.
coming from a lot better.
Yeah, and Max is right on a lot of things. I'm definitely take a progressive approach. I would say I definitely align with, I like Sufism, Tasawwuf, and I like Judaism too. These are practices that I have in my life. So I do have these practices. Do I think it makes me better than anyone else? No. I just like the practices, and I think they help me be a better person for myself. But I don't think they make me superior than anyone, So I actually like Buddhism too. I think Buddhist practices are great.
You know, I was just thinking that, like for being such a major religion like Hinduism, it's so quiet. And like you don't ever hear anybody like get up in your face about it. You don't. I've never once ever met like a Hindu missionary or anything like that. Like they're very quiet. They keep to themselves. They do their thing, and that's kind of like I sometimes just kind of wish all religions could kind of be that quiet. You know?
Well, it's interesting you mentioned Hindu because this is a funny thing, and this is going to be a hot take, and people are going to be offended by this, but you know, I'm open to offending. So the idea of Hinduism is, what is Hinduism? Hinduism is South Asian tradition. That's really all it is. So if you're a brown person, you're connected with it. So if you're a brown Muslim, you're a brown Christian, you're a brown Buddhist, you're a brown Jain, you're a brown Sikh, you're a brown Hindu, you're connected to the South Asian milieu culture. So Hindu comes from the Indus Valley, Sindh. So it's this idea of people coming from this geopolitical area. So all of these people are influenced by this South Asian culture. And that is kind of what Hinduism is. The large Hindu folks that you see that are kind of outspoken were in the United States were Prabhupada's movement. You had a lot of gurus. You have guru tradition. So the gurus came to America, and you know, even the Beatles had a guru. So the gurus, guru means teacher. So all this teacher tradition comes, and you learn from the teacher, and they give you esoteric wisdom. So a lot of particularly Caucasian folks or people of European ancestry loved it. They're like, we're done with Christianity and Judaism. We have no interest in this. I'm into yoga. I'm into vegetarianism. I'm into this brown culture. I'm going over to India to get connected because I can't stand Christianity. I'm just letting you know that was a big movement, like the 70s hippie movement. They're like, we're done with it. We're done with Christianity. And then the guru would say, I will teach you about wisdom and love and unity. You must go in your heart, and everything will become one. We are God. God is us. You understand? I could be a guru.
And hell no, you don't understand, but you're like, yeah, man.
It sounds good. It sounds
Yeah.
nice. There was this crazy guy named, I'm not going to say crazy guy. He was a guru of a sort. People will call him crazy. Some people think he's an enlightened person. Other people think he's a madman. His name was Rajneesh or Osho. Max probably knows about him. There was a whole documentary called...
It was what?
Rajneesh or Osho.
It sounds familiar. It rings a tiny little bell somewhere.
Well, he was in Oregon, I think, and it was called Wild Wild Country, the documentary on Netflix.
Yes.
So you're familiar with Rajneesh. So Rajneesh basically had like a commune of Caucasian folks. I don't know how else to say it. He got a lot of disciples of European ancestry to come join up with him in America. And basically he wanted to, they were doing some interesting things, like I don't know if it's appropriate to say it. I'm going to figure out a politically correct way. They were doing lots of massive intimate relationships. Massive intimate relationships. There's another word that starts with an O that covers that. So they were doing this, and
parties, let's say.
They were doing very heavy duty parties. And he was basically saying the things that I'm saying. It's like, we must have love and unity and compassion and yanam. Wisdom is great. You know, he was talking like that, right? And then basically what happened was they were doing all kinds of wild things. That's why it's called Wild Wild Country. And then he had multiple Rolls Royces, and he had very wealthy students. But then basically they tried to run for politics. And what they did was like, they poisoned like the food and stuff, like the food bars. They were poisoning them, and it was insane. It was insane. And basically Rajneesh tried to do this like suicide type of thing with the doctor, and they attacked some of his disciples tried to kill the doctor. It was super, super wild. But the point bringing is that there are people who will say these beautiful things and then the communities do horrible things, you know. So you have to be careful, because people might say all these beautiful things but don't trust it. You want to delve deeper before you hear those beautiful things, because you're like, what is this guy's character? Can we test his character? Is this a good person to engage with? And I would say a person who has large parties with lots of intimacy and not lots of protection is not a good idea. Let me put it that way. You need to be safe. Be safe in that department. And be clean too.
To that point of like saying things that seem nice, but then like nutty things happen, I can relate to that, because like on the inside of the IFBs, because like anybody who from the outside looking in, hearing the doctrines and the preaching of IFBs would be like, they're right-wing extremists, and they would be justified in thinking so. But like,
what is IFB? How do you translate?
Independent Fundamental Baptists.
Oh, got it. Great.
Thank you. They are quite extreme. I mean, blanketly, and there could be fringe groups that are different, but blanketly, they are extremely conservative. They would be Republican, unabashedly so. But you know, but sitting on the inside, hearing the preaching, and even in like some of the camp meeting style preachers where you go for a whole week, go to church every night for 3 hours and hear a different guy get up there, dance around the stage, shouting, thumping his Bible, waving things around, getting in the mood. And you know, he'll stand up there and he'll say some pretty wild stuff, but you're sitting there the whole time like, yes, brother, amen, oh yeah,
hallelujah, praise the
Hallelujah.
Lord.
And then you
it
come out of
up.
there, and you come out of there saying like some really fringe shit, like, oh yeah, Obama's son or another, and he's supporting the ISIS and the river. I mean, it's weird.
All right, we did enough of a religion tangent. I think let's try to rein it back, and I'm going to ask you two, what do you think is the best argument for the globe, or the best type of evidence, proof, whatever you want to call it, and the one for the flat Earth? And let's start with Rodney.
I think probably if I'm going to try and be as objective as I can about this, I think that the best argument for flat Earth would be that it appears flat, like appeal to my senses kind of thing. I look at it and it seems flat, you know, forgetting hills and mountains and stuff like that, but like going to the beach and looking out over the water, it seems flat. And so my senses would tell me, okay, it's flat. But beyond that, like applying scrutiny and just simple observation, this is where I believe some of the best evidences for the globe come in, is it's just simple observation, things that you can look at with your eyes and come to a very parsimonious conclusion that, okay, the stars are moving in this arc across the sky. The planets all generally sit around this same plane that we call the ecliptic across the sky. The moon, its phases make sense if it's a ball. So why wouldn't we be a ball? And like with the sun going down in different angles, just things that you can simply sit there and see with your eyes kind of takes away it seems flat. And then you look and observe and test it. You're like, oh, okay, so it's not flat. And I believe that's where the best evidences for the globe come in, because you can appeal to people who aren't very scientifically minded and be like, okay, well, you can do this without having to apply stringent scientific principles, or needing to buy a $400 telescope, or getting all these different kind of measuring equipment. You can just sit there and do this with your eyes, and that to me screams the globe.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Isa?
I'm gonna do the inverse. I'm gonna start with globe and then go to flat.
All right.
I think for globe, you have several arguments you can make. I think the Eratosthenes argument is pretty good, that we have this ancient tradition that shows us that the globe is a globe. This is not just new scientists. These are not new fangled atheist evil scientists who have created this position. This is an ancient tradition of scientific theory that goes all the way back to the Greeks. I think that's a really strong argument. I also think gravity, you can just it holds together, literally and figuratively. For the flat Earth, I'm going to take a different kind of approach. I think what really is appealing about flat Earth is the community. You have a community of people who are really close-knit, who are really kind of connected. That really, it's like kind of like a religion. I don't know if I want to use the word religion, but it's like a family of flat Earth that really makes you feel united and connected and cared for. And also you have the prophet Whitsitt, and you listen to him, and he sounds very intelligent. And he comes in, and all of these, quacky atheists are coming in, and they're all being defeated. Whitsitt knows all the logic of the quacky atheists, and, he's a good man of faith. And then you see all the quacky atheists, and they just don't know what he's saying. They can't really rebuke what he's saying. So he sounds much better, and the rebukes they're not said in a way that it's charismatic and charming like him and most of the flat earthers. I would say another argument is that it's interesting because it's a kind of a low impact model where it's basically like, hey, I'm going to make this super easy. It's right in your face. When we go outside, you can see, when you look at the water, look at how the water is, how the ship is moving the water. That's how you know it's flat. And so I think that there's a kind of, what I think the strongest, this is the way I would put it, the strongest argument for flat Earth is community and rhetoric. That's how I would boil it down. The community is there, and this rhetorical technique is there.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I'm going to start with the globe. I have 3 arguments I really like, arguments or evidence. I have the reciprocal zenith angles thing. I absolutely love that one because it works anywhere in the world. And you could literally do this on the flattest places on Earth, and it still holds true. I have a paper I share about they did this on the topography of the salt flats in Bolivia, and I shared this earlier today. And guess what? The salt flats are not flat, and they look really flat. And the topography, the good thing about doing it there is that the topography, since it's just salt, it resets every time it rains because the salt dissolves, and then the water goes like does its thing, and the surface, what you would call the surface roughness, resets every time it rains. So that's another good indicator of the Earth not being flat. Yes, exactly. The Bolivian salt curve, John. And I've sent you the paper. I'm happy to send it again. And then the other one, I am drawing a blank here. I have 3. The reciprocal zenith angles, the salt flats in Bolivia, and I'm missing the third one because I'm a stupid person.
No. Forgetful.
Never
is
mind.
a better
Yeah,
way.
I have the attention span of a gnat, but it will come back to me at some point, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, those are the ones. And the thing that I find that might be more convincing, if I didn't know anything I knew, is that some people, and I think the same thing of the dragons, when we did the show on dragons, the best argument for that position is that the dragon mythology is shared among very different cultures with very different distances and different times, and cultures that didn't have contact with each other for the most part. We have dragon mythology, and that's kind of how I see flat earth. That we have a lot of a bunch of these cosmologies from the ancients that may or may not have had contact, and all of them kind of thought the same thing. But it goes to what you said, Rodney, that they look, it looks flat. When you're a human and you're here, it kind of looks flat unless you either go very high or do more investigation, more reasoning. Then it does look flat on Earth level with a human perception. And I think that's the best argument for me for the flat Earth. Then when they try to bring it back to science, it always fails. We've been wanting to get measures of flatness throughout the whole world from Whitsitt, for example. We call it today, and we never get that. He always wants to debunk the globe, thinking that will make his position correct, which epistemologically, I don't think that's a fair assessment, because even if you could fully debunk the globe, that still wouldn't mean that the Earth is flat. You would need to prove that the Earth is flat to basically be able to make that statement with confidence. So, dude, the debate is still going. It looks like there's still a couple more super chats. Oh no, it just ended. All right, we're going to change stages, and we'll be right back with you. Join us for the after show. Do.